Chapter 13 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 13. The Confederate Military League. It was constantly assumed that secession was a movement of the entire South. The fallacy of this assumption becomes apparent when we remember the time required for the full organization and development of the rebellion. From the 12th of October, when Governor Gist issued his proclamation convening the South Carolina legislature to inaugurate secession, to January 26, when Louisiana passed her secession ordinance, is a period of 3.5 months. In this first period, as it may be called, only the 6 Cotton States reached a positive attitude of insurrection, and they, as is believed, by less than a majority of their citizens. Texas, the 7th, did not finally join them till a week later. During all this time, the 8 remaining slave states, with certainly as good a claim to be considered the voice of the South, earnestly advised and protested against the precipitate and dangerous step. But secession had its active partisans in them. As in the Cotton States, their several capitals were the natural centers of disunion, and with few exceptions, their state officials held radical opinions on the slavery question. With the gradual progress of insurrection, therefore, in the extreme South, 4 of the interior slave states gravitated into secession. The change was very gradual, perhaps because a majority of their people wished to remain in the Union, and it was necessary to wait until, by slow degrees, the public opinion could be overcome. The anomalous condition and course of Virginia have already been described. Its Union vote in January, the apparently overwhelming Union majority of its convention, its vacillating and contradictory votes during February and March, and its sudden plunge into a secession ordinance and a military league with Jefferson Davis immediately after the Sumter bombardment. The whole development of the change is explained when we remember that Richmond had been one of the chief centers of secession conspiracy since the Fremont and Buchanan campaign of 1856. In the other interior slave states, the secession movement underwent various forms according to the greater obstacles which its advocates encountered. North Carolina, it will be remembered, gave a discouraging answer to the first proposal, and the earliest demonstrations of the conspiracy elicited no popular response. On the 9th and 10th of January, an immature combination of state troops and citizens seized Forts Johnston and Caswell, but the governor immediately ordered their restoration to the federal authorities. The governor excused the hostile act by alleging the popular apprehension that federal garrisons were to be placed in them, and earnestly deprecated any show of coercion. He received a conciliatory response from the War Department that no occupation of them was intended unless they should be threatened. Nevertheless, conspiracy continued, and as usual under the guise of solicitude for peace, and in a constant clamor for additional guarantees, the revolutionary feeling was augmented little by little. There seems to have been great fluctuation of public opinion. A convention was ordered by the legislature and subsequently voted down at the polls. Commissioners were sent to the Peace Convention at Washington and also to the Provisional Rebel Congress at Montgomery, with instructions limiting their powers to an effort at mediation. At the same time, the North Carolina House passed a unanimous resolution that if reconciliation failed, North Carolina must go with the slave states. Next, a military bill was passed to reorganize the militia and arm 10,000 volunteers. In reality, it seems to have been the same struggle which took place elsewhere. The state officials and radical politicians favoring secession, and the people clinging to the Union, but yielding finally to the arts and intrigues of their leaders. When Sumter was bombarded and President Lincoln called for troops, the governor threw his whole influence and authority into the insurrectionary movement. He sent an insulting refusal to Washington, and the next day ordered his state troops to seize Forts Caswell and Johnston. A week later, April 22, he seized the Fayetteville arsenal, containing 37,000 stands of arms, 3,000 kegs of powder, and an immense supply of shells and shot. We may also infer that he was in secret league with the Montgomery Rebellion, for the rebel Secretary of War made a requisition upon him, and he at once placed his whole military preparation at the service of Jefferson Davis, sending troops and arms to Richmond and elsewhere. It was a bold usurpation of executive power. Neither legislature nor convention had ordered rebellion, but from that time on the state was arrayed in active hostility to the Union. It was not till the 1st of May that the legislature for the second time ordered a convention, which met and passed an ordinance of secession on the 20th of that month, also formally accepting the Confederate States Constitution. In the state of Arkansas, the approaches to secession were even slower and more difficult than in North Carolina. There seems to have been little disposition at first among her people or leaders to embark in the disastrous undertaking. The movement appears to have begun when, on December 20, 1860, a commissioner came from Alabama and by an address to the legislature invited Arkansas to unite in the scheme for separation. No direct success followed the request, and the deceitful expedient of a convention to ascertain the will of the people was resorted to. All parties joined in this measure, the fire eaters to promote secession, the Unionists to thwart it. An election for or against a convention took place February 18, 1861, resulting in 27,412 votes for and 15,826 votes against it, though as compared with the presidential election, it was estimated that at least 10,815 voters did not go to the polls. At a later election for delegates, the returns indicated a Union vote of 23,626 against a secession vote of 17,927. When the convention was organized, March 4, 1861, the delegates are reported to have chosen Union officers by a majority of 6. Many of the delegates must have already betrayed their constituents by a change of front. Revolutionary tricks had been employed. The United States arsenal at Little Rock had been seized February 8, and the ordnance stores at Napoleon February 12, while no doubt the insurrectionary influences from the neighboring Cotton states were indefinitely multiplied. With all this, the progress of the conspirators was not rapid. A conditional secession ordinance was voted down by the convention 39 to 35. This ought to have effectually killed the movement, but it shows the greater aggressiveness and persistence of the secession leaders that instead of yielding to defeat, they kept alive their scheme by the insidious proposal to take a new popular vote on the question in the following August. Meanwhile, there were a continual loss of Union sentiment and growth of secession excitement. And as in other states, when the Sumter catastrophe occurred, the governor and his followers placed the state in an attitude of insurrection by the refusal to comply with Lincoln's call for troops and by hostile military organization. Thereafter, disunion had a free course. The convention was hastily called together April 20, and meeting on the 6th of May, immediately passed the customary ordinance of secession. In no other state did secession resort to such methods of usurpation as in Tennessee. The secession faction of the state was insignificant in numbers, but its audacity was perhaps not equaled in any other locality, and it may almost be said that Governor Isham G. Harris carried the state into rebellion single-handed. The whole range of his plottings cannot, of course, be known. He called a session of the legislature January 7, 1861, and sent them a highly inflammatory message. A convention bill was passed and approved January 19, which submitted the question of convention or no convention, and which also provided that any ordinance of disunion should be ratified by popular vote before taking effect. At the election held on February 9, there appeared on the vote for delegates a Union majority of 64,114, and against holding the convention a majority of 11,875. This overwhelming popular decision for a time silenced the conspirators. The fall of Fort Sumter and Lincoln's call for troops afforded the governor a new pretext to continue his efforts. He sent the president a defiant refusal and responded to a requisition from Montgomery for troops, being no doubt under secret promises to the rebellion. In the revolutionary excitement which immediately followed, the governor's official authority and the industrious local conspiracy of which he was the head carried all before them. Since it was evident that he could not obtain a convention to do his bidding, he resolved to employ the legislature which he once more called together. In secret sessions he was able to manipulate it at his will. On the 1st of May, the legislature passed a joint resolution directing the governor to appoint commissioners to enter into a military league with the authorities of the Confederate States, placing the whole force of the state at the control of Jefferson Davis, and on the 7th of the month a formal military league or treaty to this effect was signed. Even after this, the governor had difficult work. Eastern Tennessee was pervaded by so strong a Union sentiment that it continued to labor and protest against being dragged into rebellion contrary to its will. But the opposition was of little direct avail. Military organization had its grasp on the whole state, and citizens not in arms had no choice but to submit to the orders issued from Montgomery and Nashville. It will be seen from this recital that the secession movement divides itself into two distinct periods. The first group, the Cotton States, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, and Texas, took action mainly between the 12th of October, 1860, and February 4, 1861, a period of little more than 3.5 months. The second group, the interior slave states, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, was occupied by the struggle about 3 months longer, or a total of 6 months after Lincoln's election. So also these two periods exhibited separate characteristics in their formative processes. The first group, being more thoroughly permeated by the spirit of revolt and acting with greater vigor and promptness, shows us the semblance at least of voluntary confederation through its provisional Congress at Montgomery. On the other hand, the action of the four interior slave states was, in each case, with more or less distinctness, at first merely that of joining the original nucleus in a military league, in which the excitement of military preparation and allurement of military glory, not the consideration of political expediency, turned the scale. There remained still the third group, consisting of the border slave states of Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri. The efforts of the conspirators to involve Maryland in secession have already been detailed, as well as the persistence they employed to gain control of Kentucky and Missouri. In these states, the attempt failed because of the direct and indirect military support which the government was able to give immediately to the Union sentiment and organizations. Had it been possible to extend the same encouragement and help to Arkansas and Tennessee, they also might have been saved. This becomes more apparent when we remember how quickly half of Virginia was reclaimed and held steadfastly loyal during the war. The remaining slave state, Delaware, was so slightly tainted with treason that her attitude can scarcely be said to have been in doubt. Moreover, her geographical position threw her destiny inseparably with the free states. The adhesion which we have described of the four interior slave states of Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas to the Confederate States at once wholly changed the scope and strength of the rebellion. It extended its territorial area nearly 1/3 and almost doubled its population and resources. It could now claim to be a compact nation of 11 states with a territory more than double the size of any European nation except Russia, and with a population of 5.5 millions of whites and 3.5 millions of blacks. It had a long seacoast, several fine harbors, and many navigable rivers. It contained a great variety of lands, important diversities of climate, and a wide range of agricultural products. Its country was as yet sparsely inhabited, and was known to include very considerable mineral wealth, while its manufacturing capabilities were almost wholly untouched. The exultation and enthusiastic prophecies of the rebel chiefs at the successful beginning of their daring project were perhaps not unnatural when we reflect that their mischievous design and reprehensible cause had secured the support of such fair and substantial elements of national greatness and power. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 14, Civil War. The administration was not slow to learn the lesson of the hour. Only half of the 20 days' notice to disperse, given the rebels by Lincoln's first proclamation, had elapsed. The troops under the first call had not been mustered in, and Washington could not be considered permanently safe when the formation of a new army for more thorough and prolonged work was announced. Not publicly as yet, but to the governors of the states who would be required to furnish the new levy. The several events detailed in the last few chapters dictated this step as one of such unmistakable necessity that it can hardly be said to have been discussed. It needed no demonstration to show that the South was in revolt and that the North was determined to suppress it. The actual boundaries, the time and course, and the probable phases of the conflict could not be mapped out, but the substantial fact of a serious military struggle of considerable proportions was self-evident. Preparations for it were therefore at once begun with cautious deliberation. 10 days after the first proclamation, the Secretary of War wrote in response to the overwhelming tenders of 3 months' volunteers from several governors, "No further troops beyond the quota of your state can be received at present, unless they will agree to volunteer for the period of 3 years, if not sooner discharged. In that event, and upon such terms, 1 or 2 regiments more would be accepted from your state and mustered into service." This was written to the governor of New Jersey April 26, and similar replies went to Connecticut, Indiana, and Michigan. From day to day, the same general answer and notification were sent out to other states, and a week later, May 3, appeared the President's proclamation calling into service 42,034 3-years volunteers, 22,714 enlisted men to add 10 regiments to the regular army, and 18,000 seamen for blockade service, a total immediate increase of 82,748, swelling the entire military establishment of the nation, including the regular army and navy and the troops under the first call, to an army of 156,861 and a navy of 25,600. It was easy enough for the President to insert numbers in a proclamation, but there is not room here to describe the task of deciding constitutional powers and responsibilities, examining laws, devising organization, and arranging details, all of which had to be done in a single week and in the midst of dangers. President, cabinet, and military and naval officers were busy day and night. It is scarcely possible to enumerate the elements of perplexity and unavoidable confusion suddenly thrown together. The abrupt revolutionary uprising, the tumult of enthusiasm in the North, the interruption of mail and telegraph by the Baltimore riot, the succession of military resignations and changes, the orders of the government at Washington, the extraordinary powers given to the New York Committee and acts performed by it, military orders by General Scott at the Capitol, and independent distribution of arms and munitions directed in the emergency by General Wool at New York, conflicting questions and requisitions from 16 different state executives, 4 different grades of military service, regulars, 3 months volunteers, state militia, and 3 years volunteers, still further complicated by independent organizations in border states whose governors refused cooperation, and all amid a quasi-field campaign about Washington. It was a bedlam compared to the dignified and deliberate red tape and pigeonhole methods of quiet times. What with the added necessity for urgency and secrecy, the principal departments of the government, greatly disorganized by resignation, for a short time staggered under the sudden burdens of routine work which could not wait, and which there were neither sufficient chiefs of bureaus nor clerks to expedite. Confusion even grew out of good-natured willingness to cooperate and zeal to assist. Impatient governors and state agents and irrepressible colonels and captains went to whatever fountainhead of authority they could reach. To Seward for a battery of guns, or to Chase for a horse contract to mount a regiment, there is no counting the knotty tangles of red tape which as a last resort were brought for the President to cut by his superior authority. Had Lincoln been a careless or a reckless man, it is difficult to imagine the damage he might have done, or the risk and excess he might have suffered the government to run into under such conditions. The enthusiasm of the North was already changing to impatience. He was beset by appeals to show energy, by clamors to accept more troops. Suggestions of every shade and merit were pressed upon him to consider or embark in showy and startling projects. One would have him seize and hang traitors, another burn Baltimore, a third destroy Charleston, a fourth liberate and arm the slaves, a fifth raise an army of 300,000. Whatever might be other differences, everybody was for promptness, vigor, action, advance. Delay was denounced. Muttered accusations of incompetency were heard, and the New York Times, echoed by journals of less importance, boldly advised the immediate resignation of the cabinet and, as already mentioned, warned the President that he might be superseded. In such a world, Lincoln's steady common sense and caution were a rock of safety to the nation. Whatever was essential, involving no matter how much responsibility, he did as soon as the necessity became apparent. But with equal purpose, he refrained from doing what was not essential, and often, generally indeed, refrained even from explaining or defending his non-action, or if he did explain, it was only by a casual and general allusion. Thus, on the 1st of May, during an interview with half a dozen members of the 7th New York, the President, in the course of friendly conversation, spoke in a tone of amusement rather than harshness of the Times's proposition to depose him, and said that just now the government had 3 things to do: defend Washington, blockade the ports, and retake government property. All possible dispatch was to be used in these matters, and it would be well if the people would cordially assist in this work before clamoring for more. The proclamation for calling out the troops, he said, was only 2 weeks old. No other people on earth could have surpassed what we had done in that time. But while he was thus patient and hopeful about the proximate form and issue of the contest, his discernment of its ultimate and underlying principle was clearer and deeper than that of any of his critics. For my own part, I consider the first necessity that is upon us is of proving that popular government is not an absurdity. We must settle this question now, whether in a free government the minority have the right to break it up whenever they choose. If we fail, it will go far to prove the incapability of the people to govern themselves. There may be one consideration used in stay of such final judgment, but that is not for us to use in advance. That is, that there exists in our case an instance of a vast and far-reaching disturbing element which the history of no other free nation will probably ever present. That, however, is not for us to say at present. Taking the government as we found it, we will see if the majority can preserve it. The increase of the army once determined upon, and the proclamation issued, the chief care of the administration was bestowed upon the organization of the new force. The best officers were promoted out of the old into the new regular regiments. The best arms were reserved for them and the 3 years' volunteers. No little complaint grew out of this discrimination. Every regiment, no matter of what service or term of enlistment, protested it would receive only arms of the latest invention and most perfect pattern. The Northern arsenals were very scantily supplied, except with indifferent arms of antiquated manufacture. Commanders gave notice of danger that the term of service of some of the regiments would expire before they could be equipped. The national armories were driven to their utmost capacity. The President authorized the erection of a new and extensive establishment at Rock Island, Illinois, to supply the West. All available private factories and workshops were brought into service. Purchases in Europe were authorized. But military supplies cannot be extemporized, and the nation had no adequate preparation for such a vast army, so soon to be further augmented to colossal proportions. From all quarters came requisitions and demands for rifles, for cannon, for ammunition, for equipments, for tents, for transportation, for subsistence. Many places in the country, hitherto unconscious of danger, suddenly felt alarm at the possibility of exposure. The New England seaboard wanted garrisons in the government forts, and heavy guns to guard against possible privateers. A feeling of insecurity spread along the river towns of the Ohio. The western frontier asked for arms to prepare in time for the Indian outbreaks likely to follow hostile conflict. And to provide these resources, the administration had a nearly extinguished revenue and a paltry $10 million loan. Fortunately, at this point, the enthusiastic patriotism of the hour touched everything with its miraculous wand. In the fervor of these early weeks, considerations of money faded from the popular thought. The men who were willing to die for the Union tendered it their wealth with unstinted liberality. For the 3 weeks ending May 8, the indirect donations for war purposes were estimated at 23 millions. Government credit was unbounded, and a man might as well have insulted the national flag as to have questioned the national solvency or honesty. There was no more talk of compromise and conciliation, of conventions and constitutional amendments. The universal determination of the North was well summarized by Mr. Seward in a diplomatic dispatch under date of May 4. The United States waited patiently while their authority was defied in turbulent assemblies and in seditious preparations, willing to hope that mediation offered on all sides would conciliate and induce the disaffected parties to return to a better mind. But the case is now altogether changed. The insurgents have instituted revolution with open, flagrant, deadly war to compel the United States to acquiesce in the dismemberment of the Union. The United States have accepted this civil war as an inevitable necessity. The constitutional remedies for all the complaints of the insurgents are still open to them and will remain so. But on the other hand, the land and naval forces of the Union have been put into activity to restore the federal authority and to save the Union from danger. Meanwhile, the rebellion was not idle. The hot spurs of the South were eager for a sufficient blood sprinkling to arouse a crusade against the Yankees and to cover the false pretense under which they had lured the states into secession. But the leader dreaded the test of prolonged war and clung to the hope that the North would not fight. On March 4, the rebel War Department submitted estimates for a modest peace establishment, and on the 14th, an additional army of 5,000 men to reduce Fort Pickens was the only project for an active campaign. Even after Sumter, Howell Cobb declared there would be no war and advised the people that they could go on cultivating their crops. Letcher, as late as April 24, by proclamation, counseled his gathering Virginians, not in the military service of the State, to return to their usual avocations in connection with the trade and commerce of the country. Out of this long-cherished dream of peaceable secession, the South was for the first time fully awakened when regiment after regiment came pouring into Washington, when treason was choked in Maryland, when the Western capitals became great camps, when the blockade began to close the seaports of the South. More alarming was that increasing activity of the Northern uprising, the earnestness of which could no longer be denied nor mistaken. Justice John A. Campbell, who had by this time resigned his seat on the Supreme Bench, sent Jefferson Davis an impressive warning on this point under date of April 28 from Washington. The Northern States are in the wildest condition of excitement. Some of the truest friends of the South have given in their adhesion to the policy of defending the capital. General Pierce, General Cushing, and Mr. Dickinson will occur to you at once as men not likely to yield to a slight storm. It seems to me that the importance of peace was never greater than for the next 60 days. We cannot get along at all by looking only at our own side of the question, or to the emanations of our own people. The 7 Confederate States have not more than double the number of male population capable of bearing arms, which has been offered to this government as volunteers since the 15th of this month. New York, Boston, and Philadelphia will pour out its capital even for subjugation. The impression that we had firm, stanch friends North who would fight for us was a delusion. Oh, I pray you do not rest upon it. Though not anticipating this result, Davis had probably long since counted it among the chances of the rebellion in which he was embarked. Always possessed of great self-confidence, he made a show of composure at the unwelcome prospect. For him, the crisis had its encouragements as well as dangers. Half of Virginia had joined him. He yet had hopes of Maryland, and 2,000 extra muskets were at Harper's Ferry to strengthen the next émeute. The last vestige of Union defense was gone from Texas, where Van Dorn had just compelled the surrender of the remnants of the United States forces, and also captured the famous steamship Star of the West. North Carolina, though she did not formally secede till May 20, was already to all intents and purposes a member of the rebel Confederacy, and at that moment sending Jefferson Davis captured arms from the Fayetteville arsenal, and marching regiments organized under state authority. In the other 4 border slave states, the conspiracy was so active and strong, and so thoroughly assured was he of their adhesion, that he had made formal requisitions on them, April 22 and 26, for regiments which should rendezvous at Lynchburg and Harper's Ferry to help sustain Baltimore and make sure of Maryland. His faith was not entirely misplaced. Directly and indirectly, Tennessee sent 3 regiments, Kentucky 1 and Arkansas 1, in response to his summons. Missouri replied with promises of future help. In spite of the conspiracy of the governors and other state officers, both Kentucky and Missouri were saved to the Union. But for the moment, Jefferson Davis was perhaps justified in believing that the whole South would soon be solid for the rebellion. Under his call, the rebel Congress met at Montgomery in special session April 29 and deliberated till May 21, enacting by the advice of himself and his cabinet such laws as the crisis seemed to demand. An act recognizing war, regulating privateering, acts admitting Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas to the Confederate States, an act authorizing a $50 million loan for 20 years at 8%, and an act regulating the export of cotton, require no special comment. More noteworthy was the act practically confiscating for the use of the rebellion all debts due from Southern to Northern citizens. Warily also they laid the foundation for that unsparing military despotism which their desperate enterprise demanded. In mockery of their states' rights theory, the central principle and very pivot of secession, they authorized Davis to accept and organize companies into regiments, regardless of any call on the States, to accept outside regiments, and to assign Confederate officers to command State troops without displacement or loss of rank. Perhaps their most important action was a joint resolution removing the seat of government to Richmond, where on the 1st of June the rebel capital was duly established. Davis had been warned that a Union reaction was at work in Virginia, and it was doubtless intended that both the sentiment of pride and the rigor of his personal discipline should hold her steadily to the fortunes of the rebellion. Since the organization of the Montgomery government in February, some 4 different calls for Southern volunteers had been made, which would yield in the aggregate 82,000 men. In his message of April 29 to the rebel Congress, Jefferson Davis proposed to organize and hold in readiness for instant action an army of 100,000, making the total equal to the total of both Army and Navy summoned by Lincoln. The work of fortification was going on in all directions, on the sea coast, on the Potomac, on the Mississippi. The captured forts and the Norfolk and Pensacola navy yards had furnished them an abundance of heavy guns. The 6 or 8 captured arsenals supplied them with 18,650 rifles and 145,154 muskets. The latter inferior arms, it is true, but yet effective if well used. In addition, several states had made separate purchases. The martial spirit was up, and paper regiments were becoming real ones. There was an occasional ebullition of impatience and insubordination from Southern governors, but the farcical republics of South Carolina and other cotton commonwealths were things of the past, and the Confederate States of America pretended to an empire of territory and no mean nation of inhabitants. Jefferson Davis had been orator, statesman, soldier, and Secretary of War, had practiced the art of government, and seen something of the operation of armies. He was cold, cynical, ambitious, but had talent, experience, energy, and an indomitable will. He was now virtual dictator of the South and understood the crushing, fusing, welding power of military rule. We must assume that under these favoring conditions he believed in the success he predicted, that since he had matured his conspiracy, he would establish his government. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 15, European Neutrality. One of the gravest doubts which beset the Lincoln administration on its advent to power was how foreign nations would deal with the fact of secession and rebellion in the United States, and the people of the North endured a grievous disappointment when they found that England and France were by active sympathy favorable to the South. This result does not seem strange when we consider by what insensible steps the news from America had shaped their opinion. Europeans were at first prepared to accept the disunion threats of Southern leaders as mere transient party bravado. The non-coercion message of President Buchanan, however, was in their eyes an indication of serious import. Old world statesmanship had no faith in unsupported public sentiment as a lasting bond of nationality. The experience of 1,000 years taught them that, under their monarchical system, governments and laws by divine right were of accepted and permanent force only when competent physical power stood behind them to compel obedience. Mr. Buchanan's dogma that the federal government had no authority to keep a state in the Union was to them, in theory at least, the end of the government of the United States. When further they saw that this theory was being translated into practice by acquiescence in South Carolina's revolt, by the failure to reinforce Sumter, by the President's quasi-diplomacy with the South Carolina commissioners as foreign agents, and finally by his practical abdication of executive functions in the message of January 8, referring the whole subject to Congress and throwing upon it all the responsibility, they naturally concluded that the only remaining question for them was one of new relations with the divided States. From the election of Lincoln until 3 days preceding his inauguration, a period of nearly 4 months, embracing the whole drama of public secession and the organization of the Montgomery Confederacy, not a word of information, explanation, or protest on these momentous proceedings was sent by the Buchanan cabinet to foreign powers. They were left to draw their inferences exclusively from newspapers, the debates of Congress, and the President's messages till the last day of February 1861, when Secretary Black, in a diplomatic circular, instructed our ministers at foreign courts that this government has not relinquished its constitutional jurisdiction within the territory of those seceded states, and does not desire to do so, and that a recognition of their independence must be opposed. France and England replied courteously that they would not act in haste, but quite emphatically that they could give no further binding promise. Mr. Seward, on assuming the duties of Secretary of State, immediately transmitted a circular repeating the injunction of his predecessor and stating the confidence of the President in the speedy restoration of the harmony and unity of the government. Considerable delay occurred in settling upon the various foreign appointments. The new minister to France, William L. Dayton, and the new minister to Great Britain, Charles Francis Adams, did not sail for Europe till about the 1st of May. Before either of them arrived at his post, both governments had violated in spirit their promise to act in no haste. On the day Mr. Adams sailed from Boston, his predecessor, G. M. Dallas, yet in London, was sent for by Lord John Russell, Her Britannic Majesty's Minister of Foreign Affairs. He told me, wrote Mr. Dallas, that the 3 representatives of the Southern Confederacy were here, that he had not seen them, but was not unwilling to do so unofficially, that there existed an understanding between this government and that of France, which would lead both to take the same course as to recognition, whatever that course might be. The step here foreshadowed was soon taken. 3 days later, Lord John Russell did receive the 3 representatives of the Southern Confederacy, and while he told them he could not communicate with them officially, his language indicated that when the South could maintain its position, England would not be unwilling to hear what terms they had to propose. When Mr. Adams landed in England, he found, evidently to forestall his arrival, that the ministry had published the Queen's proclamation of neutrality, raising the Confederate States at once to the position and privilege of a belligerent power, and France soon followed the example. In taking this precipitate action, both nations probably thought it merely a preliminary step. The British ministers believed disunion to be complete and irrevocable, and were eager to take advantage of it to secure free trade and cheap cotton, while Napoleon III, Emperor of the French, already harboring far-reaching colonial designs, expected not only to recognize the South, but to assist her at no distant day by an armed intervention. For the present, of course, all such meditations were veiled under the bland phraseology of diplomatic regret at our misfortune. The object of these pages is, however, not so much to discuss international relations as to show the part taken by President Lincoln in framing the dispatch which announced the answering policy of the United States. When the communication which Lord John Russell made to Mr. Dallas was received at the State Department, the unfriendly act of the English government, and more especially the half-insulting manner of its promulgation, filled Mr. Seward with indignation. In this mood he wrote a dispatch to Mr. Adams, which, if transmitted and delivered in its original form, could hardly have failed to endanger the peaceful relations of the two countries. The general tone and spirit of the paper were admirable, but portions of it were phrased with an exasperating bluntness, and certain directions were lacking in diplomatic prudence. This can be accounted for only by the irritation under which he wrote. It was Mr. Seward's ordinary habit personally to read his dispatches to the President before sending them. Mr. Lincoln, detecting the defects of the paper, retained it, and after careful scrutiny made such material corrections and alterations with his own hand as took from it all offensive crudeness, without in the least lowering its tone, but on the contrary greatly increasing its dignity. Seward's original dispatch showing Mr. Lincoln's corrections. All words by Lincoln in margin or in text are in italics. All matter between brackets was marked out. Number 10, Department of State, Washington, May 21, 1861. Sir, Mr. Dallas, in a brief dispatch of May 2nd, number 333, tells us that Lord John Russell recently requested an interview with him on account of the solicitude which his lordship felt concerning the effect of certain measures represented as likely to be adopted by the President. In that conversation, the British Secretary told Mr. Dallas that the three representatives of the Southern Confederacy were then in London, that Lord John Russell had not yet seen them, but that he was not unwilling to see them unofficially. He farther informed Mr. Dallas that an understanding exists between the British and French governments, which would lead both to take one and the same course as to recognition. His lordship then referred to the rumor of a meditated blockade by us of Southern ports and a discontinuance of them as ports of entry. Mr. Dallas answered that he knew nothing on those topics and therefore could say nothing. He added that you were expected to arrive in 2 weeks. Upon this statement, Lord John Russell acquiesced in the expediency of waiting for the full knowledge you were expected to bring. Mr. Dallas transmitted to us some newspaper reports of ministerial explanations made in Parliament. You will base no proceedings on parliamentary debates farther than to seek explanations when necessary and communicate them to this department. We intend to have a clear and simple record of whatever issue may arise between us and Great Britain. Lincoln in the margin says leave out, so the paragraph here ends with when necessary communicate to this department, but not we intend to have a clear and simple record. That's omitted. The President is surprised and grieved. Lincoln removes that phrase and puts in the word regrets. The President not is surprised and grieved, but the President regrets that Mr. Dallas did not protest against the proposed unofficial intercourse between the British government and the missionaries of the insurgents, as well as against the demand for explanations made by the British government. That section in the margin is to be left out because it does not appear that such explanations were demanded. It is due, however, to Mr. Dallas to say that our instructions had been given only to you and not to him, and that his loyalty and fidelity, too rare in these times, among our late representatives abroad are confessed and appreciated, and Lincoln wants to leave out that section among our late representatives abroad and add in the verb are. So it now reads, It is due, however, to Mr. Dallas to say that our instructions have been given only to you and not to him, and that his loyalty and fidelity to where in these times are appreciated. Intercourse of any kind with the so-called commissioners is liable to be construed as a recognition of the authority which appointed them. Such intercourse would be nonetheless wrongful to us. And Lincoln removes wrongful, scratches it out, and puts in the word hurtful. Such intercourse would be nonetheless hurtful to us for being called unofficial, and it might be even more injurious because we should have no means of knowing what points might be resolved by it. Moreover, unofficial intercourse is useless and meaningless if it is not expected to ripen into official intercourse and direct recognition. It is left doubtful here whether the proposed unofficial intercourse has yet actually begun. Your own present antecedent instructions, and Lincoln removes the word present, scratches that, your own antecedent instructions are deemed explicit enough, and it is hoped that you have not misunderstood them. You will in any event desist from all intercourse whatever, unofficial as well as official, with the British government, so long as it shall continue intercourse of either kind with the domestic enemies of this country. Confining yourself simply to a delivery of a copy of this paper to the Secretary of State. And Lincoln wants to leave that out. The next sentence, after doing this, you will communicate with this department and receive farther directions. Lincoln wants to leave out after doing this and add in when intercourse shall have been arrested for this cause. So now we have the final sentence of the paragraph. When intercourse shall have been arrested for this cause, you will communicate with this department and receive farther directions. Lord John Russell has informed us of an understanding between the British and French governments that they will act together in regard to our affairs. This communication, however, loses something of its value from the circumstance that the communication was withheld until after knowledge of the fact had been acquired by us from other sources. We know also another fact that has not yet been officially communicated to us, namely, that other European states are apprised by France and England of their agreement and are expected to concur with or follow them in whatever measures they adopt on the subject of recognition. The United States have been impartial and just in all their conduct towards the several nations of Europe. They will not complain, however, of the combination now announced by the two leading powers, although they think they had a right to expect a more independent, if not a more friendly, course from each of them. You will take no notice of that or any other alliance. Whenever the European governments shall see fit to communicate directly with us, we shall be as heretofore frank and explicit in our reply. As to the blockade, you will say that by, and Lincoln wants to change this as well, as to the blockade, you will say that by the laws of nature and the laws of nations, but he wants to add in a phrase that goes like this. As to the blockade, you will say that by our own laws and the laws of nature and the laws of nations, this government has a clear right to suppress insurrection. An exclusion of commerce from national ports which have been seized by the insurgents in the equitable form of blockade is the proper means to that end. You will admit is left out, and instead we have you will not insist that our blockade is not to be respected if it be not maintained by a competent force. But passing by that question as not now a practical or at least an urgent one, you will add that it is removed and will insert the blockade is now, and it will continue to be so maintained, and therefore we expect it to be respected by Great Britain. You will add that we have already revoked the exequatur of a Russian consul who had enlisted in the military service of the insurgents, and we shall dismiss or demand the recall of every foreign agent, consular or diplomatic, who shall either disobey the federal laws or disown the federal authority. As to the recognition of the so-called Southern Confederacy, it is not to be made a subject of technical definition. It is, of course, Lincoln inserts the word quasi instead of direct. It is, of course, quasi-recognition to publish an acknowledgement of the sovereignty and independence of a new power. And again, quasi instead of direct, it is quasi-recognition to receive its ambassadors, ministers, agents, or commissioners officially. A concession of belligerent rights is liable to be construed as a recognition of them. No one of these proceedings will be born is stricken, and instead we have the word inserted by Lincoln, pass, and then also unnoticed. These proceedings will not pass unnoticed by the United States in this case. Hitherto, recognition has been moved only on the assumption that the so-called Confederate States are de facto a self-sustaining power. Now, after long forbearance designed to soothe discontent and avert the need of civil war, the land and naval forces of the United States have been put in motion to repress the insurrection. The true character of the pretended new state is at once revealed. It is seen to be a power existing in pronunciamento only. It has never won a field. It has obtained no forts that were not virtually betrayed into its hands or seized in breach of trust. It commands not a single port on the coast, nor any highway out from its pretended capital by land. Under these circumstances, Great Britain is called upon to intervene and give it body and independence by resisting our measures of suppression. British recognition would be British intervention to create within our own territory a hostile state by overthrowing this republic itself. When this act of intervention is distinctly performed, we from that hour shall cease to be friends and become once more, as we have twice before been forced to be, enemies of Great Britain. Lincoln wants to remove that final statement. As to the treatment of privateers in the insurgent service, you will say that this is a question exclusively our own. We treat them as pirates. They are our own citizens or persons employed by our citizens preying on the commerce of our country. If Great Britain shall choose to recognize them as lawful belligerents and give them shelter from our pursuit and punishment, the laws of nations afford an adequate and proper remedy, and we shall avail ourselves of it. And while you need not to say this in advance, be sure that you say nothing inconsistent with it. Lincoln actually wants to remove the phrase, we shall avail ourselves of it. Then he adds in, instead, and while you need not to say this in advance, be sure that you say nothing inconsistent with it. Happily, however, Her Britannic Majesty's government can avoid all these difficulties. It invited us in 1856 to accede to the declaration of the Congress of Paris, of which body Great Britain was herself a member, abolishing privateering everywhere, in all cases, and forever. You, and Lincoln inserts the word already, you already have our authority to propose to her our accession to that declaration. If she refuse to receive it, it can only be because she is willing to become the patron of privateering when aimed at our devastation. These positions are not elaborately defended now because to vindicate them would imply a possibility of our waiving them. Lincoln in the margin says, drop all from this line to the end, and in lieu of it, write, this paper is for your own guidance only, and not sick to be read or shown to anyone. What Seward wrote further was this: "We are not insensible of the grave importance of this occasion. We see how, upon the result of the debate in which we are engaged, a war may ensue between the United States and one, two, or even more European nations. War, in any case, is as exceptionable from the habits as it is revolting from the sentiments of the American people. But if it come, it will be fully seen that it results from the action of Great Britain, not our own, that Great Britain will have decided to fraternize with our domestic enemy, either without waiting to hear from you our remonstrances and our warnings, or after having heard them. War in defense of national life is not immoral, and war in defense of independence is an inevitable part of the discipline of nations. The dispute will be between the European and the American branches of the British race. All who belong to that race will especially deprecate it, as they ought. It may well be believed that men of every race and kindred will deplore it. A war not unlike it between the same parties occurred at the close of the last century. Europe atoned by 40 years of suffering for the error that Great Britain committed in provoking that contest. If that nation shall now repeat the same great error, the social convulsions which will follow may not be so long, but they will be more general. When they shall have ceased, it will, we think, be seen, whatever may have been the fortunes of other nations, that it is not the United States that will have come out of them with its precious Constitution altered, or its honestly obtained dominion in any degree abridged. Great Britain has but to wait a few months, and all her present inconveniences will cease with all our own troubles. If she take a different course, she will calculate for herself the ultimate as well as the immediate consequences, and will consider what position she will hold when she shall have forever lost the sympathies and the affections of the only nation on whose sympathies and affections she has a natural claim. In making that calculation, she will do well to remember that in the controversy she proposes to open we shall be actuated by neither pride, nor passion, nor cupidity, nor ambition, but we shall stand simply on the principle of self-preservation, and that our cause will involve the independence of nations and the rights of human nature. I am, sir, respectfully, your obedient servant, W.H.S. Charles Francis Adams, Esquire, etc., etc., etc. It is quite impossible to reproduce in type the exact form of the manuscript of the dispatch with all its interlineations and corrections, but the foregoing shows those made by Mr. Lincoln. Such additional verbal alterations of Mr. Seward's as merely corrected ordinary slips of the pen or errors of the copyist are not noted. When the President returned the manuscript to his hands, Mr. Seward somewhat changed the form of the dispatch by prefixing to it 2 short introductory paragraphs in which he embodied, in his own phraseology, the President's direction that the paper was to be merely a confidential instruction, not to be read or shown to anyone, and that he should not, in advance, say anything inconsistent with its spirit. This also rendered unnecessary the President's direction to omit the last 2 paragraphs, and accordingly they remained in the dispatch as finally sent. The mere perusal of this document shows how ill-advised was Mr. Seward's original direction to deliver a copy of it to the British Foreign Office without further explanation, or without requesting a reply in a limited time. Such a course would have left the American minister in a position of uncertainty whether he was still in diplomatic relations or not, and whether the point had been reached which would justify him in breaking off intercourse. Nor would he have had any further pretext upon which to ascertain the disposition and intention of the British government. It would have been wiser to close the legation at once and return to America. Happily, Mr. Lincoln saw the weak point of the instruction, and by his changes not only kept it within the range of personal and diplomatic courtesy, but left Mr. Adams free to choose for himself the best way of managing the delicate situation. The main point in question, namely, that the United States would not suffer Great Britain to carry on a double diplomacy with Washington and with Montgomery at the same time, that if she became the active friend of the rebellion, she must become the enemy of the United States, was partly disposed of before the arrival of the amended dispatch at London. Several days before it was written, Mr. Adams had his first official interview, May 18, with Lord John Russell, and in the usual formal phraseology, but with emphatic distinctness, told him that if there existed on the part of Great Britain an intention more or less marked to extend the struggle by encouragement in any form to the rebels, I was bound to acknowledge in all frankness that in that contingency I had nothing further left to do in Great Britain. The British minister denied any intention to aid the rebellion, and explained that the Queen's proclamation was issued merely to define their own attitude of strict neutrality, so that British naval officers and other officials might understand how to regulate their conduct. When the dispatch finally reached Mr. Adams, he obtained another interview with Lord John Russell to ascertain definitely the status of the rebel commissioners in London, and told him that a continuance of their apparent relation with the British government could scarcely fail to be viewed by us as hostile in spirit, and to require some corresponding action accordingly. Lord John Russell replied that he had only seen the rebel commissioners twice, and had no expectation of seeing them any more. So early as the year 1854, when the shadow of the Crimean War was darkening over Europe, the government of the United States submitted to the principal maritime nations the propositions, first, that free ships should make free goods, and second, that neutral property on board an enemy's vessel should not be subject to confiscation unless contraband of war. These propositions were not immediately accepted, but when the powers assembled in Congress at Paris in 1856 for the purpose of making peace, Great Britain and the other nations that took part in the Congress gave them their assent. The rules originally suggested by the United States became the second and third clauses of the Declaration of Paris. The abolition of privateering was prefixed to them as the first clause, and the provision that blockades to be binding must be effective was added as a fourth. The adhesion of the United States having been invited to these four propositions, the government of that day answered that they would accede to them if the other powers would accept a fifth principle, that the goods of private persons, non-combatants, should be exempt from confiscation in maritime war. This proposition was rejected by the British government, and the negotiations were then suspended until after Mr. Lincoln became president. A few weeks after his inauguration, the suspended negotiations were taken up by Mr. Seward, who directed Mr. Adams to signify to the British government that the United States were now ready to accept without reserve the four propositions adopted at the Congress of Paris. After some delay, Lord John Russell remarked to Mr. Adams that in case of the adhesion of the United States to the Declaration of Paris, the engagement on the part of Great Britain would be prospective and would not invalidate anything done. This singular reserve Mr. Adams reported to his government, and was directed by Mr. Seward to ask some further elucidation of its meaning. But before this dispatch was received, the strange attitude of the British government was explained by Earl Russell's submitting to Mr. Adams a draft of a supplementary declaration on the part of England that Her Majesty did not intend, by the projected convention, for the accession of the United States to the Articles of the Congress of Paris to undertake any engagement which shall have any bearing, direct or indirect, on the internal differences now prevailing in the United States. The President, having been informed of this proposed declaration, at once instructed Mr. Adams that it was inadmissible, as the Government of the United States could not accede to this great international act except on the same footing upon which all the other parties stood. It afterwards transpired that the British Government had, at the same time that these important negotiations were going on with the Government of the United States, approached the Confederate Government upon the same subject, sending communications in a clandestine manner through the British legation in Washington to Mr. Bunch, the English consul at Charleston, through whom they were in the same furtive and unofficial manner laid before the authorities at Richmond. The French government joined in this proceeding at the invitation of England. Mr. Davis at once recognized the great importance of such quasi-recognition of his government, and he himself drafted resolutions declaring the purpose of the Confederates to observe the principles towards neutrals embodied in the second, third, and fourth rules of the Declaration of Paris, but that they maintained the right of privateering. These resolutions were passed in the Confederate Congress, and Mr. Bunch, conveying the news of this result to Lord Lyons, said, "The wishes of Her Majesty's Government would seem to have been fully complied with, for as no proposal was made that the Confederate Government should abolish privateering, it could not be expected that they should do so of their own accord, particularly as it is the arm upon which they most rely for the injury of the extended commerce of their enemy." The American government held itself justly aggrieved, therefore, that its accession to the Declaration of Paris was impeded by conditions which it could not, consistently with its dignity, accept; that the British government was secretly negotiating at the same time with the insurgents upon the same subject; that while the United States were invited to accede to all four of the Articles of Paris, the Confederate government was given its choice by the British Cabinet to accept only three. The Government of the United States said afterwards in its case at Geneva that the practical effect of this diplomacy, had it been successful, would have been the destruction of the commerce of the United States, or its transfer to the British flag, and the loss of the principal resource of the United States upon the ocean, should a continuation of this course of insincere neutrality unhappily force the United States into a war. Great Britain was thus to gain the benefit to its neutral commerce of the recognition of the second and third articles. The rebel privateers and cruisers were to be protected and their devastation legalized, while the United States were to be deprived of a dangerous weapon of assault upon Great Britain. The action of Mr. Bunch in this matter was properly regarded by the President as a violation of the laws of the United States, to which he was accredited, and his exequatur was revoked. A long discussion followed, in which neither side succeeded in convincing the other of its wrong, and the next year, pending an attack upon Charleston, a British man of war entered that port and took Mr. Bunch away. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 16, McClellan and Grant. The city of Cincinnati, lying nearly midway of the Ohio line, counting then a population of 161,000 souls, was one of the first points to become uneasy under the prospect of having its citizens and property exposed to the risks and ravages of war. In that city, on Sunday, the 21st of April, a gentleman came about church time to the house of Rutherford B. Hayes, afterwards President of the United States, but then a young gentleman of fortune holding the office of city attorney, and consequently both active and influential in politics and society, and invited him to attend a consultation of leading citizens at the Burnet House in reference to war matters. Mr. Hayes immediately complied with the request. The assemblage was comparatively small, but those present, perhaps not more than a dozen altogether, represented the wealth and leadership of the city. The meeting was nonpartisan, and its deliberations touched only the pressing questions of the hour. The danger and defense of the city were talked over. It was urged that professional talent and experience were needed in the organization of troops, and that these qualifications could now be had in the person of Captain George B. McClellan, residing in the city and discharging the duties of President of the Ohio and Mississippi Railroad, a direct line between Cincinnati and St. Louis. His military education was represented as being thorough, and the record of his services both in the Army and in civil life as being exceptionally good. A dispatch was read showing that a call had been made for him from some other state, perhaps Pennsylvania, offering him the command of the troops to be organized there, and it was urged that instead of allowing him to go elsewhere, his services in this emergency should be secured to Ohio and particularly to Cincinnati. A telegram signed by influential names was directed to the authorities at Washington, strongly recommending him to be immediately entrusted with the local command and defense. For the moment, the Baltimore rioters had broken direct telegraphic communication, and when the dispatch reached its destination by a circuitous route, it was supplemented by a message of similar import from a prominent citizen of New York to General Scott. These telegrams, in the momentary isolation of the capital of the Union from all the outside world, could only be forwarded by mail or special messenger from New York via Annapolis, arriving in Washington on the 23rd of April. And even then no quick response could be transmitted. "I have had no communication from Washington since Friday last," wrote Governor Denison of Ohio on Monday, April 22. "The result is that I am compelled to assume extraordinary responsibilities in connection with the troops." Telegrams of recommendation similar to that quoted were also probably sent from Cincinnati to Governor Denison at Columbus, the capital of Ohio. Like all the governors of the Northern States, he was in urgent need of educated and experienced officers, and one possessed of the qualifications of Captain McClellan could not fail to receive high appreciation. He was in the very prime of early manhood, being only 35 years of age, but in his brief career he had enjoyed such special distinction that it will bear enumeration with some detail. George B. McClellan, born in 1826, reared and educated in Philadelphia, was graduated from the National Military Academy at West Point in 1846. In September of that year, he sailed to join the army then engaged in the conquest of Mexico. Assigned to duty in the Engineer Corps, he served in the column which General Scott led in person from Vera Cruz to the Mexican capital. In this campaign, McClellan's gallantry won him the brevets of first lieutenant and captain. Returned home after the war, he was, partly because of his talent and efficiency, and partly because his culture, tact, and good fortune enabled him always to command a large social and personal influence, entrusted with a brilliant succession of special duties. He prepared a manual of bayonet exercise from the French of Gumar, which was officially printed and used in the army. He accompanied Captain Marcy in an exploration of the upper Red River, making the astronomical observations and superintending a collection in natural history. Then he was sent to make surveys for harbor improvement on the Texan coast. Next, he was ordered to conduct one of the Pacific Railroad surveys in the western part of Washington Territory. This completed, he was stationed a while at Washington City to prepare a memoir on railroad construction. While engaged in this duty, he was sent on a secret mission to select a coaling station in the West Indies. Finally, he was appointed a member of a commission of officers to gather military information in Europe, which afforded him the opportunity to witness and report upon the operations of war in the Crimea, then in progress. He resigned his army commission as a captain of artillery in 1857 to accept the post of chief engineer of the Illinois Central Railroad, was chosen its vice president in 1858, and was elected president of the Ohio and Mississippi Railroad in 1860, at which duty the opening of the rebellion found him. These various services and merits were well known to the General-in-Chief and to leading army officers, and could he have communicated with the Governor of Ohio, Scott would doubtless have responded to the solicitation of the Cincinnati Committee and returned a warm endorsement. In the absence of this, Governor Denison seems to have been fully informed from other sources, for when next the government heard from Ohio, Captain McClellan had been commissioned by the governor as major general and thus placed in command of the whole quota assigned to that State, consisting of 13 regiments of 3 months' militia, a small army in itself. To rise at once in rank from a captaincy to a major generalship, from the command of 100 men to the command of 10,000, is an event that deserves to be classed among the extravagances of fiction rather than the prosaic possibilities of our modern life. Yet the War of the Rebellion furnished a number of parallel or approximate instances, for to the armies that rose at the President's call as by the sweep of an enchanter's wand, general officers were as indispensable as muskets. General Scott was more than gratified that a commander of such promise had been placed in control of the leading Western contingent, and in a letter dated April 30 expressed his pleasure in words of warm approbation. Honors seemed destined to fall upon McClellan in showers. He scarcely had time to receive the congratulations of his Cincinnati friends when the administration at Washington, May 3, created the military department of the Ohio, consisting of the states of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, and assigned him to its command. When on May 13 he wrote his first general order, in which he acknowledged this new trust as a distinguished honor, he probably little thought fortune was soon to crown him with another wreath. On the next day, the Washington authorities, impelled by the same needs which had justified the action of the governor of Ohio, appointed McClellan, under the reorganization of the regulars then in progress, a major general of the United States Army, which changed his 3 months' militia commission to one of permanent service. Swiftly following this, on June 6, his department was enlarged by the addition of the State of Missouri and portions of western Pennsylvania and Virginia. For the moment, this new investment of authority, however, left still on his hands the work he had been called to do as a militia general. His primary task was to organize, equip, and discipline the quotas of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois for the field, and to this duty he applied himself with zeal and industry, and with an aptitude that no other officer has excelled. Leaving him at this occupation for a time, we must briefly sketch the advent of another officer, also destined to prominence in the War of the Rebellion. At Springfield, the capital of the State of Illinois, The legislature was convened in special session, and companies and regiments were, in response to the President's proclamation and the Governor's call, thronging to the rendezvous at Camp Yates, located on the old State Fairground adjoining the city. Among these, a company from the city of Galena in northwestern Illinois had reached Springfield on April 23 under the temporary management of one Captain Grant, not its own commander, but who was giving it such hasty instruction as his evident knowledge and experience rendered of great momentary utility. For the most urgent calls for reinforcements were coming to the governor from Cairo, from St. Louis, and from other points in Missouri. The company was soon mustered into service April 27, and thus passed under the control of its own proper officer, Captain Augustus L. Chetlain. In his memoirs, Grant relates somewhat differently from other versions how his military service in the War of the Rebellion began. When the first Galena company was raised, he was present at the meeting and was offered the captaincy, but declined it. He does not state the reason why. Nevertheless, he offered to assist in its organization and drill, and, as has been stated, accompanied it to Springfield for that purpose. 4 days after its arrival, it was mustered into service, and its own captain took charge of it, thus relieving Grant from his temporary command. Living at the same hotel, Governor Yates's attention had probably been called to Grant as a man possessed of the military knowledge and experience so useful at that moment, and learning that he was about to return to Galena, the governor asked him to stay and give the adjutant general suggestions and assistance in the details of organization. Grant consented and was assigned to duties which were probably rather those of a general advisor than of either a routine clerk or bureau chief. He says of it himself, "My old army experience I found indeed of very great service. I was no clerk, nor had I any capacity to become one. The only place I ever found in my life to put a paper so as to find it again was either a side coat pocket or the hands of a clerk or secretary more careful than myself. But I had been quartermaster, commissary, and adjutant in the field. The army forms were familiar to me, and I could direct how they should be made out. There was a clerk in the office of the adjutant general who supplied my deficiencies." The first call upon Illinois was for 6 regiments only of state militia to serve 3 months. These were quickly organized and sent to the front, but the offer of volunteers had been so great that the legislature authorized the temporary enlistment of 10 additional regiments for 1 month, pledged to enter the United States service should there be a further call during their term. These were to assemble in various camps throughout the state, and the governor sent Grant to muster them into the state service. Waiting for one of these regiments to assemble, he used a few days' leisure thus afforded him to visit his old home at St. Louis, where he witnessed the capture of Camp Jackson on the 10th of May. Grant's own narrative shows that he was engaged in these subordinate staff duties mainly at the capital of Illinois about 1 month, and it shows us the curious fact that during this whole time, amid the prevailing excitement, enthusiasm, and ambition, he did not once manifest a desire to enter active field service. This could not have been entirely from neglect, or that he was unknown. He tells us that he declined the captaincy of the Galena Company, also that during this period Captain, afterwards Major General John Pope, his fellow cadet at West Point and his fellow officer in the Mexican War, was on military duty at Springfield, and not only urged him to seek a command, but offered to assist him with his recommendation and influence, which offer was also declined. Grant hints that this whole month's disinclination arose from his disbelief that there was going to be a war, a disbelief difficult to understand in view of the President's calls of April 15 and May 3 for more than 150,000 soldiers. Finally, however, all this patriotic enthusiasm and military movement, proclamations, calls, enlistment, mustering, the legislative stir at Springfield, the bloodshed at Camp Jackson, the formation of hostile lines at the front, the voice of war from all parts of the country, stirred Grant's blood. He tells us that a day or two after his conversation with Captain Pope, he went home to Galena, and probably brought to the contemplation of the dullness of the occupation of keeping the leather store in which he was engaged, and to which he must soon return, he sat down while there and wrote the following letter to the War Department at Washington. Galena, Illinois, May 24, 1861. Sir, having served for 15 years in the regular army, including 4 years at West Point, and feeling it the duty of every one who has been educated at the government expense to offer their services for the support of that government, I have the honor very respectfully to tender my services until the close of the war in such capacity as may be offered. I would say, in view of my present age and length of service, I feel myself competent to command a regiment if the President, in his judgment, should see fit to entrust one to me. Since the first call of the President, I have been serving on the staff of the Governor of this State, rendering such aid as I could in the organization of our State militia, and am still engaged in that capacity. A letter addressed to me at Springfield, Illinois, will reach me. I am, very respectfully, your obedient servant, U. S. Grant. Colonel L. Thomas, A.G., U.S. Army, Washington, D.C. This letter, it will be observed, was sent to the Adjutant General of the United States Army, but the various bureaus and staff officers of the War Department at Washington were as busy and as much disorganized by the sudden expansion of military affairs and duties as the Governor's improvised military headquarters at Springfield or those at any other capital of the larger states. It followed that, although there was a universal demand for educated and experienced officers, Grant's application went no further than the first convenient pigeonhole. His offer deserved a better fate. Personal recollection of his military service was, of course, dimmed, if not obliterated in the minds of his compeers, by a 10 years' interval of peace. But a reference to the records ought to have recalled his standing and qualifications. Ulysses S. Grant, born in 1822 at Point Pleasant, Ohio, and receiving only a slight country schooling, had graduated at the Government Military School at West Point in the year 1843, standing 21st in a graduating class of 39. He became a supernumerary, second lieutenant in the 4th United States Infantry, and went to the western frontier. His regiment was sent to the Mexican War in 1845, and he took part in every battle of that war except Buena Vista. Having aided in General Taylor's preliminary campaign, the regiment joined the command of General Scott, making the entire campaign from Veracruz to the City of Mexico. In 1847 he was made quartermaster of the regiment, continuing, however, to take part in all active operations. His service shows an unbroken record not only of satisfactory duty on the regimental staff, but of special gallantry in action. September 8 of that year he was appointed first lieutenant on the field for having led one of the daring and successful storming parties against Molina del Rey. September 13, he joined in another storming assault, which carried a breastwork on the field of Chapultepec. This gained him special mention in the colonel's report and a captain's brevet to date from the battle. With the return of peace, he accompanied his regiment to various stations and finally quitted the army by resignation July 31, 1854, having reached the grade of full captain August 5, 1853. Grant's civil pursuits do not seem to have been followed by the same success which attended his military career. He chose his home near St. Louis, Missouri, where he undertook the cultivation of a farm. and afterwards engaged in business as partner in a real estate agency. But these callings brought him no prosperity. They did not even sufficiently provide for his family. In this dilemma, he applied to his father, who owned a controlling interest in a leather store at the town of Galena, Illinois. The father, though still the principal proprietor, had retired from the active charge of this business, fixing his residence at Covington, Kentucky, and had devolved its labors and management upon two of his sons, younger brothers of Ulysses. Thus there was brought about a prudential family arrangement under which the ex-captain with his wife and 4 children moved to Galena in the spring of 1860, and assisted in the business of the firm at a salary first of $600 and subsequently $800 a year. And in December of that year he wrote, "I hope to be a partner soon, and am sanguine that a competency at least can be made out of the business." This was his occupation when, at the age of 39 years, the coming Civil War called him to Springfield. The turning point of Grant's life came while he was on a week's visit to his father in Covington, Kentucky, which lies directly across the river from, and is really a suburb of, Cincinnati, in the early part of June, 1861. From what little can be gathered, his fortune at this time was a drifting bark. One of his biographers, speaking on this point by authority, says Grant went to Cincinnati to visit Major General McClellan, then in command of Ohio volunteers. The two had known each other in the old army, and although Grant had no intention of making any application, he still hoped that McClellan might offer him a place on his staff. He went twice to headquarters, but did not find McClellan there, and returned to Illinois without mentioning his aspirations to anyone. Matters were in this state, and his chances seemed to lie in a choice between inaction on the one hand and obscure routine drudgery on the other, when a telegram reached him from Governor Yates offering to appoint him colonel of the 21st Illinois Volunteers, one of the newly called 3 years regiments. He sent a prompt acceptance and hastened to Springfield. In the absence of recorded historical proof as to how Grant's promotion happened, we must turn to local tradition, which will at least give us a generally accurate picture of the spirit and conditions of this initial war period, and the following is gathered from a verbal recital of eyewitnesses and prominent actors in the events described. Troops were coming in under the call, and among others a very full regiment from the 7th Congressional District. Fine men, but in a state of half mutiny through a quarrel among themselves over the selection of their colonel. They were marched to Camp Yates, where the 19th Illinois was charged with the almost impossible task of keeping them in camp. There were plenty of political colonels about Springfield, but these were all afraid of the insubordinate recruits, and the governor and state officers were at their wits' end what to do with them, when someone suggested that the colonelcy be given to Grant, whom Washburne had warmly recommended. The suggestion was freely discussed, and under the stress of necessity adopted. It would at all events shift the responsibility of the bad behavior of the men from the officials' shoulders to those of someone else, and if Grant were broken down and disgraced under the load, no very valuable material would be wasted. In this spirit, a telegram was dispatched to Covington tendering Grant the command. A prompt response came back: "I accept the regiment and will start immediately." By the Monday noon train came the new-made colonel, and at once went out to Camp Yates in company with the state officials to assume command. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander received him, and then and there, travel-stained, ununiformed, with a large bandana tied outside the waist of his sack coat for a sash and a stick for a sword, Colonel Grant undertook to get his regiment into line, a vain task. The new commander persevered in his efforts quietly, without bluster, without oaths, without for a moment losing his patience or his temper, but holding on to his work with that desperate and characteristic pertinacity which made him famous. Nevertheless, the first effort failed, and the governor went home to deplore another blundering appointment. A short time afterwards, Fremont, then at St. Louis, made a preliminary order that Grant's regiment should be transferred to Quincy, preparatory to being sent against the bushwhackers in northern Missouri. Pursuant thereto, the adjutant general directed the railroad agent to provide the necessary transportation. The agent went in person to Camp Yates to arrange the matter with Colonel Grant. "How many passenger and how many freight cars do you want?" asked the agent. "I don't want any," responded Grant, bluffly and without explanation. The agent felt insulted and reported as much to the adjutant general. The indignant adjutant general hurried to Camp Yates and, confronting Colonel Grant, asked why his orders were disobeyed. "How much time have I in which to get to Quincy?" asked Grant, unmoved. "I don't remember," replied the adjutant general. "My written orders," said Grant, drawing them from his pocket, "give me 10 days. What must I do when I get to Quincy?" "Go to northern Missouri, I suppose," replied the adjutant general. "Is there a railroad there from Quincy?" asked Grant. "I believe not," said the adjutant general. "Shall I wait there until one is built?" asked Grant. The adjutant general looked puzzled and began to think he was dealing with a lunatic. Thereupon Grant continued: "As there is no railway to northern Missouri, and as I cannot wait to have one built, it is very clear that I shall have to march. Now, as it is generally understood that my regiment is in bad discipline, and as I have 10 days' time, I have made up my mind that I will begin work in earnest right at once by marching my men from here to Quincy. That was the reason for my answer. I don't want any railroad cars, but I do want equipments for a march." This style of practical soldiering, of course, created a sensation both in camp and town. Grant adhered to his project, obtained his wagons, and personally superintended their being loaded with salt pork and regular army rations, and led the first regiment which ever left Springfield on foot, making some 5 miles the first day. That evening he issued an order that the regiment would march next morning at 6. 6 o'clock came, and many of the men were still asleep. It was 7 before he got them off. The second evening he issued another order that on the following morning the regiment would march at 6, ready or not ready. Morning and 6 o'clock came again, and the colonel formed his column promptly and peremptorily, many of the laggards being forced into the ranks barefoot, not having time even to put on their shoes, and being forbidden to carry them. After a march of 2 or 3 miles, the column was halted and the shoes were sent for, and on the succeeding morning the tap of the 6 o'clock drum found every man ready to fall in. Such is one of the local traditions. Grant's own report supplies the further information that the march, begun substantially at least as above related, was continued until about 3 miles beyond the Illinois River, where dispatches were received changing the destination of the regiment, when after some delay and further changes of orders, resort was had to the railroad to meet an urgent call for reinforcements. The subsequent history of the War of the Rebellion will of itself force upon the reader the interesting parallel between the characters and careers of these two captains, who, after retirement from service, once more stepped to the front of campaign and battle. Their beginnings form a suggestive contrast. Grant, son of a tanner, growing up a barefoot country boy, familiar with log houses, roaming in field and forest, learning the craft of the axeman and the horseman, and tasting only the simpler training of the village school. McClellan, son of an eminent physician, born in a great city, breathing at once the atmosphere of culture and science, and receiving in his teachings the stimulus and help of an excellent social position. Their equal West Point life and Mexican War service being over, Grant in his army experience limited to the work of a regimental quartermaster. McClellan called to high and special duties in exploration and scientific research, and to rare opportunities and distinguished companionship in foreign travel. Grant coming to the Civil War from a leather store, McClellan from a railroad presidency, Grant falling by mere accident into temporary routine clerical duties, McClellan lifted by a committee of leading citizens into a major generalship, Grant promoted to the command of a mutinous regiment, McClellan to the command of a department and an army, Grant beginning work with a stick for a sword, laboring to get unwilling recruits into line, while McClellan was writing plans of campaign to the General-in-Chief, Grant modestly rating his own abilities at a colonelcy, McClellan already dreaming of the mantle of the lieutenant general. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 17, Scott's Anaconda. Proclamations could call men into camp, money place weapons in their hands, and commissions authorize officers to lead them to battle. But where should they march, and when should they fight? For a time these questions furnished their own answer. The national capital must be defended, Baltimore opened to transit, and the Ohio line protected. The events of the first 2 weeks practically assured the achievement of these primary objects, and with the expansion of rebellion and the change from insurrection to civil war, such questions once more rose with imperative demand for solution. The young and ambitious commander of the Department of the Ohio was among the first to venture an opinion upon this complicated and far-reaching problem, doing so with more eagerness, perhaps because he, like everyone else, failed to comprehend the full proportions and significance of the coming struggle. On April 27, General McClellan wrote to the General-in-Chief, "The region north of the Ohio and between the Mississippi and the Alleghanies forms one grand strategic field in which all operations must be under the control of one head, whether acting offensively or on the defensive. I assume it as the final result that hostilities will break out on the line of the Ohio. For 2 reasons it is necessary to delay this result by all political means for a certain period of time. First, to enable the Northwest to make the requisite preparations, now very incomplete. Second, that a strong diversion may be made in aid of the defense of Washington and the eastern line of operations." Premising, then, that a force of some 10 or 15,000 men should be stationed in suitable detachments along the Ohio line as an army of observation, he submitted 2 plans of campaign intended to produce results at least partially decisive. Could we be provided with arms, the Northwest has ample resources to furnish 80,000 men for active operations, after providing somewhat more than the troops mentioned above for the protection of the frontier. With the active army of operations, it is proposed to cross the Ohio at or in the vicinity of Gallipolis and move up the valley of the Great Kanawha on Richmond. In combination with this, Cumberland should be seized, and a few thousand men left at Ironton or Gallipolis to cover the rear and right flank of the main column. The presence of this detachment and a prompt movement on Louisville or the heights opposite Cincinnati would effectually prevent any interference on the part of Kentucky. The movement on Richmond should be conducted with the utmost promptness, and could not fail to relieve Washington as well as to secure the destruction of the Southern army if aided by a decided advance on the eastern line. Another plan would be, in the event of Kentucky assuming a hostile position, to cross the Ohio at Cincinnati or Louisville with 80,000 men, march straight on Nashville, and thence act according to circumstances. Were a battle gained before reaching Nashville so that the strength of Kentucky and Tennessee were effectually broken, a movement on Montgomery, aided by a vigorous movement on the eastern line towards Charleston and Augusta, should not be delayed. The ulterior movements of the combined armies might be on Pensacola, Mobile, and New Orleans. It seems clear that the forces of the Northwest should not remain quietly on the defensive, and that under present circumstances, if the supply of arms is such as to render it absolutely impossible to bring into the field the numbers indicated above, then offensive movements would be most effective on the line first indicated. But if so liberal a supply can be obtained as to enable us to dispose of 80,000 troops for the active army, then the second line of operations would be the most decisive. The astonishing crudeness of these plans is set in strong light by the few searching criticisms which General Scott endorsed upon the letter when he submitted it to the President. As at the date of this letter General McClellan knew nothing of the intended call for 2 years' volunteers, he must have had the idea of composing his enormous columns of 3 months' men for operating against Nashville and Richmond, that is, of men whose term of service would expire by the time he had collected and organized them. That such was his idea appears from a prior letter, in which, although the Ohio quota is but about 10,000 men, the general speaks, I think, of having 30,000 and wants arms, etc., for 80,000. 2. A march upon Richmond from the Ohio would probably ensure the revolt of Western Virginia, which, if left alone, will soon be 5 out of 7 for the Union. 3. The general eschews water transportation by the Ohio and Mississippi in favor of long, tedious, and breakdown of men, horses, and wagons marches. 4. His plan is to subdue the seceded states by piecemeal instead of enveloping them all, nearly, at once by a cordon of posts on the Mississippi to its mouth from its junction with the Ohio, and by blockading ships of war on the seaboard. For the cordon, a number of men equal to one of the general's columns would probably suffice, and the transportation of men and all supplies by water is about a fifth of the land cost, besides the immense saving in time. General Scott did not stop at a mere revision of the suggestions which had been sent him. On the 3rd of May, and again on the 21st of the same month, he wrote to McClellan, outlining his own plans of campaign, so far as he had in the rapidly changing whirl of revolutionary events been able to reduce them to orderly examination and judgment, and asked his junior's advice in arranging details. The substance of them is here presented, not in their order of date, but in their logical connection. It is the design of the government to raise 25,000 additional regular troops and 60,000 volunteers for 3 years. It will be inexpedient either to rely on the 3 months' volunteers for extensive operations, or to put in their hands the best class of arms we have in store. The term of service would expire by the commencement of a regular campaign, and the arms not lost be returned, mostly in a damaged condition. Hence, I must strongly urge upon you to confine yourself strictly to the quota of 3 months' men called for by the War Department. We rely greatly on the sure operation of a complete blockade of the Atlantic and Gulf ports soon to commence. In connection with such blockade, we propose a powerful movement down the Mississippi to the ocean, with a cordon of posts at proper points and the capture of Forts Jackson and St. Philip, the object being to clear out and keep open this great line of communication in connection with the strict blockade of the seaboard, so as to envelop the insurgent states and bring them to terms with less bloodshed than by any other plan. I suppose there will be needed from 12 to 20 steam gunboats and a sufficient number of steam transports, say 40, to carry all the personnel, say 60,000 men, and materiel of the expedition, most of the gunboats to be in advance to open the way, and the remainder to follow and protect the rear of the expedition, etc. This army, in which it is not improbable you may be invited to take an important part, should be composed of our best regulars for the advance, and of 3 years' volunteers, all well officered, and with 4½ months of instruction in camps prior to, say, November 10. In the progress down the river, all the enemy's batteries on its banks we of course would turn and capture, leaving a sufficient number of posts with complete garrisons to keep the river open behind the expedition. Finally, it will be necessary that New Orleans should be strongly occupied and securely held until present difficulties are composed. I propose to organize an army of regulars and volunteers on the Ohio River of, say, 80,000 men, to be divided into 2 unequal columns, the smaller to proceed by water on the first autumnal swell in the rivers, headed and flanked by gunboats, propellers of great speed and strength, and the other column to proceed as nearly abreast as practicable by land, of course without the benefit of rail transportation, and receiving at certain points on the river its heavier articles of consumption from the freight boats of the first column. By this means the wagon train of the land column may no doubt be much diminished, but would still remain, I fear, so large as to constitute a great impediment to the movement. Would 80,000 men be sufficient to conquer its way to New Orleans and clear out the Mississippi to the Gulf? What should be the relative numbers of the 2 columns, and at how many points besides Louisville, Paducah, Columbus, Hickman, Memphis, Vicksburg, and New Orleans would the 2 columns be able to hold a close communication with each other? Of course, much would depend upon the relations to the United States of Kentucky, Tennessee, and Missouri. I ask your views not only on the foregoing points, but also as to the form, draft, tonnage, and armament of the gunboats or tugs. Cincinnati abounds in the best information on all these heads. A word now as to the greatest obstacle in the way of this plan, the great danger now pressing upon us, the impatience of our patriotic and loyal Union friends. They will urge instant and vigorous action regardless, I fear, of consequences. That is, unwilling to wait for the slow instruction of, say, 12 or 15 camps, for the rise of rivers and the return of frost to kill the virus of malignant fevers below Memphis. I fear this, but impress right views on every proper occasion upon the brave men who are hastening to the support of their government. Lose no time, while necessary preparations for the great expedition are in progress, in organizing, drilling, and disciplining your 3 months' men, many of whom, it is hoped, will be ultimately found enrolled under the call for 3 years' volunteers. Should an urgent and immediate occasion arise meantime for their services, they will be the more effective. I commend these views to your consideration and shall be happy to hear the result. It may be urged that, considering their disparity of years and experience, this plan of Scott is as crude as was that of McClellan. Such a view is hardly just. The leading suggestions of the General-in-Chief, the deliberate instruction of armies, the choice of a healthy season for active operations, the perfection of the seaboard blockade, and the opening of the Mississippi as the first grand step in the reduction of the revolted states to obedience, were conceptions worthy the fame and achievements of the conqueror of Mexico, and in substance proved prophetic and decisive. The true criticism to be passed upon the plan as a whole is that it was premature and therefore necessarily incomplete. The rebel capital was still in Montgomery, the Confederate military league was not finally cemented, and not till a month afterwards was Jefferson Davis able to announce with confidence his determination to arm 100,000 men. The proper scale upon which to apply military judgment was not developed. There are sufficient reasons why this first outline or military program so soon fell into abeyance and was never formally revived. It remained in the shape of a purpose rather than a defined project. Nevertheless, as a purpose, it had so important and permanent a place in the mind of the General-in-Chief that it gave form and direction to the action of the government. General Scott was not mistaken in his prediction that the impatience of public opinion at the North would prove one of the most troublesome impediments to methodical war. Even while he was writing his prophetic words, a conference of several of the Northwestern governors was in session at Cleveland, Ohio, discussing the state of the country and demanding action, prompt, irresistible, overwhelming. Imbued with the ardor of politicians and confident in that almost unparalleled business energy of the people in which their locality has shown such preeminence, they assumed too hastily that methods of peace might be applied to operations of war. The two processes are radically dissimilar. The achievements of peace, exploration, settlement, tilling fields, and building cities find their appropriate symbol in the beehive. Diffuse labor, continuous activity, cumulative construction, while the courses of war are the movements of the serpent, concentrated force, intermittent action, concealed approach, the preparatory coil, and the spring of lightning-like rapidity, every agency working to waste and destruction. In a memorial addressed to the President, the governors urged an immediate call for 300,000 men and the necessity for preparation and drill. We see a necessity now, not only for the safety of the government, but for the safety of the free border states for immediate action. There is no occasion for the government to delay, because the states themselves are willing to act vigorously and efficiently. I must be permitted to say it because it is a fact. There is a spirit evoked by this rebellion among the liberty-loving people of the country that is driving them to action, and if the government will not permit them to act for it, they will act for themselves. It is better for the government to direct this current than to let it run wild. So far as possible, we have attempted to allay this excess of spirit. But there is a moral element and a reasoning element in this uprising that cannot be met in the ordinary way. There is a conviction of great wrongs to be redressed, and that the government is to be preserved by them. The government must provide an outlet for this feeling, or it will find one for itself. If the government does not at once shoulder this difficulty and direct its current, there will come something more than a war to put down rebellion. It will be a war between border states which will lose sight for the time of the government. The few weeks following only intensified this general desire and impatience. On May 24, the governors of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois united in a letter asking in substance that the campaign should be immediately entered upon by the armed occupation of Kentucky and its leading communications with the South, and that increased forces and extended authority should be given McClellan for this purpose. By his endorsement, submitted to the Secretary of War on May 29, General Scott pointed out that permission had already been given to McClellan to aid Union sentiment in Kentucky, even to the extent of occupying some of their towns, but that as yet many of the wisest and best Union men in Kentucky have strongly intimated that thrusting protection upon their people is likely to do far more harm than good, and probably the danger can be better estimated at home than by friends abroad. To a present southward campaign the General-in-Chief was decidedly opposed. In discussing the memorial before Governor Yates and several United States senators, it was urged by some of the latter, and I think concurred in by His Excellency, that Memphis ought to be immediately occupied. This would certainly be to begin a campaign without preparation. Let us suppose Memphis to be threatened before the expedition could reach the point of attack, say with 10,000 men. The enemy would certainly interpose at least the double of that number, and if we commence with 20,000, the same thing would occur, when the cries for reinforcements, being constantly repeated, would probably sweep Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, etc., of their respective quotas of volunteers, and leave us nobody from those states for pushing the war to a close at the right season. For the troops about Memphis would not only have lost the opportunity of acquiring tactical instruction during the summer and autumn, but would be so enfeebled by fevers as to be scarcely able to do duty before late in the winter. Since war is not an exact science, it is idle to speculate upon what might have been the eventualities of a close observance and execution of General Scott's plans. It happened that the veteran's advanced age and ill health rendered it necessary that some one besides himself should be entrusted with the execution of his ideas and purposes as a whole, as well as in their multifarious details. We can therefore hardly imagine it to have been possible to put his views to a practical test. Judged merely as a preliminary outline and theory, they seem to have been eminently wise, and there is little doubt that if some young and energetic commander could have looked at the immense problem in his spirit and in the light of his experience, and could have brought his high professional skill to their performance, the war on the side of the Union would have been more systematic, more effective, and of shorter duration. But in the heat of patriotic ardor and popular craving for action, which prevailed at that time, days seemed months and weeks seemed years, and public impatience could not endure the thought of allowing the whole summer to pass by in seeming idleness and waste before sending the great armies of the Union on what they fondly hoped would be a short march and an easy victory. The suggestions of the General-in-Chief for enveloping the seceded states by a cordon of posts down the Mississippi and a combined coast blockade received merciless criticism and blind condemnation in the newspapers of the country, and his grand outline of strategy was caricatured as Scott's Anaconda. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 18, The Advance. While thus laying out his large and methodical plan to use the new 3 years' armies for a decisive fall and winter campaign under perfect organization, thorough discipline, and aided by an effective gunboat corps, General Scott did not intend that the 75,000 3-months militia should spend their brief enlistment in idleness. My meaning is, he wrote May 17, that we should first make ourselves, particularly the government, safe in this capital, then send the next 7 or 8 regiments to occupy and entrench themselves on Arlington Heights, then the next surplus force in an expedition against Harper's Ferry, etc. In the meantime, 9 or 10 regiments over and above the garrison at Fort Monroe will have arrived there for aggressive purposes. Who shall command that fort and direct the operations alluded to? Upon consultation, it was decided to transfer General Butler to the latter post with a major general's commission, and to furnish active duty for such of his forces as were not needed for garrison service. He was authorized to capture any hostile batteries within half a day's march of the fort, and if it were practicable, to menace and recapture the Gosport Navy Yard. At first, the general protested against his removal from Baltimore as conveying the implication of censure, but on reflection he yielded the point, and his high administrative abilities soon demonstrated their usefulness in his new field, though one of his early military expeditions met a discouraging defeat. He was succeeded at Baltimore by Nathaniel P. Banks of Massachusetts, who was appointed by the President from civil life to the grade of Major General of Volunteers, as was General Butler, and as were also John A. Dix of New York, and many others whose names thereafter became prominent. Attention has been repeatedly drawn to that strangely perverted political sentiment which sought to make state supremacy a shield for rebellion, which inspired the non-coercion theory of Buchanan's message, the neutrality doctrine of the Kentucky legislature, the protest of the governor of Maryland against the landing of United States troops at Annapolis, and in deference to which Lincoln had repeatedly announced that he had no desire to invade Virginia or any other state. But with this announcement he always coupled the declaration that he held himself at liberty to take measures to repel any further aggressions upon the national authority. The lapse of a single month had wrought a profound change in the public opinion of the North. Secession sophistry about oppression and subjugation was sufficiently answered by the practical logic of the Southern states in collecting armies and uniting in military leagues. Military necessity, not political expediency, was now the unavoidable rule of action. The Washington authorities had long foreseen that merely filling the national capital with Northern regiments would not by itself give security to the government buildings and archives. The presidential mansion, the Capitol, and the various department offices all lay within easy reach of possible rebel batteries, which might rise in a single night at eligible points on the southern bank of the Potomac, and from which hostile shot and shell could speedily reduce the city to ruins. As early, therefore, as the 3rd of May, General Scott instructed Colonel J. K. F. Mansfield, the local commander, to seize and fortify Arlington Heights. Various causes produced a postponement of the design, urgent as was the necessity, but finally the needed reinforcements arrived. The various rumors which had reached Washington of a hostile advance to capture or menace the city proved unfounded. Nevertheless, the military organization of Virginia was proceeding with all haste towards a state of efficiency. The Virginia Convention had authorized a provisional army. Governor Letcher had called out the volunteer forces. Lee held the chief command under state and Confederate authority. And while restricting himself to a policy of defense and preparation, ordered a strict observance of the frontier and disposed his camps of instruction so as to dispute as soon as possible any considerable advance beyond the line of the Potomac. Measures had been taken to establish batteries on the lower part of this river with a view to its eventual blockade, and Thomas J. Jackson had gathered a force of 8,000 men, nearly all armed and ready for service at Harper's Ferry. Several heavy guns had been forwarded to Alexandria, and a small rebel detachment occupied the town, over which a rebel flag was flying in plain view from the windows of the Executive Mansion in Washington. Peaceful relations with Virginia were no longer possible. A state of war, more or less active, was only a question of time. Under plans carefully matured, the Union forces made their advance across the Potomac River and entered upon the sacred soil of Virginia on the morning of May 24. If this phrase had become a contemptuous byword, the conspirators who ruled the Old Dominion were alone to blame. Against the pronounced popular Union vote of the preceding February, and against the repeated Union declarations of the Virginia Convention, they had carried that body to a hasty secession ordinance, delivered the State to Jefferson Davis in the fetters of a military league, and inaugurated war against the United States. Had any further technical justification been needed by the Federal Government, it was furnished by the presence of regiments from the several foreign rebel States in the Virginia camps, and in the further act of a pretended popular vote of the previous day, May 23, under virtual military duress, to ratify the secession ordinance. Lincoln, in his message to the special session of Congress, made a terse statement of the case. The people of Virginia have thus allowed this giant insurrection to make its nest within her borders, and this government has no choice left but to deal with it where it finds it. In the bright moonlight at 2 o'clock of the morning of May 24, the march was begun. 3 regiments crossing the Aqueduct Bridge at Georgetown, and 4 regiments the Long Bridge at Washington. Squads of cavalry, dashing across in advance, took quick possession of the Virginia end of each of these bridges, as also of the Chain Bridge 4 miles above Georgetown, and forestalled any attempt by the enemy to destroy them. The movement proved a complete surprise and found no opposing force. Once across, the outposts were pushed several miles beyond the river. By sunrise of the 24th, the engineers had traced their lines, and the volunteers were busy with pick and spade, throwing up fortifications. Here was begun that formidable system of earthworks, crowning every hill in an irregular line of perhaps 10 miles, extending from the river bend above Georgetown to the bay into which Hunting Creek flows below Alexandria, which constituted such an immense military strength and so important a moral support to the Army of the Potomac, and indeed to the Union sentiment of the whole country during the entire war. The capture of Alexandria and its garrison formed part of the projected work. It had been agreed that the 1st Michigan Regiment should march directly from the Long Bridge to the rear of that city, while steamers should convey the 11th New York Regiment, commanded by Colonel E. Ellsworth, from their camp on Guysborough Point, and land them on the Alexandria wharves under cover of the guns of the war steamer Pawnee anchored in the river. The march, the embarkation, and the landing were successfully executed, but the expected capture of the rebel garrison was frustrated. The rebel commander had already been notified by his pickets of the crossing at the Chain Bridge, and suspecting a general movement, had his 500 infantry under arms. He hurried his detachment out of the back streets to a waiting train of cars just as the Michigan volunteers were entering the city. And though the rebel rear guard and the Union advance guard were not more than 200 yards apart, the detachment made its escape. A small troop of rebel cavalry, still lingering under orders to watch further movements, was easily captured. A few harmless shots had been exchanged between the landing troops and the retiring rebel sentries, and the whole movement seemed on the point of completion without bloodshed, when a tragedy occurred which startled the country. This was the assassination of Colonel Ellsworth. He had led his regiment into the place and personally superintended posting it to secure order and prevent surprise. This task finished in the gray of the morning, his eye caught the rebel flag hoisted over the principal hotel, which had so long flaunted defiance at the national capital. In the ardor of youthful patriotism, he was seized with the wish to take it down with his own hands. Entering with only 3 companions, he mounted to the roof, cut the halyards, and started down the narrow winding stairs, with a soldier preceding and another following him. As Ellsworth was about to pass a doorway, the hotel keeper sprang from concealment and discharged the contents of a double-barreled shotgun full in the colonel's heart. Retribution was instantaneous. As Ellsworth fell forward, his foremost companion, Private Francis E. Brownell, dealt out immediate death to the assassin with both rifle shot and bayonet thrust. To the people of the North, already strung to high nervous tension, this drama stood out in vivid relief from the swift-moving incidents of rebellion. Ellsworth was not only the first sacrifice of the war. His youth, his knight-errant qualities of character, his high ambition, and his talent for leadership had made him extremely popular. Upon President Lincoln, his untimely death fell with the force of a personal bereavement. He had brought Ellsworth to Washington among his suite of friends, had seen his magnetic power to control the crowds that thronged every footstep of the President-elect. The echoes of his cheery and manly voice seemed yet to linger in the corridors and rooms of the executive mansion from which he had so recently looked upon this identical flag of treason, now stained with his blood. When the colonel's comrades returned with the body, Lincoln ordered that it should lie in state in the East Room, where cabinet, diplomats, and military and naval dignitaries attended the impressive funeral ceremonies. Arlington Heights and Alexandria being successfully occupied, General Scott turned his attention to the campaign against Harper's Ferry. The State of Pennsylvania furnished 16 regiments of militia under the 3 months' call, and to one of the 2 major generalships to which this contingent entitled her, Governor Curtin appointed General Robert Patterson. A lieutenant and captain in the War of 1812 and a major general in the war with Mexico, he seemed well fitted by his training and experience to take a leading part in the new events. General Scott regarded him as an excellent second in command, and at once placed him in charge of the military department of Pennsylvania, formed of the states of Pennsylvania, Delaware, and part of Maryland. He was 69 years old, but the enthusiasm of the hour seemed to lift the weight of years and to restore the vigor and activity of his prime. The first pressing duty assigned to him, that of preparing a column to cooperate in restoring the freedom of the Baltimore route to the Union troops, was soon rendered unnecessary by Butler's advance into that city and the strong political reaction throughout Maryland. On the day Ellsworth fell, Scott telegraphed Patterson to threaten Harper's Ferry and support the Union sentiment in Western Virginia. Concentrating his forces about Chambersburg, Patterson on June 1st reported his design to push the enemy from Harper's Ferry back upon Winchester. General Scott commended the plan he transmitted, but cautioned him to ensure success by all possible foresight, and also informed him of the measures devised at Washington to aid the movement. A secondary column under Colonel Charles P. Stone was ordered towards him to cooperate if found expedient, and a movement was projected beyond Alexandria to create a diversion. Meanwhile, a battalion and a battery of regulars and the Rhode Island regiment with its battery, all of which Scott described as the best reinforcements within my reach, were sent directly to him. The magnitude of his task grew upon Patterson as he approached his field of action, and on June 10 he wrote to the Secretary of War, "Remember, I beseech you, that Harper's Ferry is, as I have said from the first, the place where the first great battle will be fought, and the result will be decisive of the future. The insurgents are strongly entrenched, have an immense number of guns, and will contest every inch of ground. The importance of victory at Harper's Ferry cannot be estimated. I cannot sleep for thinking about it. Remember, my dear General, that my reputation and the reputation of our dear old State is at stake in this issue. I beseech you, therefore, by our ancient friendship, give me the means of success. You have the means. Place them at my disposal, and shoot me if I do not use them to advantage." What he considered the means sufficient to secure a victory can only be left to conjecture. The enemy had at that date almost 7,000 men of all arms at Harper's Ferry, Patterson something over 17 regiments. Moving at length, he reached the Potomac at Williamsport about the 15th of June to find that the enemy had hastily destroyed the railroad bridge at Harper's Ferry, abandoned their heavy guns, and retreated upon Winchester. "The destruction of Harper's Ferry is a decoy, I fear," he wrote. But on the following day, when more fully assured by the actual crossing of a part of his army, he took courage sufficient to report a victory, announcing that they have fled and in confusion. Their retreat is as demoralizing as a defeat. Nevertheless, when General Scott asked him by telegraph what pursuit he intended to make, he replied emphatically, "Design no pursuit, cannot make it," and simply proposed to hold and fortify Harper's Ferry, open the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad to the west, and encourage Union sentiment by sending detachments to the neighboring towns. To this, General Scott replied, strongly condemning detachments, directing him to keep within his present limits, and ordering the special reinforcements which he had sent him back to Washington. Through the long inexperience of the nation in war, even the most ordinary military questions were, at the beginning of the rebellion, embarrassing and difficult, and certainly the complicated problem of the military value of Harper's Ferry was perplexing in the extreme. Simple reasons, however, had directed military movements to this point. The first handful of Virginia militia took possession of the government armory and its machinery, so priceless to the rebels. Then Jefferson Davis hurried his regiments upon it to aid in the capture of Baltimore. Since the failure of that scheme, it served as a convenient camp to break a great railroad and to gather and discipline an army. The presence of this army, in its turn, naturally attracted Patterson's movement to disperse or capture it. The Confederate president had become so much impressed with the importance of the post that he sent General Joseph E. Johnston, whom he at that time valued as his best officer, to command and hold it, both Davis and Lee informing him that they regarded Harper's Ferry as a natural fortress, commanding the entrance into the Valley of Virginia from Pennsylvania and Maryland, and that it was occupied in that idea. But when Johnston arrived and inspected the position, he saw the error of the assumption, and immediately reported that it could easily be turned either above or below, and that he must have an army to hold it. And though Lee wrote him that its loss would be depressing to the cause of the South, and bring in its train political consequences which it is well believed you cannot contemplate without the most painful emotions, when he found Patterson approaching with an army about double his own, he hastily evacuated the place as stated. But finding that he was not followed, he turned and presented a bold front. As soon as Patterson's advance retired north of the Potomac, Johnston pushed his pickets up to the south bank, and by the usual arts of a skillful commander, managed to impress his antagonist with the firm belief that he had sufficient strength to dispute the passage or even to cross and attack. During the progress of these main preparations and movements, scattering hostilities were breaking out at different points in Virginia. Several rebel earthworks fronting on the waters about Fort Monroe were shelled. A threatening battery, which was rising to obstruct the navigation of the Potomac near Aquia Creek, was attacked by a more deliberate bombardment, but without any very decided effect, while a smart skirmish between cavalry at Fairfax Courthouse, resulting in dead and wounded, gave the appearance of actual war. Two additional incidents of this character rise into historical importance more by their effect than their magnitude. A detachment of 600 Ohio troops was sent from Alexandria towards Vienna Station to repair and guard the railroad. As the ground had been occupied by another Union regiment the day before, no unusual precaution seemed necessary. A passing reconnoitering party of the enemy of equal strength was, however, making a temporary halt at that very place. And now, at about 6 p.m., hearing the whistle of an approaching locomotive, they planted 2 light field guns on a hill commanding a bend of the railroad, and as the cars moved into the long, deep cut, they opened on them with grape and shell. The engine became disabled and could not draw the train back. 5 killed, 6 wounded, and 10 missing was the limit of the casualties. The men swarmed out of the cars, clambered up the steep banks, and sought refuge in the woods on both sides of the track. The other, a little earlier in date, was more serious. 3 regiments and a battalion were sent from the Union camps near Fort Monroe on a night march to surprise and capture a rebel battery at Big Bethel, 8 miles distant. Plan and preparation were judicious, but the practical execution proved blundering and disastrous. 2 of the regiments marched by different roads to effect a junction at a given point. The one which arrived first mistook their approaching comrades for the enemy, and friends fired upon friends. This, however, was only the beginning of the calamity. Still proceeding, they came to the battery about 9 o'clock in the morning. They had an overwhelming force, and the ground was by no means difficult, but the attack was made with hesitation and confusion. And after an hour's vague and purposeless maneuvering and halting under fire, they felt obliged to retire with a loss of 18 killed and 53 wounded. Among the killed was Major Theodore Winthrop, a young writer of brilliant promise. War necessarily brings disaster, death, and devastation. All this was a relatively unimportant prelude and loss, but it had an unusually exasperating effect upon the heart of the North, which was longing to hear of retribution for repeated insult to authority, punishment for the treasonable assaults upon the national flag. Instead of this, there came what seemed a ceaseless succession of mortifying reports: the Baltimore massacre, the assassination of Ellsworth, the slaughter at Big Bethel, the ambuscade at Vienna. In reality, it was the humiliation and shame of continued defeat which touched the quick, rather than the extent of the sacrifice. Overstrained enthusiasm was slowly changing into morbid sensitiveness and a bitterness of impatience which seemed almost beyond endurance. Besides this, there was an underlying motive much deeper in basis and stronger in force. The crisis and the war had grown out of the slavery quarrel, and Unionists of positive and radical temper were under firm conviction that the South had pushed this quarrel to its extreme issues because of the temporizing, yielding spirit so frequently shown by the North. Despite all the signs of an irremediable rupture, there lurked in their hearts the painful apprehension that some turn or trick of political legerdemain would even now compromise away the victory won at the ballot box, and once more buy a hollow and treacherous peace at the cost of some fatal legal or constitutional concession to slavery. Since the South had appealed to the sword, they felt that the sword alone should judge and punish her. Prompted by all these different shades of feeling, there now arose throughout the North a demand for military action and military success. Assuming the undeniable preponderance of men and means in the free states, public opinion also illogically assumed that they could be made immediately decisive. Under bold headlines, a leading newspaper kept the nation's war cry standing in its columns: "Forward to Richmond, forward to Richmond. The rebel Congress must not be allowed to meet there on the 20th of July. By that date, the place must be held by the National Army." Though this was but a single voice, it brought responsive echoes from all parts of the North. In truth, the administration at Washington needed no urging. Official circles shared fully the eagerness of the country. The President and his advisers comprehended the necessity of meeting the just expectations of the free states, of sustaining the popular enthusiasm which had filled the 3 months' quota of volunteers, and to which they looked for a like completion of the projected 3 years' army. Financial arrangements were the most precarious makeshifts. The government was literally living from hand to mouth. Congress was soon to meet in extraordinary session, and of that body the administration would be compelled to ask men, money, confidence, and authority to an extent which by comparison seemed almost without limit. 2 months of the first 3 months' enlistment of the militia called into service were already gone. It was desirable that the remaining third of their term should be utilized in an energetic movement. General Scott's original idea had been that this energetic movement should occur at Harper's Ferry. But Johnston's evacuation of that place and Patterson's overcaution and defensive strategy frustrated the design. Under the increasing political pressure, the most promising alternative was thought to be a direct advance from Washington against Manassas Junction, the strategical importance of which the Confederates had instinctively recognized, especially its relation to Harper's Ferry. "These 2 columns," wrote Colonel Philip St. George Cocke to Lee, May 15, "one at Manassas and one at Winchester, could readily cooperate and concentrate upon the one point or the other, either to make head against the enemy's columns advancing down the valley, should he force Harper's Ferry, or in case we repulse him at Harper's Ferry, the Winchester supporting column could throw itself on this side of the mountains to cooperate with the column at Manassas." This advantage was becoming every day more apparent, and on May 31 the Richmond authorities sent General G.T. Beauregard, whose Sumter laurels had made him a popular Southern hero, to command the post and gather an army. On the 29th of June, President Lincoln called his cabinet and principal military officers to a council of war at the Executive Mansion to discuss a campaign against the rebels at Manassas. General Scott took occasion to say that he was not in favor of such a movement. He did not believe in a little war by piecemeal, but he believed in a war of large bodies. He adhered to the Anaconda policy and a decisive campaign down the Mississippi River in the autumn and winter. "We were to go down, fight all the battles that were necessary, take all the positions we could find and garrison them, fight a battle at New Orleans and win it, and thus end the war. But being overruled by the President and Cabinet in favor of an immediate movement, the old soldier gracefully yielded his preference and gave his best counsel and cooperation to the new enterprise. He caused to be read the plan matured by General Irvin McDowell and approved by himself. McDowell was 42 years old and an accomplished West Point graduate. He had won a captaincy at Buena Vista in the Mexican War, and since had performed staff duty as assistant adjutant general in various departments. But promotion being slow in times of peace, he had only attained the grade of major at the outbreak of the Civil War, an act of modest self-denial perhaps, not repeated by any officer during the rebellion, marks his conscientious professional honor. When he was selected to command the several columns which crossed the Potomac to occupy Arlington Heights and Alexandria, the President offered him a major general's commission, but McDowell declined so high a promotion. It would be unjust to his brother officers, he said. It might excite a jealousy embarrassing to his own usefulness. He preferred to earn the distinction before wearing it. His scruples were respected, and he was appointed a brigadier general only. McDowell's plan stated that the secession forces then at Manassas Junction and its dependencies were estimated at 25,000. When threatened, they would call up all reinforcements within reach. If General J.E. Johnston's force is kept engaged by Major General Patterson and Major General Butler occupies the force now in his vicinity, I think they will not be able to bring up more than 10,000 men. So we must calculate on having to do with about 35,000 men. Leaving small garrisons in the defensive works, I propose to move against Manassas with a force of 30,000 of all arms organized into 3 columns with a reserve of 10,000. After uniting the columns this side of it, I propose to attack the main position by turning it, if possible, so as to cut off communications by rail with the South. To prevent the union of Beauregard and Johnston was not only the central purpose, but the essential condition of this plan, and was thoroughly discussed by the assembled council. I could not undertake to meet all their forces together, said McDowell. General Scott assured me, I use his own words, if Johnston joins Beauregard, he shall have Patterson on his heels. With this clear understanding, it was decided and ordered that McDowell should enter on his preparations, and that the movement should begin on the 9th of July. When General Scott made his promise to McDowell, there existed no reason why it might not be fulfilled to the letter. Patterson had intimated in unmistakable terms that he could clear the Shenandoah Valley of the enemy in 10 days, upon which Scott wrote him, I deem it best that you should with your column remain in his front, and if, as is supposed, with superior or equal numbers, that you should cross the river and offer him battle. In reply, while urgently requesting reinforcements and especially additional field batteries, Patterson nevertheless again reported that he was making arrangements to cross and that it was necessary to act before the 3 months' enlistments expired. Officers and men, said he, are anxious to be led against the insurgents, and if the General-in-Chief will give me a regiment of regulars and an adequate force of field artillery, I will cross the river and attack the enemy unless their forces are ascertained to be more than 2 to 1. The regiment of regulars was out of the question, but additional batteries and large reinforcements were ordered to join him. When the preparation for the Manassas movement was fairly under way, both McDowell and Scott became doubly solicitous that Patterson's cooperation should not fail through accident or neglect, and a plan was devised to place the matter beyond doubt. General Scott could see that Patterson did not get forward within striking distance. The question of removing him from command was discussed by the cabinet and officers at Washington, but as such a step might bring great hazard, it was decided to send General C. W. Sanford to him with enough further reinforcements to enable him to fight, and who, waiving his superior rank, would consent to take service under Patterson and prompt him to certain and effective action. This combination was decided upon and ordered on July 6, and in 2 or 3 days General Sanford with 4 regiments and the independent column under Stone with 3 regiments and a half reached Patterson, who had in the meanwhile once more crossed the Potomac to Martinsburg, driving the enemy's outposts before him after a sharp skirmish at Falling Waters. At Martinsburg, Patterson halted and asked permission to change his camp to Charlestown, as being a more convenient base of supplies and a better point from which to move and strike. But his dispatches show that he understood perfectly the object of his campaign. General Sanford informs me by letter that he has for me a letter from you. I hope it will inform me when you will put your column in motion against Manassas, and when you wish me to strike. When you make your attack, I expect to advance and offer battle. Leaving Patterson thus confronting Johnston in the Shenandoah Valley, we must for a moment turn our attention to the immediate events which attended McClellan's advance from the Ohio River into western Virginia, and record the first important victory for the Union Army. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 19, West Virginia. We have seen how in Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri the secession conspiracy was foiled by the resolute voice and energy of their loyal Union majorities. A like result in even a more marked degree occurred in the western part of the state of Virginia, and served to effect its permanent political division into 2 states. The broad area of Virginia, which before 1861 extended from Chesapeake Bay to the Ohio River, was bisected by the great natural barrier of the Alleghany Mountains, a fact which exerted a direct influence upon the period and character of her original exploration and settlement. Her seaboard and the adjacent plains and plateau sloping up to the crests of the great mountain chain, comprising the fairest and most fertile portions of her lands, naturally gathered the first and principal harvest of immigration and wealth. Here the profitable tobacco culture found its productive fields, whilst coastwise and foreign commerce made its home in her numerous bays and rivers. Eastern Virginia was already the great parent colony of the South, when the western portions of the state were only a vaguely known wilderness. Even the first streams of western emigration passed over or around it, to Kentucky to the south, or to Ohio on the north of the beautiful river. The reason is plain. Western Virginia was a succession of mountain ridges and a medley of hills, and the adventurous pioneer pushed on towards the more inviting levels of forest or prairie which lay beyond. Nevertheless, being a diversified, picturesque, healthful region, a country of pure air, clear springs, magnificent forests, lovely valleys, it gradually gathered a population of hunters and explorers, of lumbermen and miners, of herdsmen and small farmers, pursuing a local and miscellaneous rather than a staple agriculture, and began to lay the foundation for a great future manufacturing industry, of which the basis was found in the immense resources of its forests and mines. The tidewater region of Virginia not only accumulated preponderant population and wealth, but also, as a direct consequence, absorbed and exercised controlling political power. Here the structure of society had been reared on the English model, with great estates, manor houses, aristocratic habits, and pride of family. Here traditions yet lingered fondly about the colonial and revolutionary periods as the days of greatest prosperity and influence. The local magnates, who made Richmond their Mecca, laid and expended taxes as though the Blue Ridge were the true western boundary of the Old Dominion, and the great mountain region beyond only a tributary province. It is possible that necessity as well as pride may to some extent have prompted this absorption. Many of the once fertile tobacco fields of eastern Virginia were exhausted and abandoned long before the valuable grass and pasture lands of western Virginia were cleared of their heavy forests. Western Virginia could do nothing but complain. With a double population to do the voting, all the large appropriations and favors of the state government steadily flowed to eastern Virginia. The greatest contrast was visible in the institution of slavery. Eastern Virginia had a population of 472,494 slaves. Western Virginia only 18,371 slaves. Since slave population was everywhere the measure of disunion feeling, there was comparatively little disloyalty in Western Virginia. Scattering individuals here and there were poisoned by the desire of succession, but the bulk of the people remained unshaken in their attachment to the Union. When, therefore, the Richmond Convention, by the secret secession ordinance on the 17th of April, and a few days later by a military league with Jefferson Davis, transferred Virginia to the rebel government at Montgomery, the western half of the state rose against the rude violation of self-government with an almost unanimous protest and resolved to secede from secession. A series of popular meetings was held, with such success that on the 13th of May delegates from 25 counties met for consultation at Wheeling, and agreed on such further action and cooperation as would enable them to escape the treason and alienation to which they had been committed without their consent. The leaders made their designs known to President Lincoln at Washington and to General McClellan at Cincinnati, and were assured of earnest sympathy and promised active help from the Ohio contingent of 3 months' volunteers whenever the decisive moment of need should arise. Notwithstanding the unmistakable signs of disaffection, Governor Letcher issued his proclamations and calls for state militia in western Virginia as in other parts, and sent officers there to collect and organize it. These, however, soon returned discouraging reports. That feeling was very bitter. That Union organizations existed in most of the counties, that section of the state was verging on actual rebellion. The Confederate recruiting officers made so little headway that a few companies were sent from eastern Virginia to Beverly as a nucleus around which to gather sufficient force to control the western end of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. But the counter-revolution was more aggressive than secession. Under call from the Union men, General McClellan on May 26th ordered a movement of 4 regiments by the branch railroads from Wheeling and from Parkersburg to form a junction at Grafton. Their advance was slow, owing to the necessity of repairing railroad bridges which the enemy had burned, and the rebel commander, Colonel G.A. Porterfield, found plenty of time to retire with his small force to Philippi, a village in the secluded mountain valley about 15 miles south of Grafton. Here he hoped to make a lodgment from which he could return and obstruct or harass the railroad. But the Union leaders left him no time for offense. The West Virginians themselves had formed a regiment for the government under Colonel B.F. Kelly, who, with a thorough local knowledge of the roads and country, projected and led a successful night march against Porterfield. On the morning of June 3rd, while the rebel officers were awaiting the abatement of a rainstorm to begin a retreat, the Union forces arriving by different routes suddenly appeared on opposite hills commanding the town, and Porterfield's camp, attacked in complete surprise, was dispersed in an unceremonious rout. Under shelter and encouragement of this initial military success, the political scheme of forming a new state proceeded with accelerated ardor. As early as June 11th, a delegate convention representing about 40 counties lying between the crest of the Alleghanies and the Ohio River met and organized at Wheeling. On the 13th of June, after reciting the various treasonable usurpations of the Richmond Convention and Governor Letcher, it adopted a formal declaration that all the acts of the convention and executive were without authority and void, and declared vacated all executive, legislative, and judicial offices in the state held by those who adhered to said convention and executive. On the 19th of June, an ordinance was adopted creating a provisional state government, under which Francis H. Pierpont was appointed governor, to wield executive authority in conjunction with an executive council of 5 members. A legislature was constituted by calling together such members-elect as would take a prescribed oath of allegiance to the United States and to the restored government of Virginia, and providing for filling the vacancies of those who refused. A similar provision continued or substituted other state and county officers. After adding sundry other ordinances to this groundwork of restoration, the convention on the 25th took a recess until August. The newly constituted legislature soon met to enact laws for the provisional government, and on July 9th it elected 2 United States senators who were admitted to seats 4 days later. So far the work was simply a repudiation of succession and a restoration of the usurped government of the whole state. But the main motive and purpose of the counter-revolution was not allowed to halt or fail. In August the Wheeling Convention reassembled, and on the 20th adopted an ordinance creating the new state of Kanawha and providing for a popular vote to be taken in the following October on the question of ratification. In due time Governor Pierpont organized his provisional government at Wheeling, and on June 21st made formal application under the Constitution of the United States for aid from the general government to suppress rebellion and protect the people against domestic violence. Secretary Cameron responded for the President that a large additional military force would soon be sent, and devolved the further organization of the West Virginia troops upon the new governor, who soon had 4 regiments in the field. The Richmond authorities sought as quickly as possible to repair the Philippi disaster. They sent ex-Governor Henry A. Wise, with the commission of a brigadier general, to the Kanawha Valley, while the more experienced General Robert S. Garnett, who had been a major in the United States Army, was charged with the duty of gathering up the debris of Porterfield's command and making headway against the Union advance along the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Lee, from his headquarters at Richmond, was anxious to break permanently this great line of communication between Washington and the West, and a special expedition had been devised some weeks before to operate against the important bridges and tunnels about the Cheat River. The long turnpike through the Alleghanies from Staunton to the Ohio branches at Beverly in the Cheat River Valley, one line going to Buckhannon through a pass over Rich Mountain, the other going to Philippi through a pass in the same range 17 miles further north, which is there named Laurel Hill. Supplied with partial reinforcements, Garnett fortified these 2 passes, which he reported were the gates to the northwestern country. Arriving near the end of June, he soon had Lieutenant Colonel John Pegram established in the pass at Rich Mountain with a regiment and 6 guns, while he himself held the pass at Laurel Hill with 3 or 4 regiments, leaving a slight detachment behind them at Beverly. He frankly reported to Richmond that his circumstances were discouraging. His men were in a miserable condition as to clothing, arms, and equipments. But a still greater obstacle was the prevalence of an opposing public sentiment. The Union men, he wrote, are greatly in the ascendancy here, and are much more zealous and active in their cause than the secessionists. The enemy are kept fully advised of our movements, even to the strength of our scouts and pickets, by the country people, while we are compelled to grope in the dark as much as if we were invading a foreign and hostile country. Even had the surrounding conditions been better, the force which had been given to Garnett was altogether inadequate to his task. Early in July, McClellan went in person to West Virginia, and having a greatly superior army, resolved on an offensive campaign. He sent Brigadier General T.A. Morris with 5 or 6 regiments to Philippi to confront Garnett at Laurel Hill and threaten a main attack, while he himself moved with 7 regiments to Buckhannon, intending to turn the enemy's position on Rich Mountain. Pushing forward to Roaring Creek, he found Pegram's camp near the west base of the mountain and so strongly entrenched in defile that McClellan hesitated to make a direct attack in front, even with numerical superiority of 7-1. On the same day on which this information of Pegram's position was obtained through a reconnaissance, Brigadier General W.S. Rosecrans, commanding under McClellan, heard by accident that a young countryman, a well-informed neighborhood guide, was in his camp. He was forthwith brought to headquarters and interrogated by the general. He proved to be the son of a farmer named Hart, living on the turnpike on top of Rich Mountain, some 2 miles in rear of Pegram's camp. He had hunted and driven cattle about the woods and through the mountains and valleys of the vicinity all his boyhood, and knew the secret of every footpath and byway. He consented to act as guide to a flanking expedition, and Rosecrans immediately gave preliminary orders for preparation. The general then laid his plan before McClellan, that he would endeavor to reach Hart's farm by a circuitous route, and returning by way of a turnpike, would attack the rear of Pegram's entrenchments, while McClellan should attack in front. After some hesitation, McClellan consented, and Rosecrans started on his march at daylight of July 11th. His route lay south of the turnpike, and his approach was not suspected, because Pegram looked for a similar attempt north of it, and had given all his attention to intercept it in that direction. A rainstorm, lasting all the forenoon, also greatly favored the hidden march. By noon, climbing through ravines and thickets, his column was near the crest, but here his skirmishers were fired upon, and it was found that a rebel detachment of 300 men with 2 guns had been sent back to guard the road, and had reached Hart's farm a little in advance, planted their guns, and hurriedly raised some slight defenses. Rosecrans, as soon as possible, placed his men in position to attack. "We formed at about 3 o'clock," says his report, "under cover of our skirmishers, guarding well against a flank attack from the direction of the rebels' position, and after a brisk fire, which threw the rebels into confusion, carried their position by a charge, driving them from behind some log breastworks, and pursuing them into the thickets on the mountain. We captured 21 prisoners, 2 brass 6-pounders, 50 stands of arms, and some corn and provisions. Our loss was 12 killed and 49 wounded." McClellan had moved up his forces and waited for the signal to attack Pegram's camp in front, but the expected message did not come. The cavalry sergeant sent by Rosecrans to carry it encountered a rebel picket and was wounded and captured. When the fight was over, the day was already so far spent that the wearied volunteers went into bivouac on the battlefield. Pegram heard the firing and started with another detachment to reinforce his rear guard, but only arrived at the moment of its defeat and dispersion. Finding himself thus caught between hostile forces, he returned, and that night made an effort to escape by abandoning his camp and marching northward along the mountain to join Garnett at Laurel Hill. On the following day, July 12, McClellan received news of the fight and of the flight of Pegram. Marching forward, he not only possessed himself of Pegram's camp, with its abandoned equipage and its 4 spiked guns, but pushed entirely over the mountain and occupied Beverly. That night he was further agreeably surprised by receiving a proposal from Pegram to surrender his remnant of 600 men and officers with whom he had found it impossible to escape. Garnett, already threatened at Laurel Hill by Morris, probably heard of Pegram's disaster and started to retreat towards Beverly, but reaching Leedsville on the afternoon of the 12th, he learned that McClellan was already there. This forced him to take the only other route open to him, a rough and difficult mountain road northward by way of St. George and West Union. In this attempt his command of 3,300 men and cumbrous train became very much scattered and disorganized. Morris hurried forward, an advance column of 3 Union regiments in pursuit, led by Captain H.W. Benham of the Engineers, who came up with the rebel wagon train at Carrick's Ford, one of the crossings of the Cheat River, 26 miles northwest of Laurel Hill, about noon of July 13th. Garnett was here in person looking after his retreat. He faced about his rear guard, a single regiment, and planted 3 guns to command the road in order to defend the ford. The effort, however, afforded him no relief. The Union regiments advanced gallantly to the attack, one of them handsomely turning the position upon which the rebel line broke and fled, abandoning one of its guns. Retreat and pursuit were continued to the next ford, perhaps a quarter of a mile further on, where Garnett was killed in a desultory skirmish fire between sharpshooters. The Union forces captured the wagon train, 1 gun, 2 stands of colors, and 50 prisoners, but occupied with their trophies they abandoned the chase, and the bulk of Garnett's command made good its escape through the mountains. It would be a great mistake to estimate this campaign in Western Virginia merely by the numbers engaged or the enemy overcome. As compared with the great campaigns and battles of the following year, Rich Mountain and Carrick's Ford shrink to the dimensions of ordinary skirmishes. But these 2 petty Union victories came to the longing hope of the North, hitherto vexed by delay and disappointment, as a great joy. Beyond their moral effects, they were attended by important and permanent political and military results. Rebellion never afterwards secured a foothold in upper West Virginia, and in the Kanawha Valley the enemy was, with fluctuating movements, maneuvered out of position and out of the country during the remainder of the year. Thus the military frontier was definitely forced back, and the political transformation of the state, begun by the Wheeling Convention, went on unchecked until, in June 1863, West Virginia was formally admitted to the Union as a separate and sovereign state. One of the most marked results of the campaign was upon the personal fortunes of McClellan. He had planned for himself a broad and brilliant movement, and entered upon it with abundant means and full confidence of success. "Have directed movement in force up the Great Kanawha," he telegraphed to Washington on July 6th, "and other movements of troops covering nearly the whole of Western Virginia. By the 8th or 9th at latest, I expect to occupy Beverly, fighting a battle in the meanwhile. I propose to drive the enemy over the mountains toward Staunton, and expect your further orders by telegraph whether to move on to Staunton on the south or towards Wytheville." Not only sanguine about his present undertakings, he was already reaching forward to secure more extended tasks and responsibilities for the future. "Newspaper reports," he telegraphed the following day, "say that my department is to be broken up. I hope the general will leave under my control both the operations on the Mississippi and in Western Virginia. If he cannot do so, the Indiana and Ohio troops are necessary to my success. With these at my disposal, and such resources as I command in Virginia, if the government will give me 10,000 arms for distribution in eastern Tennessee, I think I can break the backbone of secession. Please instruct whether to move on to Staunton or on to Wytheville." General Scott cautioned him against his Staunton or Wytheville project as making his line dangerously long. But he watched his progress with eager interest, and sent him frequent words of encouragement. "The General-in-Chief, and what is more, the Cabinet, including the President, are charmed with your activity, valor, and consequent successes of Rich Mountain, the 11th, and of Beverly this morning. We do not doubt that you will in due time sweep the rebels from Western Virginia, but we do not mean to precipitate you, as you are fast enough." Even while this telegram was going to him, the additional success at Carrick's Ford was being gained. When, therefore, on the following day, McClellan summed up in a single laconic dispatch the scattered and disconnected incidents of 3 different days, happening 40 miles apart, the impression, without design on his part, was most naturally produced on the authorities and on the country that so sweeping and effective a campaign could only be the work of a military genius of the first order. McClellan was the unquestioned hero of the hour. The éclat of this achievement soon called him to Washington, and in the train of events which followed had no insignificant influence in securing his promotion on the 1st of November following, without further victories, to the command of all the armies of the United States. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 20, Bull Run. It had been arranged that McDowell's advance against the enemy at Manassas should begin on July 9. By dint of extraordinary exertions, he was ready and issued his marching orders on July 16. But his organization was very imperfect, and his preparations were far from complete. Many of his regiments reached him but 2 days before, and some only on the day he moved. He started with barely wagons enough for his ammunition and hospital supplies. Tents, baggage, and rations were to follow. The utmost caution was enjoined to avoid another Vienna or Big Bethel disaster. 3 things, his marching orders said, would be held unpardonable. First, to come upon a battery or a breastwork without a knowledge of its position. Second, to be surprised. Third, to fall back. His army being a new, untried machine, his men unused to the fatigues and privations of a march, progress was slow. With a cumbersome movement, it felt its way towards Fairfax Courthouse and Centreville, the outposts of the enemy having sufficient time to retire as it advanced. Brigadier General Daniel Tyler commanded his 1st Division of 4 brigades, Colonel David Hunter the 2nd Division of 2 brigades, Colonel S.P. Heinzelman the 3rd Division of 3 brigades, and Colonel Dixon S. Miles the 5th Division of 2 brigades. The 4th Division under Brigadier General Theodore Runyon was left behind to guard communications. His total command embraced an aggregate of 34,320 men. His marching column proper consisted of a little less than 28,000 men, including artillery, a total of 49 guns, and a single battalion of cavalry. When on the morning of July 18 Tyler reached Centreville, he found that the enemy had everywhere retired behind the line of Bull Run, a winding, sluggish stream flowing southeasterly towards the Potomac, about 32 miles southwest of Washington. While it is fordable in many places, it generally has steep and sometimes precipitous and rocky banks with wooded heights on the west. 3 miles beyond the stream lies Manassas Junction on a high open plateau. Here the railroads from Richmond on the south and the Shenandoah Valley on the west come together. To protect this junction, the rebels had some slight field works, armed with 14 or 15 heavy guns, and garrisoned by about 2,000 men. Beauregard, in command since the 1st of June, had gathered an army of nearly 22,000 men and 29 guns. The independent command of T.H. Holmes, called up from Aquia Creek, augmented his force to a little over 23,000 men and 35 guns. Instead of keeping this about the Manassas earthworks, he had brought it close down to the banks of Bull Run and posted it along a line some 7 miles in length, extending from the Manassas Railroad to the stone bridge on the Warrenton Turnpike, and guarding the 5 intermediate fords. The enemy retired from Centreville as Tyler approached that place, and taking a light detachment to make a reconnaissance, he followed their main body towards the crossing of Bull Run at Blackburn's Ford, near the center of Beauregard's extended line. Tyler was under express orders to observe well the roads, but not to bring on an engagement. Apparently lured on, however, by the hitherto easy approach, his reconnaissance became a skirmish, and calling up support, the skirmish became a preliminary battle. Before he was well aware of it, 60 men had fallen, 2 exposed field pieces had been with difficulty extricated, 1 regiment had retreated in confusion, and 3 others were deployed in line of battle to make a new charge. At this point, Tyler remembered his instructions and called off his troops. This reverse at Blackburn's Ford, so apparently without necessity or advantage, seriously chilled the fine spirit in which the army started on its march. The attacking detachment did not then know that the enemy had suffered equal loss and demoralization. McDowell began his campaign with the purpose of turning the right flank of the enemy at Union Mills, but the examinations made on the 18th satisfied him that the narrow roads and rough country in that direction made such a movement impracticable. When, in addition, he heard Tyler's cannonade on the same day, he hurried forward his divisions to Centreville, but the report of that day's engagement also seemed to prove it inexpedient to make a direct attack. That night McDowell assembled his division commanders at Centreville and confidentially informed them that he had changed his original plan and resolved to march westward and turn Beauregard's left flank. All of Friday the 19th and Saturday the 20th were spent in an effort of the engineers to find an unfortified ford over Bull Run in that direction, and thus the main battle was postponed till Sunday, July 21. During those 2 days, while McDowell's army was supplied with rations, the strength of the enemy in his front was greatly increased. McDowell's movement was based upon the understanding and promise that Patterson should hold Johnston in the Shenandoah Valley, and General Scott made every exertion to redeem this promise. On the 13th, he directed Patterson to detain Johnston in the Valley of Winchester, and as the critical time approached, and hearing no official report from him for 3 whole days, he sent him a sharp admonition: "Do not let the enemy amuse and delay you with a small force in front, whilst he reinforces the Manassas Junction with his main body." And still more emphatically on the 18th, while the engagement of Blackburn's Ford was being fought by McDowell's troops, "I have certainly been expecting you to beat the enemy, if not to hear that you had felt him strongly, or at least had occupied him by threats and demonstrations. You have been at least his equal, and I suppose superior in numbers. Has he not stolen a march and sent reinforcements towards Manassas Junction? A week is enough to win victories." Patterson was touched by the implied censure, and answered restively, "The enemy has stolen no march upon me. I have kept him actively employed, and by threats and reconnaissances in force caused him to be reinforced." But the facts did not bear out the assertion. The enemy was at that moment making the stolen march which Scott feared, and of which Patterson remained in profound ignorance till 2 days later. Since the 9th of July, his readiness to offer battle or to strike when the proper moment should arrive had oozed away. He became clamorous for reinforcements and profuse of complaints. Making no energetic reconnaissance to learn the truth, and crediting every exaggerated rumor, he became impressed that he was in face of an enemy far superior in numbers. Understanding perfectly the nature and importance of his assigned task, and admitting in his dispatches that "this force is the keystone of the combined movements," ambitious to perform a brilliant act and commanding abundant means to execute his plan, his energy failed in the trying moment. "Tomorrow I advance to Bunker Hill," he reported on July 14, "preparatory to the other movement. If an opportunity offers, I shall attack." Reaching Bunker Hill on the 15th, he was within 9 miles of the enemy. His opportunity was at hand. Johnston had only 12,000 men, all told; Patterson from 18,000 to 22,000. All that and the following day he must have been torn by conflicting emotions. He was both seeking and avoiding a battle. He had his orders written out for an attack, but it would appear that his chief of staff, Fitz-John Porter, together with Colonels J. Abercrombie and George H. Thomas, at the last moment persuaded him to change his mind. Making only a slight reconnaissance on the 16th, he late that night countermanded his orders, and on July 17 marched to Charlestown, nominally as a flank movement, but practically in retreat. Johnston, the Confederate commander, was at Winchester in daily anticipation of Patterson's attack, when at midnight of July 17 he received orders to go at once to the help of Beauregard at Manassas. By 9 o'clock on the morning of the 18th, his scouts brought him information that Patterson's army was at Charlestown. Relieved thus unexpectedly from a menace of danger which otherwise he could neither have resisted nor escaped, he lost no time. At noon of the same day he had his whole effective force of 9,000 men on the march. By noon of Saturday, July 20, 6,000 of them, with 20 guns, were in Beauregard's camp at Bull Run, ready to resist McDowell's attack. The Union army lay encamped about Centreville. From there, the Warrenton Turnpike ran westward over a stone bridge, crossing Bull Run to Gainesville, several miles beyond. Unaware that Johnston had joined Beauregard, McDowell desired to seize Gainesville, a station on the railroad, to prevent such a junction. The stone bridge was thought to be defended in force, besides being mined, ready to be blown up. The engineers, however, late on Saturday, obtained information that Sudley Ford, 2 or 3 miles above, could be readily carried and crossed by an attacking column. On Saturday night, therefore, McDowell called his officers together and announced his plan of battle for the following day. Tyler's division was ordered to advance on the Warrenton Turnpike and threaten the Stone Bridge, while Hunter and Heintzelman, with their divisions, should make a circuitous and secret night march, seize and cross Sudley Ford, and descending on the enemy's side of Bull Run, should carry the batteries at the Stone Bridge by a rear attack, whereby Tyler would be able to cross and join in the main battle. Beauregard, on his part, also planned an aggressive movement for that same Sunday morning. No sooner had Johnston arrived than he proposed that the Confederates should sally from their entrenchments, cross the 5 fords of Bull Run they were guarding, march by the various converging roads to Centreville, and surprise and crush the Union army in its camps. The orders for such an advance and attack were duly written out, and Johnston, as ranking officer, signed his approval of them in the gray twilight of Sunday morning. But it proved wasted labor. At sunrise, Tyler's signal guns announced the Union advance and attack. The original plan was thereupon abandoned, and Beauregard proposed a modification: to stand on the defensive with their left flank at the Stone Bridge and attack with their right from the region of Blackburn's Ford. This suggestion against Johnston adopted and ordered to be carried out. There had been confusion and delay in the outset of McDowell's march, and the flanking route around by Sudley Ford had proved unexpectedly long. Tyler's feigned attack at the Stone Bridge was so feeble and inefficient that it betrayed its object. The real attack by Hunter and Heintzelman, designed to begin at daylight, could not be made until near 11 o'clock. The first sharp encounter took place about 2/3 of a mile north of the Warrenton Turnpike, some 5 regiments on each side being engaged. The rebels tenaciously held their line for an hour, but the Union column was constantly swelling with arriving batteries and regiments. Tyler's division found a ford, and crossing Bull Run a short distance above the Stone Bridge, 3 of its brigades joined Hunter and Heintzelman. About 12 o'clock, the Confederate line, composed mainly of Johnston's troops, wavered and broke, and was swept back across and out of the valley of the Warrenton Turnpike and down the road running southward from Sudley Ford to Manassas Junction. The commanders and other officers on both sides were impressed with the conviction that this conflict of the forenoon had decided the fortunes of the day. Beauregard's plan to make a counterattack from his right flank against Centreville had failed through a miscarriage of orders, and leaving Johnston at headquarters to watch the entire field, he hastened personally to endeavor to check the tide of defeat. Brigadier General T.J. Jackson, who on this field gained his sobriquet of Stonewall, had already formed his fresh brigade, also of Johnston's army, on the crest of a ridge known as the Henry Hill, half a mile south of the Warrenton Turnpike. Other regiments and batteries were hurried up until they constituted a semicircular line of 12 regiments, 22 guns, and 2 companies of cavalry, strongly posted and well hidden in the edge of a piece of woods behind the screen of a thick growth of young pines. At 2:30 o'clock in the afternoon, McDowell attacked this second position of the enemy with an immediately available force of about 14 regiments, 24 guns, and a single battalion of cavalry. Here the advantages of position were all strongly against him. The enemy was posted, concealed, and his artillery concentrated, while McDowell's brigades were at the foot of the hill, not only where the ascent must be made in open view, but where the nature of the ground rendered a united advance impossible. A series of successive and detached assaults followed. Two batteries that had been posted near the crest of the hill in advance of the main body of infantry were lost by mistaking a rebel for a Union regiment, and because of the lax organization and want of discipline in the raw volunteer regiments, the strength of McDowell's command melted away in a rapid demoralization. The scales of victory, however, yet vibrated in uncertainty, until at 4 in the afternoon the remainder of Johnston's army arrived, and 7 fresh rebel regiments were thrown against the extreme right and partly in rear of the Union line. This heavy numerical overweight at a decisive time and place terminated the battle very suddenly. The abundant rumors that Johnston was coming to the help of Beauregard seemed verified, and the Union regiments, ignorant of the fact that they had been successfully fighting part of his force all day, were seized with a panic and began by a common impulse to move in retreat. The suddenness of their victory was as unexpected to the rebel as to the Union commanders. Jefferson Davis, who had come from Richmond, arriving at Manassas at 4 o'clock, was informed that the battle was lost, and was implored by his companions not to endanger his personal safety by riding to the front. Nevertheless, he persisted, and was overjoyed to find that the Union army had, by a sudden and unexplained impulse, half run, half marched from the field. The rebel detachments of cavalry hung about the line of retreat, but they dared not venture a serious attack, and so unconvinced were they as yet of the final result, that night the rebel commanders set a strong and vigilant guard in all directions against the expected return and offensive operations by McDowell next morning. The precaution was needless, for the Union army was so much demoralized that the commanders deemed it unsafe to make a stand at Centreville, where the reserves were posted, and a rapid though orderly retreat was continued through the night and until all organized regiments or fragments reached their old camps within the fortifications on the Potomac, and the scattered fugitives made their way across the river into the city of Washington. Patterson had been charged with the duty of defeating or holding Johnston in the Shenandoah Valley. He had a double force with which to perform his task. Had he done so, McDowell, who in that case would have been superior in numbers to Beauregard, and whose plans were in the main judicious, could easily have conquered. It was Johnston's army, which Patterson had permitted to escape, that principally fought the battle of Bull Run and defeated McDowell. Nor is there good sense in that criticism which lays the blame upon General Scott and the administration for not having first united the two Federal armies. The administration furnished a superior force against Beauregard at Bull Run, and an overwhelming force against Johnston at Winchester, and assured victory in each locality by the only reliable condition, other things being equal, an excess of numbers. Had Patterson held his foe as he might, and McDowell defeated Beauregard as he should have done, the capture of Johnston's force between the two Federal armies was practically certain, as General Scott intended. Scott was aware of the danger which Patterson's negligence had created. It is known that a strong reinforcement left Winchester on the afternoon of the 18th, which you will also have to beat, he telegraphed McDowell on the day of the battle, when it was too late to countermand the attack. He also promised him immediate reinforcements. The confidence of the general-in-chief remained unshaken, and he telegraphed McClellan, McDowell is this forenoon forcing the passage of Bull Run. In 2 hours he will turn the Manassas Junction and storm it today with superior force. It may well be supposed that President Lincoln suffered great anxiety during that eventful Sunday, but General Scott talked confidently of success, and Lincoln bore his impatience without any visible sign and quietly went to church at 11 o'clock. Soon after noon, copies of telegrams began to come to him at the Executive Mansion from the War Department and from Army headquarters. They brought, however, no certain information, as they came only from the nearest station to the battlefield, and simply gave what the operator saw and heard. Towards 3 o'clock they became more frequent and reported considerable fluctuation in the apparent course and progress of the cannonade. The President went to the office of General Scott, where he found the general asleep, and woke him to talk over the news. Scott said such reports were worth nothing as indications either way, that the changes in the currents of wind and the variation of the echoes made it impossible for a distant listener to determine the course of a battle. He still expressed his confidence in a successful result, and composed himself for another nap when the President left. Dispatches continued to come about every 10 or 15 minutes, still based on hearing and hearsay, the rumors growing more cheering and definite. They reported that the battle had extended along nearly the whole line, that there had been considerable loss, but that the secession lines had been driven back 2 or 3 miles, some of the dispatches said, to the junction. One of General Scott's aides also brought the telegram of an engineer repeating that McDowell had driven the enemy before him, that he had ordered the reserves to cross Bull Run and wanted reinforcements without delay. The aide further stated substantially that the general was satisfied of the truth of this report, and that McDowell would immediately attack and capture the junction, perhaps tonight, but certainly by tomorrow noon. Deeming all doubt at an end, President Lincoln ordered his carriage and went out to take his usual evening drive. He had not returned when at 6 o'clock Secretary Seward came to the Executive Mansion, pale and haggard. "Where is the President?" he asked hoarsely of the private secretaries. "Gone to drive," they answered. "Have you any late news?" he continued. They read him the telegrams which announced victory. "Tell no one," said he, "that is not true. The battle is lost. The telegraph says that McDowell is in full retreat and calls on General Scott to save the capital. Find the President and tell him to come immediately to General Scott's." Half an hour later the President returned from his drive, and his private secretaries gave him Seward's message, the first intimation he received of the trying news. He listened in silence, without the slightest change of feature or expression, and walked away to Army headquarters. There he read the unwelcome report in a telegram from a captain of engineers: "General McDowell's army in full retreat through Centreville. The day is lost. Save Washington and the remnants of this army. The routed troops will not reform." This information was such an irreconcilable contradiction of the former telegram that General Scott utterly refused to believe it. That one officer should report the army beyond Bull Run, driving the enemy and ordering up reserves, and another immediately report it 3 miles this side of Bull Run in hopeless retreat and demoralization, seemed an impossibility. Yet the impossible had indeed come to pass, and the apparent change of fortune had been nearly as sudden on the battlefield as in Washington. The President and the Cabinet met at General Scott's office and awaited further news in feverish suspense, until a telegram from McDowell confirmed the disaster. Discussion was now necessarily turned to preparation for the future. All available troops were hurried forward to McDowell's support. Baltimore was put on the alert. Telegrams were sent to the recruiting stations of the nearest Northern states to lose no time in sending all their organized regiments to Washington. McClellan was ordered to come down to the Shenandoah Valley with such troops as can be spared from Western Virginia. A great number of civilians, newspaper correspondents, and several senators and representatives had followed McDowell's army to Centreville. Representative Alfred Ely of New York went to the battlefield itself and was captured and sent for a long sojourn in Libby Prison at Richmond. Such of these non-combatants as had been fortunate enough to keep their horses and vehicles were the first to reach Washington, arriving about midnight. President Lincoln had returned to the Executive Mansion, and reclining on a lounge in the Cabinet room, he heard from several of these eyewitnesses their excited and exaggerated narratives, in which the rush and terror and unseemly stampede of lookers-on and army teamsters were altogether disproportionate and almost exclusive features. The President did not go to his bed that night. Morning found him still on his lounge in the Executive office, hearing repetitions of these recitals and making memoranda of his own conclusions. As the night elapsed, the news seemed to grow worse. McDowell's first dispatch stated that he would hold Centreville, his second that the larger part of the men are a confused mob, entirely demoralized. But he said that he would attempt to make a stand at Fairfax Courthouse. His third reported from that point that many of the volunteers did not wait for authority to proceed to the Potomac, but left on their own decision. They are now pouring through this place in a state of utter disorganization. I think now, as all of my commanders thought at Centreville, there is no alternative but to fall back to the Potomac. Reports from other points generally confirmed the prevalence of confusion and disorganization. Monday morning, the scattered fugitives reached the bridges over the Potomac and began rushing across them into Washington. It was a gloomy and dismal day. A drizzling rain set in which lasted 36 hours. Many a panic-stricken volunteer remembered afterwards with gratitude that when he was wandering footsore, exhausted, and hungry through the streets of the capital, her loyal families opened their cheerful doors to give him food, rest, and encouragement. One of the principal reasons which prevented McDowell's making a stand at Centreville or Fairfax Courthouse was the important fact that the term of service of the 3 months militia, organized under President Lincoln's first proclamation, was about to expire. In the next few days, says McDowell in his report, day by day, I should have lost 10,000 of the best armed, drilled, officered, and disciplined troops in the army. This vital consideration equally affected the armies at other points. And bearing it, as well as the local exigency, in mind, the President and the Cabinet determined on several changes of Army leadership. McDowell was continued in command on the Virginia side of the Potomac, with 15 regiments to defend and hold the forts. McClellan was called to Washington to take local command, and more especially to organize a new army out of the 3 years' regiments, which were just beginning to come in from the various states. Patterson was only a 3 months general, appointed by the governor of Pennsylvania. His time expired, and he was mustered out of service. Banks was sent to Harper's Ferry to succeed him. Dix was put in command at Baltimore, and Rosecrans in Western Virginia. By noon of Monday, the worst aspects of the late defeat were known, and especially the reassuring fact that the enemy was making no pursuit, and so far as possible immediate dangers were provided against. The War Department was soon able to reply to anxious inquiries from New York. Our loss is much less than was at first represented, and the troops have reached the forts in much better condition than we expected. We are making most vigorous efforts to concentrate a large and irresistible army at this point. Regiments are arriving. Our works on the south bank of the Potomac are impregnable, being well manned with reinforcements. The capital is safe. On the following day, Lincoln in person visited some of the forts and camps about Arlington Heights and addressed the regiments with words of cheer and confidence. Compared with the later battles of the Civil War, the Battle of Bull Run involved but a very moderate loss in men and material. Its political and moral results, however, were widespread and enduring. The fact that the rebel army suffered about equal damage in numbers of killed and wounded, and that it was crippled so as to be unable for months to resume the offensive, could not be immediately known. The flushed hope of the South magnified the achievement as a demonstration of Southern invincibility. The event of a pitched battle, won, gave the rebellion and the Confederate government a standing and a sudden respectability before foreign powers it had hardly dared hope for. With the then personal government of France, and with the commercial classes whose influence always rules the government of England, it gained at once a scarcely disguised active sympathy. Upon the irritated susceptibilities, the wounded loyalty, the sanguine confidence of the North, the Bull Run defeat fell with cruel bitterness. The eager hopes built on the victories in Western Virginia were dashed to the ground. Here was a fresher and deeper humiliation than Sumter or Baltimore. But though her nerves winced, her will never faltered. She was both chastened and strengthened in the trial. For the moment, however, irritation and disappointment found vent in loud complaint and blind recrimination. One or two curious incidents in this ordeal of criticism may perhaps be cited. A few days after the battle, in a conversation at the White House with several Illinois members of Congress, in the presence of the President and the Secretary of War, General Scott himself was so far nettled by the universal chagrin and fault-finding that he lost his temper and sought an entirely uncalled for self-justification. "Sir, I am the greatest coward in America," said he. "I will prove it. I have fought this battle, sir, against my judgment. I think the President of the United States ought to remove me today for doing it. As God is my judge, after my superiors had determined to fight it, I did all in my power to make the army efficient. I deserve removal because I did not stand up when my army was not in a condition for fighting and resist it to the last." The President said, "Your conversation seems to imply that I forced you to fight this battle." General Scott then said, "I have never served a President who has been kinder to me than you have been." Representative William A. Richardson, who in a complaining speech in Congress related the scene, then drew the inference that Scott intended to pay a personal compliment to Mr. Lincoln, but that he did not mean to exonerate the Cabinet, and when pressed by questions further explained, "Let us have no misunderstanding about this matter. My colleagues understood that I gave the language as near as I could. Whether I have been correctly reported or not, I do not know. If I did not then make the correct statement, let me do it now. I did not understand General Scott, nor did I mean so to be understood as implying that the President had forced him to fight that battle." The incident illustrates how easily history may be perverted by hot-blooded criticism. Scott's irritation drove him to an inaccurate statement of events. Richardson's partisanship warped Scott's era to a still more unjustifiable deduction, and both reasoned from a changed condition of things. 2 weeks before, Scott was confident of victory, and Richardson chafing at military inaction. Historical judgment of war is subject to an inflexible law, either very imperfectly understood or very constantly lost sight of. Military writers love to fight over the campaigns of history exclusively by the rules of the professional chessboard, always subordinating, often totally ignoring the element of politics. This is a radical error. Every war is begun, dominated, and ended by political considerations. Without a nation, without a government, without money or credit, without popular enthusiasm, which furnishes volunteers, or public support, which endures conscription, there could be no army and no war, neither beginning nor end of methodical hostilities. War and politics, campaign and statecraft are Siamese twins, inseparable and interdependent. And to talk of military operations without the direction and interference of an administration is as absurd as to plan a campaign without recruits, pay, or rations. Applied to the Bull Run campaign, this law of historical criticism analyzes and fixes the responsibilities of government and commanders with easy precision. When Lincoln on June 29 assembled his council of war, the commanders, as military experts, correctly decided that the existing armies, properly handled, could win a victory at Manassas and a victory at Winchester at or near the same time. General Scott correctly objected that these victories, if won, would not be decisive, and that in a military point of view it would be wiser to defer any offensive campaign until the following autumn. Here the President and the Cabinet, as political experts, intervened, and on their part decided correctly that the public temper would not admit of such a delay. Thus the Administration was responsible for the forward movement, Scott for the combined strategy of the two armies, McDowell for the conduct of the Bull Run battle, Patterson for the escape of Johnston, and Fate for the panic. For the opposing forces were equally raw, equally undisciplined, and as a whole fought the battle with equal courage and gallantry. But such an analysis of causes and such an apportionment of responsibilities could not be made by the public or even by the best informed individuals beyond Cabinet circles in the first fortnight succeeding the Bull Run disaster. All was confused rumor, blind inference, seething passion. That the public at large and the touch-and-go newspaper writers should indulge in harsh and hasty language is scarcely to be wondered at. But the unseemly and precipitate judgments and criticisms of those holding the rank of leadership in public affairs are less to be excused. Men were not yet tempered to the fiery ordeal of revolution, and still thought and spoke under the strong impulse of personal prejudice, and with that untamed extravagance which made politics such a chaos in the preceding winter. That feeling momentarily quelled and repressed by the rebel guns at Sumter was now in danger of breaking out afresh. In illustration, we need only to cite the words of prominent leaders in the three parties of the North, namely, Stanton, late Buchanan's Attorney General, had destined soon to become famous as Lincoln's War Secretary. Richardson, who had been the trusted lieutenant of Douglas, and now, since Douglas was dead, the ostensible spokesman of the faction which had followed that leader, and thirdly, Horace Greeley, exercising so prominent an influence upon the public opinion of the country through the columns of the Tribune. The Buchanan cabinet was still writhing under the odium which fell upon the late administration, and much more severely upon the Breckinridge Democracy. Mr. Buchanan and his cabinet were eager to seize upon every shadow of self-justification, and naturally not slow to emphasize any apparent shortcoming of their successors. Stanton, with his impulsive nature, was especially severe on the new President and administration. In his eyes, the only hope of the country lay in the members of Buchanan's reconstructed cabinet. Thus he wrote to his colleague Dix on June 11 in language that resembled a stump speech of the presidential campaign. No one can imagine the deplorable condition of this city and the hazard of the government who did not witness the weakness and panic of the administration and the painful imbecility of Lincoln. We looked to New York in that dark hour as our only deliverance under Providence, and thank God it came. But when we witness venality and corruption growing in power every day and controlling the millions of money that should be a patriotic sacrifice for national deliverance and treating the treasure of the nation as a booty to be divided among thieves, hope dies away. Deliverance from this danger also must come from New York. Of military affairs I can form no judgment. Every day affords fresh proof of the design to give the war a party direction. The army appointments appear, with 2 or 3 exceptions only, to be bestowed on persons whose only claim is their republicanism, broken-down politicians without experience, ability, or any other merit. Democrats are rudely repulsed or scowled upon with jealous and ill-concealed aversion. The Western democracy are already becoming disgusted, and between the corruption of some of the Republican leaders and the self-seeking ambition of others, some great disaster may soon befall the nation. How long will the democracy of New York tolerate these things? We hoped to see you here, especially after you had accepted the appointment of Major General, but now that the administration has got over its panic, you are not the kind of man that would be welcome. This letter plainly enough shows Mr. Stanton's attitude towards the new administration. His letter of the following day to ex-President Buchanan reveals the state of feeling entertained by Dix. The recent appointments in the Army are generally spoken of with great disapprobation. General Dix is very much chagrined with the treatment he has received from the War Department, and on Saturday I had a letter declaring his intention to resign immediately. Again, July 16. General Dix is still here. He has been shamefully treated by the administration. We are expecting a general battle to be commenced at Fairfax today, and conflicting opinions of the result are entertained. And once more on July 26. The dreadful disaster of Sunday can scarcely be mentioned. The imbecility of this administration culminated in that catastrophe. An irretrievable misfortune and national disgrace never to be forgotten are to be added to the ruin of all peaceful pursuits and national bankruptcy as a result of Lincoln's running the machine for 5 months. You perceive that Bennett is for a change in the Cabinet and proposes for one of the new Cabinet Mr. Holt. It is not unlikely that some change in the War and Navy departments may take place, but none beyond these two departments until Jefferson Davis turns out the whole concern. The capture of Washington seems now to be inevitable. During the whole of Monday and Tuesday it might have been taken without any resistance. The rout, overthrow, and utter demoralization of the whole army is complete. Even now I doubt whether any serious opposition to the entrance of the Confederate forces could be offered. While Lincoln, Scott, and the Cabinet are disputing who is to blame, the city is unguarded and the enemy at hand. General McClellan reached here last evening, but if he had the ability of Caesar, Alexander, or Napoleon, what can he accomplish? Will not Scott's jealousy, cabinet intrigues, Republican interference thwart him at every step? While hoping for the best, I cannot shut my eyes against the dangers that beset the government, and especially this city. It is certain that Davis was in the field on Sunday, and the secessionists here assert that he headed in person the last victorious charge. General Dix is in Baltimore. After 3 weeks' neglect and insult, he was sent there. While Stanton and Dix were thus nursing their secret griefs on behalf of one of the late political factions, Richardson, as the spokesman of the Douglas wing of the Democracy, was indulging in loud complaints for the other, charging that the division of the Democratic Party at Charleston had brought the present calamity upon the Union. He continued, this organization of the Breckinridge Party was for the purpose of destroying the government. That was its purpose and its object. What do we see? Without the aid and cooperation of the men of the North, that party was powerless. The men from the northern states who aided and encouraged this organization, which is in rebellion, are at the head today of our army. Butler of Massachusetts, Dix of New York, and Patterson of Pennsylvania, and Cadwalader, all of them in this movement to break down and disorganize the Democratic Party and the country. Why is it? This Douglas party furnished you one half of your entire army. Where is your general? Where is your man in command today who belongs to that party? Why is this? Have you Republicans sympathized with this Breckinridge party? Are you sympathizing with them and lending your aid to the men who lead our armies into misfortune and disgrace? Richardson was easily answered. A member correctly replied that these and other 3 months' generals had been selected by the governors of various states, and not by the President. Moreover, that Patterson had been specially recommended by General Scott, whom Richardson was eulogizing, and that there would be plenty of opportunity before the war was over for the Douglas men to win honors in the field. But all this did not soothe Richardson's temper, which was roused mainly by his revived factional jealousy. Unjust fault-finding was to be expected from party opponents, but it is not too much to say that it was a genuine surprise to the President to receive from a party friend and the editor of the most influential newspaper in the Union the following letter, conveying an indirect accusation of criminal indifference and proposing an immediate surrender to rebellion and consent to permanent disunion. New York, Monday, July 29, 1861, midnight. Dear Sir, this is my 7th sleepless night. Yours too, doubtless, yet I think I shall not die, because I have no right to die. I must struggle to live, however bitterly. But to business. You are not considered a great man, and I am a hopelessly broken one. You are now undergoing a terrible ordeal, and God has thrown the gravest responsibilities upon you. Do not fear to meet them. Can the rebels be beaten after all that has occurred, and in view of the actual state of feeling caused by our late awful disaster? If they can, and it is your business to ascertain and decide, write me that such is your judgment, so that I may know and do my duty. And if they cannot be beaten, if our recent disaster is fatal, do not fear to sacrifice yourself to your country. If the rebels are not to be beaten, if that is your judgment in view of all the light you can get, then every drop of blood henceforth shed in this quarrel will be wantonly, wickedly shed, and the guilt will rest heavily on the soul of every promoter of the crime. I pray you to decide quickly and let me know my duty. If the Union is irrevocably gone, an armistice for 30, 60, 90, 120 days, better still for a year, ought at once to be proposed with a view to a peaceful adjustment. Then Congress should call a national convention to meet at the earliest possible day, and there should be an immediate and mutual exchange or release of prisoners and a disbandment of forces. I do not consider myself at present a judge of anything but the public sentiment. That seems to me everywhere gathering and deepening against a prosecution of the war. The gloom in this city is funereal, for our dead at Bull Run were many, and they lie unburied yet. On every brow sits sullen, scorching, black despair. It would be easy to have Mr. Crittenden move any proposition that ought to be adopted, or to have it come from any proper quarter. The first point is to ascertain what is best that can be done, which is the measure of our duty, and do that very thing at the earliest moment. This letter is written in the strictest confidence, and is for your eye alone. But you are at liberty to say to members of your cabinet that you know I will second any move you may see fit to make. But do nothing timidly, nor by halves. Send me word what to do. I will live till I can hear it, at all events. If it is best for the country and for mankind that we make peace with the rebels at once and on their own terms, do not shrink even from that. But bear in mind the greatest truth. Whoso would lose his life for my sake shall save it. Do the thing that is the highest right, and tell me how I am to second you. Yours in the depths of bitterness, Horace Greeley. These few citations are noteworthy because of the high quarters whence they emanated, and the subsequent relations some of their authors bore to the war. They give us penetrating glimpses of how the Bull Run disaster was agitating the public opinion of the North. But it must not be hastily inferred that such was the preponderant feeling. The great tides of patriotism settled quickly back to their usual level. The Army, Congress, and the people took up, a shade less buoyantly, but with a deeper energy, the determined prosecution of the war, and continued their confidence in the President, Cabinet, and military authorities. The war governors tendered more troops and hurried forward their equipped regiments. The administration pushed the organization of the long-term volunteers, and out of the scattered debris of the Bull Run forces there sprang that magnificent Army of the Potomac, which in a long and fluctuating career won such heroic renown. Meanwhile, in this first shadow of defeat, President Lincoln maintained his wonted equipoise of manner and speech. A calm and resolute patience was his most constant mood. To follow with watchfulness the details of the accumulation of a new army was his most eager occupation. He smiled at frettings like those of Scott, Dix, and Richardson, but letters like that of Greeley made him sigh at the strange weakness of human character. Such things gave him pain, but they bred no resentment and elicited no reply. Already at this period he began the display of that rare ability in administration which enabled him to smooth mountains of obstacles and bridge rivers of difficulty in his control of men. From this time onward to the end of the war, his touch was daily and hourly amidst the vast machinery of command and coordination in Cabinet, Congress, Army, Navy, and the hosts of national politics, to still the quarrels of factions, to allay the jealousies of statesmen, to compose the rivalries of generals, to soothe the vanity of officials, to prompt the laggard, to curb the ardent, to sustain the faltering, was a substratum of daily routine underlying the great events of campaigns, battles, and high questions of state. On the night following the Battle of Bull Run, while Lincoln lay awake on a sofa in the executive office, waiting to gather what personal information he could from the many officers and civilians who were arriving at Washington after their flight from the battlefield, he began sketching a pencil memorandum of the policy and military program most expedient to be adopted in the new condition of affairs. This sketch or outline he added to from time to time during the succeeding days. On the 23rd and 27th days of July, he seems to have matured his reflections on the late disaster, and with his own hand he carefully copied his memorandum in this completed form. July 23, 1861. 1. Let the plan for making the blockade effective be pushed forward with all possible dispatch. 2. Let the volunteer forces at Fort Monroe and vicinity under General Butler be constantly drilled, disciplined, and instructed without more for the present. 3. Let Baltimore be held as now, with a gentle but firm and certain hand. 4. Let the force now under Patterson or Banks be strengthened and made secure in its position. 5. Let the forces in Western Virginia act till further orders according to instructions or orders from General McClellan. 6. General Fremont push forward his organization and operations in the West as rapidly as possible, giving rather special attention to Missouri. 7. Let the forces late before Manassas, except the 3 months' men, be reorganized as rapidly as possible in their camps here and about Arlington. 8. Let the 3 months' forces who decline to enter the longer service be discharged as rapidly as circumstances will permit. 9. Let the new volunteer forces be brought forward as fast as possible, and especially into the camps on the 2 sides of the river here. July 27, 1861. When the foregoing shall have been substantially attended to, 1. Let Manassas Junction, or some point on one or other of the railroads near it, and Strasburg be seized and permanently held, with an open line from Washington to Manassas and an open line from Harper's Ferry to Strasburg, the military men to find the way of doing these. 2. This done, a joint movement from Cairo on Memphis and from Cincinnati on East Tennessee. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 21, Congress. The 37th Congress, chosen at the presidential election of 1860, met in special session on the 4th of July, 1861, under the call contained in President Lincoln's proclamation of April 15, and the House was organized by the election of Galusha A. Grow of Pennsylvania as Speaker. The Senate had already been organized at the inauguration of Mr. Lincoln for its customary session to confirm presidential appointments. By the absence of members of both branches from states in rebellion, they were reduced in numbers nearly one-third. A striking simplification of party relations was also manifested. The 36th Congress had been divided into 4 parties or factions. Then Republicans were in a minority. Now they had a decided majority in both branches, and the Northern Democrats, instructed by the almost universal war feeling in the free states, joined in all necessary war legislation. The new Congress, therefore, may be said to have consisted of simply a war and union party upon principal measures of legislation. Upon subjects connected with slavery, this again divided itself into an anti-slavery majority and a conservative minority. The effort of this minority was not, as in former days, aggressively to extend the institution, but simply to prevent its being weakened or destroyed in the states. The temper and spirit of discussion were in refreshing contrast to the long factional wrangle which had culminated in war. A few members yet suggested agencies for compromise. 1 or 2 from border slave states indulged in malignant censure of the administration. However deplorable it was that even a slight leaven of disloyalty or indifference should be found in the American Congress, its evil effects were for the time being completely neutralized by the conspicuous examples of devoted loyalty from the same communities and classes, such as that of Andrew Johnson of Tennessee in the Senate, and of the Venerable John J. Crittenden from Kentucky in the House, and others prominent in field and council, giving their whole soul and strength to the cause of the Union. Perhaps the most striking feature of President Lincoln's first message to the new Congress was his simple and direct appeal to the people to defend their Constitution and government. Only a few paragraphs can here be quoted to indicate its general tenor. Reciting the various stages of the rebellion and the action of the government in calling out an army to defend the Union, he continued, "It is now recommended that you give the legal means for making this contest a short and decisive one, that you place at the control of the government for the work at least 400,000 men and 400 millions of dollars. That number of men is about 1/10 of those of proper ages within the regions where apparently all are willing to engage, and the sum is less than a 23rd part of the money value owned by the men who seem ready to devote the whole. A debt of 600 millions of dollars now is a less sum per head than was the debt of our Revolution when we came out of that struggle, and the money value in the country now bears even a greater proportion to what it was then than does the population. Surely each man has as strong a motive now to preserve our liberties as each had then to establish them. It might seem at first thought to be of little difference whether the present movement at the South be called secession or rebellion. The movers, however, well understand the difference. At the beginning they knew they could never raise their treason to any respectable magnitude by any name which implies violation of law. They knew their people possessed as much of moral sense, as much of devotion to law and order, and as much pride in and reverence for the history and government of their common country as any other civilized and patriotic people. They knew they could make no advancement directly in the teeth of these strong and noble sentiments. Accordingly, they commenced by an insidious debauching of the public mind. They invented an ingenious sophism, which, if conceded, was followed by perfectly logical steps through all the incidents to the complete destruction of the Union. The sophism itself is that any state of the Union may, consistently with the national Constitution, and therefore lawfully and peacefully, withdraw from the Union without the consent of the Union or of any other state. The little disguise that the supposed right is to be exercised only for just cause, themselves to be the sole judge of its justice, is too thin to merit any notice. With rebellion thus sugar-coated, they have been drugging the public mind of their section for more than 30 years, and until at length they have brought many good men to a willingness to take up arms against the government the day after some assemblage of men have enacted the farcical pretense of taking their state out of the Union, who could have been brought to no such thing the day before. Much is said about the sovereignty of the states, but the word even is not in the national Constitution, nor, as is believed, in any of the state constitutions. What is sovereignty in the political sense of the term? Would it be far wrong to define it a political community without a political superior? Tested by this, no one of our states except Texas ever was a sovereignty, and even Texas gave up the character on coming into the Union, by which act she acknowledged the Constitution of the United States and the laws and treaties of the United States made in pursuance of the Constitution to be for her the supreme law of the land. The states have their status in the Union, and they have no other legal status. If they break from this, they can only do so against law and by revolution. The Union, and not themselves separately, procured their independence and their liberty. By conquest or purchase, the Union gave each of them whatever of independence and liberty it has. The Union is older than any of the states, and in fact it created them as states. Originally, some dependent colonies made the Union, and in turn the Union threw off their old dependence for them and made them states such as they are. Not one of them ever had a state constitution independent of the Union. Of course, it is not forgotten that all the new states framed their constitutions before they entered the Union, nevertheless dependent upon and preparatory to coming into the Union. Unquestionably, the states have the powers and rights reserved to them in and by the national Constitution. But among these surely are not included all conceivable powers, however mischievous or destructive, but at most such only as were known in the world at the time as governmental powers. And certainly a power to destroy the government itself had never been known as a governmental, as a merely administrative power. This relative matter of national power and state rights as a principle is no other than the principle of generality and locality. Whatever concerns the whole should be confided to the whole, to the general government, while whatever concerns only the state should be left exclusively to the state. This is all there is of original principle about it. It may well be questioned whether there is today a majority of the legally qualified voters of any state, except perhaps South Carolina, in favor of disunion. There is much reason to believe that the Union men are the majority in many, if not in every other one of the so-called seceded states. The contrary has not been demonstrated in any one of them. It is ventured to affirm this even of Virginia and Tennessee, for the result of an election held in military camps where the bayonets are all on one side of the question voted upon can scarcely be considered as demonstrating popular sentiment. At such an election, all that large class who are at once for the Union and against coercion would be coerced to vote against the Union. Our adversaries have adopted some declarations of independence in which, unlike the good old one penned by Jefferson, they omit the words, "all men are created equal." Why? They have adopted a temporary national constitution, in the preamble of which, unlike our good old one signed by Washington, they omit "we the people," and substitute "we the deputies of the sovereign and independent states." Why? Why this deliberate pressing out of view the rights of men and the authority of the people? This is essentially a people's contest. On the side of the Union, it is a struggle for maintaining in the world that form and substance of government whose leading object is to elevate the condition of men, to lift artificial weights from all shoulders, to clear the paths of laudable pursuit for all, to afford all an unfettered start and a fair chance in the race of life. Yielding to partial and temporary departures from necessity, this is the leading object of the government for whose existence we contend. I am most happy to believe that the plain people understand and appreciate this. It is worthy of note that while in this, the government's hour of trial, large numbers of those in the Army and Navy who have been favored with the offices have resigned and proved false to the hand which had pampered them, not one common soldier or common sailor is known to have deserted his flag. Our popular government has often been called an experiment. 2 points in it our people have already settled: the successful establishing and the successful administering of it. One still remains: its successful maintenance against a formidable internal attempt to overthrow it. It is now for them to demonstrate to the world that those who can fairly carry an election can also suppress a rebellion, that ballots are the rightful and peaceful successors of bullets, and that when ballots have fairly and constitutionally decided, there can be no successful appeal back to bullets, that there can be no successful appeal except to ballots themselves at succeeding elections. As a private citizen, the executive could not have consented that these institutions shall perish. Much less could he, in betrayal of so vast and so sacred a trust as these free people have confided to him. He felt that he had no moral right to shrink, nor even to count the chances of his own life in what might follow. In full view of his great responsibility, he has so far done what he has deemed his duty. You will now, according to your own judgment, perform yours. President Lincoln's message was received not only with marks of approbation, but that clause of it which proposed to make the war short and decisive and to raise an army of 400,000 men for the purpose was greeted with hearty applause by the members on the floor. In this particular, they even exceeded the President's request. The new Army bill provided for the enlistment of volunteers for 3 years, unless sooner discharged, to a number not exceeding 500,000, besides authorizing the increase of the regular army by the addition of 11 new regiments, which the government had already directed. The President was invested with authority to close insurrectionary ports of entry by proclamation, and a substantial carte blanche was given to the Secretary of the Navy to make a temporary increase in that branch of the service by authority to hire, purchase, or contract for vessels, and by the enlistment of the necessary seamen for 3 years or during the war to place them in a state of the utmost efficiency. The Secretary of State was allowed a large increase of consular representation at foreign ports. A considerable number of important amendments to existing laws were passed, which the recent conspiracy and insurrection suggested or made necessary. Express authority was given the President to collect duties on shipboard whenever such collection at ordinary places and by ordinary means should become impracticable. The Force Bill of 1795, which only provided for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions, was amended so as to include authority to suppress rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States or levy war against it was defined and made punishable. Important amendments were added to the law punishing piracy, and a new one passed to punish unlawful recruiting. For the purpose of weeding out any lurking sentiment of disaffection, every civil employee of the government was required to take the oath of allegiance anew. One of the principal duties of this new Congress was to provide the sinews of war. The strain to which the public credit had been subjected by the Buchanan administration had brought it to the verge of ruin. But the installation of a new president, pledged to perpetuate the government, maintain the Constitution, and enforce the laws, reassured the commercial as well as the political world. Secretary Chase, to feel the financial pulse, advertised 8 millions of the 6% bonds authorized by the Act of February 8, 1861. The response was highly gratifying. The total offers amounted to 27 millions, at bids ranging from 90% to par. His immediate predecessor, Secretary Dix, had sold 8 millions of the same loan 1 month before at a little less than 90.5. Determined to hold up the public credit to the highest possible point, Chase rejected all bids under 94, awarding, April 2, 1861, a total of $3,099,000 at an average of 94 and a fraction. The loss of the bid slightly under this figure he made up by negotiating a few days later $4,901,000 in Treasury notes at par and a slight premium. Before his next offer was advertised, the political convulsion had come. Sumter had fallen, and the national forces had been called out. With the advent of serious war and the beginning of expenditures apparently without limit, there was some danger that the government finances might collapse. But the national credit was buoyed up by the grand and almost unanimous patriotism of the North. On the 21st of May, Secretary Chase awarded another loan of $7,310,000, 6% bonds, at an average of a fraction above 85, and was at the same time able to negotiate $1,689,000 Treasury notes at par. From this point, he also began that policy of making his financial appeals directly to the public, which rendered his administration of the finances famous. Treasury notes were used at par in direct payment of public creditors and of official salaries, and some $2.5 million additional were made available in that form prior to the meeting of Congress. Favorable as the rates were in the usual contingency, these loans scarcely sufficed for the most pressing needs of the Treasury. It was necessary to call out the resources of the country upon a comprehensive system, and to an amount which, by comparison, dwarfed all previous government transactions to insignificance. President Lincoln's message asked that $400 million should be placed at the control of the government for the suppression of rebellion. Secretary Chase proposed to raise for the first fiscal year $80 million by taxes and $240 million by loans. Congress, in response, authorized a national loan of $250 million, levied on the various states and territories a direct tax of $20 million, and made provision by an increased tariff and an income tax for the remainder. While nearly all the Northern Democrats as well as the Republicans were earnestly supporting the war measures of the government, they nevertheless wished to avoid committing themselves to the political doctrines of the Republican Party, and the representatives from the border slave states naturally shared this desire. With this view, several members of the conservative minority from time to time offered resolutions to define the purpose and objects of the war, and such resolutions were generally framed in phraseology touching the slavery question, which was unpalatable to Republicans of extreme anti-slavery feelings. The Republican majority avoided committal on these propositions by parliamentary delay. But when the Battle of Bull Run took place and the full danger and disgrace of that defeat came to the knowledge of Congress, the spirit of partisanship gave way somewhat to the immediate desire and need of united support to the administration. In this new hour of trial, by common consent, Mr. Crittenden of Kentucky offered a resolution which embodied the controlling thought and purpose of the administration and the country. Resolved, etc., that the present deplorable Civil War has been forced upon the country by the disunionists of the Southern States now in arms against the constitutional government and in arms around the Capitol, that in this national emergency, Congress, banishing all feelings of mere passion or resentment, will recollect only its duty to the whole country, that this war is not waged on their part in any spirit of oppression or for any purpose of conquest or subjugation, of purpose of overthrowing or interfering with the rights or established institutions of those states, but to defend and maintain the supremacy of the Constitution, and to preserve the Union with all the dignity, equality, and rights of the several states unimpaired, and that as soon as these objects are accomplished, the war ought to cease. The resolution was adopted without debate and with but 4 dissenting votes in the House. The same resolution was 2 days later offered in the Senate by Andrew Johnson, where it was debated at length and passed with but 5 dissenting votes, one of which was upon objections to mere phraseology. The resolution had a most important effect upon public opinion, curbing the excess of radical thought in the North, and reconciling the reactionary prejudice of the border slave States to the severe measures and sacrifices which the rebellion and the actual conflict of arms made it impossible longer to postpone. The agreement upon political theory expressed in this Crittenden resolution was, however, quickly found to be, like all generalities and compromises, difficult of application to practical questions springing up, particularly in military administration. In substance, the agreement might be defined to be that the border States would help prosecute the war if the war would refrain from touching slavery. But in making this agreement, both parties assumed a certain inconsistency. In the failure to discriminate between the slaves of loyal citizens and the slaves of rebels, each side placed itself in a false position. The inevitable need of both was as much to strike at the power which slavery gave the enemy as to protect the rights of loyal slaveholders. The same event which had compelled the union of votes for the Crittenden resolution also compelled the recognition of such a practical discrimination. On the day following the Battle of Bull Run, while the Crittenden resolution was being acted on by the House, the Judiciary Committee of the Senate reported an amendment to a pending bill to confiscate the property of rebels. The amendment provides, said Senator Trumbull, that if any person held to service or labor in any State under the laws thereof, by which of course is meant a slave in any of these States, is employed in aid of this rebellion, in digging ditches or entrenchments or in any other way, or if used for carrying guns, or if used to destroy this government by the consent of his master shall forfeit all right to him, and he shall be forever discharged. I understand that Negroes were in the fight which has recently occurred. I take it that Negroes who are used to destroy the Union and to shoot down the Union men by the consent of traitorous masters ought not to be restored to them. Nearly every senator from free States voted for this amendment. Those from the border States of Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri felt compelled to explain that they opposed the secondary and remote consequences of the declaration rather than the direct penalty. The senators from Delaware did not vote at all, and the bill as amended was at once passed without division. Substantially the same feeling carried the bill through the House, with a slight change of phraseology. Read and referred there, it came up for debate within 2 weeks after the battle. Many members took part in the discussion, not in an obstructive spirit, but in the temper of true debate, which seeks to influence votes by substantial reasoning. Perhaps no member was listened to with such attention as Mr. Crittenden. His age, his unshaken loyalty, his position as mediator between the sections, his influence in and for Kentucky as a sort of keystone for compromise, gave his words great weight. But in opposing the measure, he could urge nothing against the justice of the penalty. He could only allege that it violated the Constitution and declare that he believed the policy inexpedient. To this, Thaddeus Stevens, the parliamentary leader of the Republicans, replied, "Sir, these rebels who have disregarded and set at defiance that instrument are by every rule of municipal and international law stopped from pleading it against our action. When a country is at open war with an enemy, every publicist agrees that you have the right to use every means which will weaken him. I do not believe that the free people of the North will stand by and see their sons and brothers and neighbors slaughtered by thousands and tens of thousands by rebels with arms in their hands, and forbear to call upon their enemies to be our friends." There was no need to enforce this sentiment by discussion. Several senators and representatives had gone within sight and sound of the Bull Run battlefield on that eventful Sunday. One representative was at that moment a prisoner of war in Richmond. The bill passed 60 to 48, one-third of the House not voting. The conservative nays contributing perhaps as much to its passage by a feeble opposition as the radical boldness of the yeas, who would not have had the strength to force its adoption against a determined resistance. Congress also legalized such of President Lincoln's war measures as had been taken without sanction of express law, but there was about the action a certain hesitation which robbed it of the grace of spontaneous generosity, and revealed, even at this early day, germs of faction among the supporters of the administration. On the third day of the session, a joint resolution was introduced in the Senate reciting the measures of extraordinary exigency, namely, the first call of the militia, the blockade, the call for 3 years' volunteers, the increase of the regular Army and Navy, and the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, and declaring these several acts legal and valid. The resolution met but little direct opposition. Extremists like ex-Vice President John C. Breckinridge, who had not yet openly joined the rebellion, talked of usurpation. Border state conservatives argued that if the President's acts were illegal, no power of Congress could validate them. The Republicans chose rather a course of inaction, only a few openly refusing to vote for it, and those assigning different reasons. Some objected to the increase of the regular army. Others expressed their conviction that Congress alone possessed authority to suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. The strongest underlying motive in both branches, perhaps, was an unwillingness to open a serious discussion which might interfere with the prompt disposal of such legislation as was immediately necessary, and which legislation would create no marked division of sentiment. In this way, the Senate resolution remained among the unfinished business, and the subject was left in abeyance until the prominent war measures were enacted. On the day before adjournment, a section was added to a bill for an increase of army pay, which, without making specific recitals, declared that all the acts, proclamations, and orders of the President relating to the militia or volunteers are hereby approved and in all respects legalized and made valid to the same intent and with the same effect as if they had been issued and done under the previous express authority and direction of the Congress of the United States. In this shape, the act was passed with but slight opposition, and the special session adjourned on August 6, having in the period of a single month elaborated and passed a large number of very important laws, forming together a comprehensive and reasonably complete system of war legislation. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 22, The Contraband. The first movement of armed forces proved that the slavery question was destined to be as omnipresent in war as it had been in national politics. When immediately after the Baltimore massacre, General Butler, with his Massachusetts regiment, appeared by sea before Annapolis, one of the first rumors which came to him from shore was that the Maryland slaves were about to take advantage of the public disturbance to rise in insurrection against their masters. Butler, to assure the Marylanders that his mission was friendly and not hostile, thereupon offered the use of his forces to Governor Hicks to quell any such rising. Governor Hicks thanked the general for the tender, but replied that the civil authorities were strong enough to control all danger of that character. When the incident came to the knowledge of Governor Andrew of Massachusetts, he wrote a strong disapproval of the general's offer. I think the matter of servile insurrection among a community in arms against the Federal Union is no longer to be regarded by our troops in a political, but solely in a military point of view, and is to be contemplated as one of the inherent weaknesses of the enemy. I can on this occasion perceive no reason of military policy why a force summoned to the defense of the Federal Government at this moment of all others should be offered to be diverted from its immediate duty to help rebels who stand with arms in their hands, obstructing its progress towards the city of Washington. Butler warmly defended his conduct on the score of humanity, alleging that the cause of the Union would not be advanced by permitting the indiscriminate massacre of defenseless women and children. This humane feeling was the dominant one with the Union commanders. When General McClellan moved his forces from Ohio into West Virginia, and also when General Patterson prepared to advance from Pennsylvania and Maryland against Harper's Ferry, both issued orders specially enjoining their subordinates to suppress all attempts at an insurrection of the slaves. A new phase of the question, however, soon presented itself. General Butler, as we have seen, was sent to take command of Fort Monroe and to organize expeditions against the rebel works in his neighborhood. He had as his opponent the energetic General John B. Magruder, who, sparsely supplied with men, sought in multiplied earthworks the best means of defense immediately available. Rebel batteries rose with astonishing rapidity at every landing place, point, inlet, and country road, and for the erection of these batteries the Negro field hands from the well-stocked plantations of Lower Virginia were employed by him through a rigorous military impressment. The Negroes sometimes found and eagerly embraced opportunities to escape to the Union lines under these new conditions. A policy speedily developed itself on the part of their owners to remove not only the laborers but also the families of the slaves from the exposed and insecure hostile border to more remote places in the interior. Very soon, therefore, Fort Monroe became to the discontented blacks in the vicinity the center of a vague hope, both of escape from removal to the dreaded far South and of possible liberation from bondage. General Butler had been in command at his new post but a few days when a rebel flag of truce applied to him, among other errands, to return 3 Negro field hands belonging to a Colonel Mallory. The general found that these 3 slaves sought refuge in the fort to avoid building batteries in North Carolina. The flag bearer demanded that they should be restored to their owner under the injunctions of the Fugitive Slave Act. General Butler warily responded that since Virginia claimed to be a foreign country, the fugitive slave law could not possibly be in operation there, and declined on that ground. If their master would come to the fort and take the oath of allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, he said he would deliver the men up to him and endeavor to hire their services of him. The flag bearer could only answer the home thrust by saying that Colonel Mallory was absent. Out of this incident seems to have grown one of the most sudden and important revolutions in popular thought which took place during the whole war. General Butler has had the credit of first pronouncing the opinion, or formulating the doctrine, that under the principles of international law, the Negro slaves, whose enforced labor in battery building was at the moment of supreme military value to the rebels, were manifestly contraband of war, and as such confiscable by military right and usage. There is no word or hint of this theory in his letter which reports the Mallory incident, nor any other official mention of it by him until 2 months afterwards, when he stated incidentally that he had adopted such a theory. Nevertheless, it is very possible that the idea may have emanated from him, though not at first in any authentic or official form. It first occurs casually in a newspaper letter from Fort Monroe of the same date with the Mallory incident. Again, the Negro must now be regarded as contraband, since every able-bodied hand, not absolutely required on the plantations is impressed by the enemy into the military service as a laborer on the various fortifications. Whether the suggestion was struck out in Butler's interview with the flag bearer or at the general's mess table in a confidential review of the day's work, or whether it originated with some imaginative member of his staff, or was contributed as a handy expedient by the busy brain of a newspaper reporter, will perhaps forever remain an historical riddle. But public opinion was ripe for this and other steps in political reasoning, and the thought sprang full-statured into popular acceptance. Within a few days, a new phrase was on everyone's lips, and the newspapers were full of editorials chuckling over the happy conception of treating fugitive slaves of rebel masters as contraband of war. A few months more of active campaigning materially shortened the formula, and every Negro in and about the army became familiarly known and designated as a contraband. Indeed, the word acquired much more than a mere slang value. One would be sadly puzzled to read the literature of the war in detail without knowing that an intelligent contraband, or reliable contraband, meant some man, woman, or child of the enslaved race. The question of colored fugitives, first presented in the Mallory incident, quickly grew to importance. 3 days later, General Butler reported that slave property to the value of $60,000 was in his hands. Fugitive slaves in squads were flocking into his lines, bringing women and children, whole families leaving plantations together to avoid being sent further south. Being greatly in need of laborers, he received all who came, issued them clothing and rations, and employed the able-bodied in work. His course was approved by the government, and the Secretary of War wrote, under date of May 30, "The Department is sensible of the embarrassments which must surround officers conducting military operations in a state by the laws of which slavery is sanctioned. The government cannot recognize the rejection by any state of its federal obligations, nor can it refuse the performance of the federal obligations resting upon itself. Among these federal obligations, however, no one can be more important than that of suppressing and dispersing armed combinations formed for the purpose of overthrowing its whole constitutional authority. While, therefore, you will permit no interference by the persons under your command with the relations of persons held to service under the laws of any state, you will, on the other hand, so long as any state within which your military operations are conducted is under the control of such armed combinations, refrain from surrendering to alleged masters any persons who may come within your lines. You will employ such persons in the services to which they may be best adapted, keeping an account of the labor by them performed, of the value of it, and of the expense of their maintenance. The question of their final disposition will be reserved for future determination." The Negroes who came into General Butler's lines at Fort Monroe were thus disposed of on a theory and rule with which everybody but the enemy was reasonably satisfied. But the question presented itself in a more embarrassing shape at Washington. Slavery existed in the District of Columbia, and here, directly, as it were, under the President's eye, slaves began to make their way across the Potomac into General McDowell's camps, where they could find plenty of officers willing to afford them a hiding place in order to secure their help as servants. This could not be justified upon any contraband or confiscation theory. And President Lincoln, who had in his inaugural address indicated that his oath bound him to execute the fugitive slave law as well as every other law, felt it incumbent on him to order that there should be no indirect violation of existing statutes by the army. Nor could he allow himself to be placed in an attitude where the senators and representatives of Maryland and the other border slave states he was endeavoring to hold in the Union might accuse him of bad faith or of intentionally evading his constitutional obligations. The following monition, therefore, went from Army headquarters to General McDowell. The General-in-Chief desires me to communicate to you that he has received from the President of the United States a second note dated today on the subject of fugitive slaves, in which he asks, would it not be well to allow owners to bring back those which have crossed the Potomac with our troops? The General earnestly invites your attention to this subject, knowing that you with himself enter fully into His Excellency's desire to carry out to the fullest all constitutional obligations. Of course, it is the General's wish the name of the President should not at this time be brought before the public in connection with this delicate subject. At the same time, the local commander in Washington issued his order that fugitive slaves will under no pretext whatever be permitted to reside or be in any way harbored in the quarters and camps of the troops serving in this department. Neither will such slaves be allowed to accompany troops on the march. This order, if it did not serve effectually to keep Maryland contrabands out of McDowell's lines, at least quieted the complaints of Maryland representatives in Congress. The President, however, did not make his own local action in Washington a precedent or a guide for commanders in other departments. He had wisely divined from the beginning that his true policy lay in making the question in every case a matter of local determination, to be governed by military necessity and to be devolved upon the responsibility of the local military commander. It is doubtful whether the directions of Mr. Lincoln above quoted would have given him long respite between the clamors of pro-slavery congressmen on one side and anti-slavery congressmen on the other, had not the current of actual war served gradually to change and simplify the problem. At the date of issuing these orders, the march to Bull Run had begun. The battle and defeat followed a week later, and in the excitement and demoralization of the army and the rapid drift of public opinion which immediately ensued, the recovery of an absconding field hand or house servant was too trifling a matter to occupy the attention of either congressman or president. The passage of the Crittenden Resolution and of the Confiscation Act by Congress occurred shortly afterwards, and what was yet more important, the great military disaster had carried public opinion to the point of accepting the subordination of every question and every interest to the single hope, purpose, and object of successfully prosecuting the war and subduing the rebellion. Still, in one form or another, the Negro problem was continually forcing itself upon the attention of the government. The local orders excluding slaves from camps about Washington had come to the knowledge of General Butler at Fort Monroe, and desiring that his own administration should not violate the spirit of superior orders, he applied to the War Department for definite instructions under the new condition of affairs. Since the defeat at Bull Run, several of his regiments had been called away to reinforce Washington, and in contracting his lines he was obliged to abandon the village of Hampton, which, having been previously abandoned by the insurgent Virginians, had become a village of Negroes, men who worked in throwing up entrenchments, and women engaged in washing and marketing, all living upon the rations supplied by the fort. As the army retired to the immediate vicinity of Fort Monroe, all these fugitives followed in a mass, and he reported to the War Department, I have therefore now within the peninsula this side of Hampton Creek 900 Negroes, 300 of whom are able-bodied men, 30 of whom are men substantially past hard labor, 175 women, 225 children under the age of 10 years, and 170 between 10 and 18 years, and many more coming in. The questions which this state of facts presents are very embarrassing. First, what shall be done with them? And second, what is their state and condition? Are they property? If they were so, they have been left by their masters and owners, deserted, thrown away, abandoned, like the wrecked vessel upon the ocean. If property, do they not become the property of the salvors? But we, their salvors, do not need and will not hold such property, and will assume no such ownership. Has not, therefore, all proprietary relations ceased? Have they not become thereupon men, women, and children. Is a slave to be considered fugitive whose master runs away and leaves him? Is it forbidden to the troops to aid or harbor within their lines the Negro children who are found therein? Or is the soldier, when his march has destroyed their means of subsistence, to allow them to starve because he has driven off the rebel masters? Now shall the commander of a regiment or battalion sit in judgment upon the question whether any given black man has fled from his master or his master fled from him? Indeed, how are the free-born to be distinguished? Before the War Department answered these inquiries of General Butler, the Confiscation Act had been passed by Congress and signed by the President, which forfeited and annulled the property rights of owners in slaves whom they required or permitted to be employed in aid of rebellion or in hostile service against the government of the United States. The problem had thus been materially reduced. The reply of Secretary Cameron, under date of August 8, 1861, while declaring that it is the desire of the President that all existing rights in all the States be fully respected and maintained, laid down in substance the following general principles. 1. In loyal States and Territories, claims to fugitives from service must be prosecuted through ordinary judicial proceedings and be respected alike by military and civil authorities. 2. In States wholly or partly in insurrection, where ordinary laws temporarily fail, rights to service, like other rights, must be necessarily subject to military necessity, if not wholly forfeited by treason. 3. The military authorities must obey the Confiscation Act and refuse to recognize any claim to service forfeited by treason. 4. In insurrectionary states where laws are suspended, claims to service cannot safely be decided by military authority. Under these circumstances, it seems quite clear that the substantial rights of loyal masters will be best protected by receiving such fugitives, as well as fugitives from disloyal masters, into the service of the United States, and employing them under such organizations and in such occupations as circumstances may suggest or require. Upon the return of peace, Congress will doubtless properly provide for all the persons thus received into the service of the Union, and for just compensation to loyal masters. Aside from its mere legal definitions, this letter of instructions, after all, left military commanders full authority to decide to which class any contraband might belong, and thus invested them with practical authority to manage the whole position as to each seemed best. While Butler, therefore, at Fort Monroe was virtually freeing colored fugitives, Dix at Baltimore was declaring that we have nothing to do with slaves. We are neither Negro stealers nor Negro catchers, and that we should send them away if they come to us. Sherman and Buell in Kentucky issued substantially the same orders as Dix, and Halleck in Missouri employed nearly the same language. The undercurrent of practice, however, ran in an opposite direction. The love of novelty, curiosity, restlessness, and the slave's irrepressible longing for liberty were constantly bringing him into the military camps, where the eagerness of officers and privates to use him in service of camp work and drudgery nearly always made him welcome and gave him protection. Considerations of self-interest were more active than moral theories or legal responsibilities. Officers who were called upon to decide this question of political duty generally solved it by keeping the contrabands and setting them to work as servants, laborers, and teamsters, and the orders of commanders were gradually relaxed to permit this to be done. This field of usefulness enlarged as armies grew and campaigns increased in activity, and especially when the armies penetrated the South, advancing from half-loyal to more thoroughly secession communities, all obligations to return fugitives faded out because the Confiscation Act of Congress became substantially applicable to the entire population. At important military posts where contrabands flocked in, in numbers which outran the needs of local labor, a solution was reached by transferring them to other places. General Wool at Fort Monroe during September received an order to send to General McClellan at this place, Washington, all Negro men capable of performing labor accompanied by their families. They can be usefully employed on the military works in this vicinity. A little later he was asked to select 1,000 active contrabands to accompany a naval expedition to the southern coast. Under requirements of this character, the employment of fugitives gradually became systemized, and during the months of October and November, General Wool adopted formal regulations prescribing the pay and rations of colored persons called contrabands employed in his department, adding with evident satisfaction to his letter of transmittal, "They are made to support themselves." End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 23, Fremont. Missouri had been saved from organized rebellion, but the smell and blackness of insurrectionary fire was strong upon her. While Governor Jackson and General Price, flying from the Battle of Boonville as fugitives, were momentarily helpless, they nevertheless had reasonable hope of quick support. Military preparation was set in motion by the governor's proclamation of June 12th, and his order dividing the state into 9 military districts, and issuing commissions to a skeleton army under the provisions of the military bill passed by his rebel legislature before their expulsion from the capital by Lyon. Thus everyone inclined to take up arms against the Union had the plausible excuse of authority and the guidance of a designated commander and rendezvous, and a simultaneous movement toward organization long preconcerted immediately began. Missouri is a large state. She had over 68,000 square miles of territory and a population of over 1,000,000 souls. A trifling percentage would yield a formidable force. The spirit and impulse of revolution were at fever heat, and all the fire of the border ruffian days smoldered along the frontier. The governor's brigadier generals designated camps, and the hot-blooded country lads flocked to them, finding a charm of adventure in the very privations they were compelled to undergo. For half a year disloyalty had gone unpunished. The recent reports of march and battle served rather to sharpen their zeal. 3 railroads radiated from St. Louis, one towards the west with its terminus at Sedalia, one towards the southwest, ending at Rolla, one towards the south, which terminated near Ironton. The first of these reached only about 3/4, the last 2 scarcely halfway across the state. Western Missouri, therefore, seemed beyond any quick reach of a military expedition from St. Louis. General Price, going westward from Boonville, found one of these camps at Lexington. Governor Jackson, proceeding southward, was attended by a little remnant of fugitives from the Battle of Boonville. With such following as each could gather, both directed their course toward the Arkansas line, collecting adherents as they went. Their pathway was not entirely clear. Before leaving St. Louis, Lyon had sent an expedition, numbering about 2,500, commanded by Thomas W. Sweeney, a captain of regulars, by rail to Rolla, and thence by a week's march to Springfield, from which point he had advanced a part of his force under Colonel Franz Sigel to Carthage, near the extreme southwestern corner of the state. Jackson and Price, having previously united their forces, thus found Sigel directly in their path. As they greatly outnumbered him, by the Battle of Carthage, June 5th, a sharp but decisive engagement, they drove him back upon Springfield, and effected a junction with the rebel force gathered in the northwestern corner of Arkansas, which had already assisted them by demonstrations and by capturing one of Sigel's companies. Delayed by the need of transportation, Lyon could not start from Boonville on his southwestern march until the 3rd of July. The improvised forces of Jackson and Price, moving rapidly because made up largely of cavalry, or rather unorganized horsemen, were far in advance, and had overwhelmed Ziegel before Lyon was well on his way. Nevertheless, he pushed ahead with energy, having called to him a detachment of regulars from Fort Leavenworth and volunteers from Kansas, numbering about 2,200. These increased his column to about 4,600 men. By July 13th, he was at Springfield, and with the forces he found there, was at the head of an aggregate of between 7,000 and 8,000 troops. The Confederate authorities had ambitious plans for the West. They already possessed Arkansas, the Indian Territory was virtually in their grasp, Missouri they looked upon with confident eyes, even the ultimate conquest of Kansas seemed more than a remote possibility. Nor were such plans confined to mere speculation. Major General Leonidas Polk was stationed at Memphis early in July to command the Mississippi region. The neutrality policy in Kentucky for the moment left the Tennessee contingent idle. Being appealed to by Governor Jackson, Polk made immediate preparations for a campaign in Missouri. On July 23rd, he reported to the Confederate government his purpose to send 2 strong columns into that state, one under General Ben McCulloch of about 25,000 men against Lyon at Springfield, another under Generals Gideon J. Pillow and William J. Hardee to march upon Ironton in southeast Missouri, where he estimated they would collect a force of 18,000. He wrote, quote, "They are directed to pass in behind Lyon's force by land, or to proceed to St. Louis, seize it, and taking possession of the boats at that point, to proceed up the river Missouri, raising the Missourians as they go, and at such point as may appear most suitable to detach a force, to cut off Lyon's retreat from the west. If, as I think, I can drive the enemy from Missouri with the force indicated, I will then enter Illinois and take Cairo in the rear on my return." End quote. He was obliged a few days later to curtail this extravagant program. Governor Jackson, he learned, to his chagrin, had exaggerated the available forces fully one half. Although he had already sent Pillow to New Madrid, he now paused in the execution of his plan, and the rivalry of the various rebel commanders seems soon to have completely paralyzed it. The "neutrality" attitude of the governors of both Missouri and Kentucky greatly delayed the progress of the war in the West. The middle of June came before Lyon chased the rebels from Jefferson City, and in Kentucky open and positive military action was deferred till the first week of September. Meanwhile, it was felt that the beginning of serious hostilities was only a question of time. The Mississippi River was blockaded by rebels, commerce suspended, Cairo garrisoned and fortified by Union forces, gunboats were being built, regiments were being organized and sent hither and thither, mainly as yet to keep the neighborhood peace. In the East, the several Virginia campaigns were in progress, and General Scott's Anaconda plan was well understood in confidential circles. This condition of affairs made the whole Mississippi Valley sensitive and restless. The governors of the Northwest met, and by memorial and delegation urged the administration to make the Ohio line secure by moving forward and occupying advanced posts in Kentucky and Tennessee. Especially did they urge the appointment of a competent commander who might organize the immense resources of the West and make them effective in a grand campaign southward to open the Mississippi. Almost universal public sentiment turned to John C. Fremont as the desired leader for this duty. He was about 48 years of age. As student, as explorer, as a prominent actor in making California a state of the Union, he had shown talent and energy, and conquered success in situations of hazard and peril. As senator for a brief term, his votes proved that the North could rely on his convictions and principles. As presidential candidate of the Republican Party in 1856, his name had broadened into national representative value. The post of honor then had brought him defeat. He might well claim the post of duty for a chance to win a victory. The dash of romance in his career easily rekindled popular enthusiasm. Political sagacity indicated that he should be encouraged to change this popularity into armies and lead them to military success in aid of the imperiled nation. The inclination of the administration coincided with the sentiment of the people. Seward had proposed him for Secretary of War, and Lincoln mentioned him for the French mission, but in the recent distribution of offices, no place, at once suitable to his abilities and adequate to his claims, had been found available. This new crisis seemed to have carved out the work for the man. He had passed the previous winter in France, but upon the outbreak of rebellion returned to his country. On his arrival in the city of New York, about the 1st of July, President Lincoln appointed him a major general in the regular army, and on the 3d created the Western Department, consisting of the State of Illinois and all the states and territories between the Mississippi River and the Rocky Mountains, and placed it under his command, with headquarters at St. Louis. For a man whose genius could have risen to the requirements of the occasion, it was a magnificent opportunity, an imperial theater. Unfortunately, the country and the administration had overrated Fremont's abilities. Instead of proceeding at once to his post of duty, he remained in New York, absorbed largely in his personal affairs. 2 weeks passed before he sent his letter of acceptance and oath of office. "Please proceed to your command without coming here," telegraphed General Scott 2 days later. Postmaster General Blair testified, quote, "As soon as he was appointed, I urged him to go to his department. The President questioned me every day about his movements. I told him so often that Fremont was off, or was going the next day, according to my information, that I felt mortified when allusion was made to it, and dreaded a reference to the subject. Finally, on the receipt of a dispatch from Lyon by my brother, describing the condition of his command, I felt justified in telegraphing General Fremont that he must go at once. But he remained till after Bull Run, and even then, when he should have known the inspiration that would give the rebels, he traveled leisurely to St. Louis." When on July 25th he reached his headquarters and formally assumed command, he did not find his new charge a bed of roses. The splendid military strength of the Northwest was only beginning to be developed. Recruiting offices were full, but commanders of departments and governors of states quarreled over the driblets of arms and equipments remaining in the arsenals, and which were needed in a dozen places at once. The educated and experienced officers and subalterns of the old regular army, familiar with organization and routine, did not suffice to furnish the needed brigadier generals and colonels, much less adjutants, commissaries, quartermasters, and drill sergeants. Error, extravagance, delay, and waste ensued. Regiments were rushed off to the front without uniforms, arms, or rations, sometimes without being mustered into service. Yet the latent resources were abundant in quantity and excellent in quality, and especially in the qualities of mind, ambition, earnestness, and talent competent through practical service to rise to every requirement of duty and sacrifice. Genius which could lead, and patriotic devotion ready to serve, suffer, and die. What magnificent capabilities in those early Western volunteers! What illustrious talent in those first regiments, found by Fremont and coming at his call! Lyon, Grant, Blair, McClellan, Pope, Logan, Schofield, Curtis, Sturgis, Palmer, Hurlbut, and 100 others whose names shine on the records of war, to say nothing of the thousands who, unheralded, went gloriously to manful duty and patriotic death. The 3 weeks loitered away in New York already served to quadruple Fremont's immediate task. Lyon had taken the field, and Blair had gone to Washington to take his seat in the special session of Congress as a representative. The whole service immediately felt the absence from headquarters of these two inspiring and guiding leaders. At 3 points in Fremont's new department, matters wore a threatening aspect. Following the Battle of Boonville, there broke out in many parts of the state a destructive guerrilla warfare, degenerating into neighborhood and family feuds, and bloody personal reprisal and revenge, which became known under the term of bushwhacking. Houses and bridges were burned, farms were plundered, railroads were obstructed and broken, men were kidnapped and assassinated. During the whole period of the war, few organized campaigns disturbed the large territory of the state, but disorder, lawlessness, crime, and almost anarchy were with difficulty repressed from beginning to end. The local administration, charged with the eradication of these evils, was greatly embarrassed and often thwarted through the unfortunate jealousy and rivalry between the factions of radicals and conservatives, both adherents of the Union. Equally loyal, Equally sincere in their devotion to the government, they paralyzed each other's efforts by a blind opposition and recrimination. As events progressed, these factions increased in their animosity towards each other, and their antagonistic attitude was continued throughout the whole war period. This conflict of public sentiment, personal, political, and military, produced no end of complications, requiring the repeated direct interference of President Lincoln, and taxed to the utmost his abounding forbearance. Neighborhood troubles were growing in northern Missouri before Fremont left New York, and Lyon's adjutant selected Brigadier General John Pope to take command there and restore order. Fremont gave his permission by telegraph, and when he reached St. Louis, General Pope had 8 Illinois regiments employed in this duty. General Pope, under date of August 3rd, gave a graphic description of the proceedings and methods of the bushwhackers. The only persons in arms, so far as I could learn, were a few reckless and violent men in parties of 20 or 30, who were wandering about committing depredations upon all whose sentiments were displeasing, and keeping this whole region in apprehension and uneasiness. So soon as these marauders found that troops were approaching, which they easily did from the very persons who asked for protection, they dispersed, each man going to his home, and in many cases that home in the very town occupied by the troops. When troops were sent out against these marauders, they found only men quietly working in the field or sitting in their offices, who, as soon as the backs of the Federal soldiers were turned, were again in arms and menacing the peace. Pope to Sturgeon, August 3, 1861. Fremont's second point of difficulty was the strong report of danger to Cairo. The rebel General Polk, at Memphis, was in the midst of preparations for his Missouri campaign, already mentioned. About the time of Fremont's arrival, Pillow had just moved 6,000 Tennesseans to New Madrid, and reported his whole force, "full of enthusiasm and eager for the Dutch hunt." News of this movement, and the brood of wild rumors which it engendered, made General Benjamin M. Prentiss, the Union commander at Cairo, exceedingly uneasy, and he called urgently for assistance. Cairo, the strategic key of the whole Mississippi Valley, was too important to be for a moment neglected, and in a few days after his arrival, Fremont gathered the nearest available reinforcements, about 8 regiments in all, and loading them on a fleet of steamboats, led them in person in a somewhat ostentatious expedition to Cairo. And the demonstration, greatly magnified by rumor, doubtless had much influence in checking the hopes of the rebel commanders for an early capture of Missouri and Illinois. The reinforcement of Cairo was very proper as a measure of precaution. It turned out, however, that the need was less urgent than Fremont's third point of trouble, namely, the safety of Lyon at Springfield, in southwestern Missouri. When Lyon left St. Louis, he had conceived this campaign to the southwest, not merely to control that part of the state and to protect it against invasion, but also with the ultimate hope of extending his march into Arkansas. For this, he knew his force in hand was inadequate, but he believed that from the troops being rapidly organized in the contiguous Free States, he would receive the necessary help as soon as it was needed. We have seen that he reached Springfield with an aggregate of about 7,000 or 8,000 men. It was, for those early days, a substantial, compact little army, well commanded, self-reliant, and enthusiastic. Unfortunately, also, like the armies at every other point, it was under the strain and discouragement of partial dissolution. The term of enlistment of the 3 months' militia regiments, raised under the President's first proclamation, was about to expire. In every detachment and army, and at every post throughout the whole country, there occurred about the middle of July, 1861, the incident of a rapid succession of companies and regiments going out of the service. Many of these corps immediately reorganized under the 3 years' call, many remained temporarily in the field to take part in some impending battle, but despite such instances of generous patriotism, there was at all points a shrinkage of numbers, an interval of disorganization, a paralysis of action and movement. On the whole, therefore, Lyon found his new position at Springfield discouraging. It was 120 miles from a railroad, provisions and supplies had not arrived as expected, half his army would in a brief period be mustered out of service, McClellan was in Western Virginia, Fremont in New York, Frank P. Blair, Jr. in Washington. While McClellan was yet at Cincinnati organizing the Ohio contingent of 3 months' men, Missouri had been temporarily attached to his department. Beyond a few suggestions, by telegraph, however, he did not give it any attention in detail, because his hands were already full of work. His Virginia campaign soon required his presence and entire time. He scarcely knew who commanded or where to turn. The rebels were in formidable force just beyond the Arkansas line. The dispatches at this juncture take on an almost despairing tone. Quote, "All idea of any further advance movement, or even of maintaining our present position, must soon be abandoned, unless the Government furnishes us promptly with large reinforcements and supplies. Our troops are badly clothed, poorly fed, and imperfectly supplied with tents. None of them have as yet been paid." 2 days later, Lyon wrote, quote, "If it is the intention to give up the West, let it be so. It can only be the victim of imbecility or malice. Scott will cripple us if he can. Cannot you stir up this matter and secure us relief? See Fremont if he has arrived. The want of supplies has crippled me so that I cannot move, and I do not know when I can. Everything seems to combine against me at this point. Stir up Blair." Lyon's innuendos against the administration and against General Scott were alike unjust. Both were eager to aid him, but there was here, as elsewhere, a limit to possibilities. It was Fremont who needed stirring up. Appointed by the President on July 1st, he had not even sent his official acceptance till the 16th, the day before Lyon wrote this appeal, and in spite of emphatic urging by Postmaster General Blair, it was the 25th before he entered on his duties at St. Louis. 3 special messengers from Lyon awaited him on his arrival, and repeated the tale of need and of danger. But Fremont responded feebly. Urgent calls, indeed, came to him from other quarters. As already stated, Cairo was represented to be seriously threatened, and he had chosen first to ensure its safety. He had the means, by a judicious rearrangement of his forces, to have aided effectually both these exposed points. Under the critical conditions fully pointed out to him, he could at least have recalled Lyon and assisted his safe withdrawal to his railroad base at Rolla. But he neither recalled him nor substantially reinforced him. 2 regiments were set in motion towards him, but it proved the merest feint of help. No supplies and no troops reached Lyon in season to be of the slightest service. His danger lay in a junction of the various rebel leaders just beyond the Arkansas line. The Confederate government had sent Brigadier General McCulloch to conciliate or conquer the Indian Territory, as events might dictate, and had given him 3 regiments, one from Louisiana, one from Texas, and one from Arkansas, for the work. Finding it bad policy for the present to occupy the Indian Territory, he hovered about the border with permission to move into either Kansas or Missouri. Even before Polk's ambitious program was found to be impracticable, McCulloch made haste to organize a campaign on his own account. On July 30th, he reported that he was on his way towards Springfield with his own brigade of 3,200 troops, the command of General N.B. Pierce, with 2,500 Arkansas State troops, and the heterogeneous gathering of Missourians under General Sterling Price, which he thought could furnish about 7,000 effective men, generally well mounted but badly commanded, and armed only with common rifles and shotguns. It was the approach of this large force which had given Lyon such uneasiness, and with good cause. Moving steadily upon him, they soon approached so near that his position became critical. His own command had dwindled to less than 5,000 effective men. The combined enemy had nearly treble that number of effectives, and probably more than 3 to 1, counting the whole mass. If he remained stationary, they would slowly envelop and capture him. If he attempted to retreat through the 120 miles of barren mountainous country which lay between him and Rolla, they would follow and harass him, and turn his retreat into a rout. Counting to the last upon reinforcements which did not come, he had allowed events to place him in an untenable position. As a final and desperate resource, and the only one to save his army, he resolved to attack and cripple the enemy. As at Bull Run, and as so often happens, each army on the evening of August 9th was under orders to advance that night and attack the other. Showers of rain in the evening caused McCulloch temporarily to suspend his order, but Lyon's little army, moving at nightfall, marched 10 miles south of Springfield to Wilson's Creek. At midnight they halted for a brief bivouac. Dividing into two columns, they fell upon the enemy's camp at daylight, Sigel with 1,200 men in a battery, marching against their right flank in an endeavor to get to the rear, while Lyon in person led the remaining 3,700 men, with two batteries, to a front attack against their left center. The movement was a most daring one, and the conflict soon became desperate. Sigel's attack, successful at first, was checked, his detachment put to flight, and 5 of his 6 guns captured and turned against Lyon. Lyon, on the contrary, by an impetuous advance, not only quickly drove the enemy out of their camp, but gained and occupied a strong natural position, which he held with brave determination. His mixed force of regulars and volunteers fought with admirable cooperation. McCulloch, confident in his overwhelming numbers, sent forward line after line of attack, which Lyon's well-posted regular batteries threw back. About the middle of the forenoon, an unusually heavy assault from the enemy was thus repulsed, largely by help of the inspiriting personal example of Lyon, who led some fragments of reserves in a bayonet charge, but who fell, pierced by a ball, and almost immediately expired. It was his 4th wound received in the action. The command devolved upon Samuel D. Sturgis, a major of regulars commanding a brigade, and the battle continued until about noon, though no new movements were made. The rebels at length retired, but it was deemed too hazardous to attempt to hold the field, and a retreat to Springfield was agreed upon by a council of the officers. An unmolested withdrawal was effected in the afternoon, and upon further consultation, a definite retreat upon Rolla was begun the following day. As Lyon had anticipated, the enemy was too much crippled to follow. The Union forces had 223 killed, 721 wounded, and 291 missing. The Confederate loss was 265 killed, 800 wounded, and 30 missing. The Battle of Wilson's Creek, the death of Lyon, and the retreat of the army to Rolla turned public attention and criticism sharply upon Fremont's department and administration, and that commander was suddenly awakened to his work and responsibility. He now made haste to dispatch reinforcements to Rolla and sent urgent telegrams for help to Washington and to the governors of the neighboring free states. He declared martial law in the city of St. Louis, and began an extensive system of fortifications, which, together with directions to fortify Rolla, Jefferson City, and several other places, pointed so much to inaction and a defensive policy as to increase rather than allay public murmur. Grave dissatisfaction arose from his defects of administration. Instead of bringing order to the chaotic condition of military business, he was prone to set method and routine at defiance, issuing commissions and directing the giving out of contracts in so irregular a way as to bring a protest from the proper accounting officers of the government. Though specially requested by the President to cooperate with the provisional governor, he continued to ignore him. A storm of complaint soon arose from all except the little knot of flatterers who abused his favor and the newspapers that were thriving on his patronage. The Unionists of Missouri became afraid that he was neglecting the present safety of the State for the future success of his intended Mississippi expedition, and wild rumors even floated in the air of a secret purpose to imitate the scheme of Aaron Burr and set up an independent dictatorship in the West. Reports came to President Lincoln from multiplied sources, bringing him a flood of embarrassment from the man to whom he had looked with such confidence for administrative aid and military success. It was his uniform habit, when he had once confided command and responsibility to an individual, to sustain him in the trust to the last possible degree. While he heard with pain the accumulating evidence of Fremont's unfitness, instead of immediately removing him from command, he sought rather to remedy the defect. In this spirit he wrote the following letter to General David Hunter, which letter peculiarly illustrates his delicacy in managing the susceptibilities of men. Quote, "My dear Sir, General Fremont needs assistance, which it is difficult to give him. He is losing the confidence of men near him, whose support any man in his position must have to be successful. His cardinal mistake is that he isolates himself, and allows nobody to see him, and by which he does not know what is going on in the very matter he is dealing with. He needs to have by his side a man of large experience. Will you not, for me, take that place? Your rank is one grade too high to be ordered to it, but will you not serve the country and oblige me by taking it voluntarily? With this letter of the President, Postmaster General Blair, hitherto Fremont's warm personal friend, and Montgomery C. Meigs, the Quartermaster General of the Army, went to St. Louis to make a brief inspection and report on matters, and to give friendly advice and admonition to the commander of the Department of the West. While they were on their way, Mrs. Fremont was journeying towards Washington, bearing her husband's reply to a letter from the President sent him by a special messenger about a week before. Her mind was less occupied with the subject of the missive she bore than with a recent quarrel which the general had imprudently allowed to grow up between Colonel Blair and himself. Blair had finally become convinced of Fremont's incapacity, and in public print sharply criticized his doings. Indeed, the quarrel soon progressed so far that Fremont placed him under arrest. Then Blair preferred formal charges against the general for maladministration, and the general, in turn, entered formal countercharges against Blair. Arrived at her destination, Mrs. Fremont took the opportunity, in her interview with Mr. Lincoln, to justify General Fremont in all he had done, and to denounce his accusers with impetuous earnestness. She even asked for copies of confidential letters about her husband's personal embroilment. In these circumstances, it was no light task for Mr. Lincoln to be at once patient, polite, and just. Yet the following letter will testify that he accomplished even this difficult feat. Washington, D.C., September 12, 1861. Mrs. General Fremont. My dear Madam, your two notes of today are before me. I answered the letter you bore me from General Fremont on yesterday, and not hearing from you during the day, I sent the answer to him by mail. It is not exactly correct, as you say you were told by the elder Mr. Blair, to say that I sent Postmaster General Blair to St. Louis to examine into that department and report. Postmaster General Blair did go, with my approbation, to see and converse with General Fremont as a friend. I do not feel authorized to furnish you with copies of letters in my possession without the consent of the writers. No impression has been made on my mind against the honor or integrity of General Fremont, and I now enter my protest against being understood as acting in any hostility towards him. Your obedient servant, A. Lincoln. It will be interesting to read, in addition, a graphic verbal recapitulation of these incidents, made by President Lincoln in a confidential evening conversation with a few friends in the Executive Office a little more than 2 years afterward, and which one of his secretaries recorded. The Blairs have to an unusual degree the spirit of clan. Their family is a close corporation. Frank is their hope and pride. They have a way of going with a rush for anything they undertake. Especially have Montgomery and the old gentleman. When this war first began, they could think of nothing but Fremont. They expected everything from him, and upon their urgent solicitation, he was made a general and sent to Missouri. I thought well of Fremont. Even now I think well of his impulses. I only think he is the prey of wicked and designing men, and I think he has absolutely no military capacity. He went to Missouri the pet and protege of the Blairs. At first they corresponded with him and with Frank, who was with him, fully and confidentially, thinking his plans and his effort would accomplish great things for the country. At last the tone of Frank's letters changed. It was a change from confidence to doubt and uncertainty. They were pervaded with a tone of sincere sorrow and fear that Fremont would fail. Montgomery showed them to me, and we were both grieved at the prospect. Soon came the news that Fremont had issued his Emancipation order and had set up a Bureau of Abolition, giving free papers, and occupying his time apparently with little else. At last, at my suggestion, Montgomery Blair went to Missouri to look at and talk over matters. He went as the friend of Fremont. He passed, on the way, Mrs. Fremont coming to see me. She sought an audience with me at midnight, and taxed me so violently with many things that I had to exercise all the awkward tact I have to avoid quarreling with her. She surprised me by asking why their enemy, Montgomery Blair, had been sent to Missouri. She more than once intimated that if General Fremont should decide to try the conclusions with me, he could set up for himself. End of chapter 23. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.
Chapter 24 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 24, Military Emancipation. Not only President Lincoln, but the country at large as well, was surprised to find in the newspapers of August 30 a proclamation from the commander of the Department of the West of startling significance. The explanations of its necessity and purpose were altogether contradictory, and its mandatory orders were so vaguely framed as to admit of dangerous variance in interpretation and enforcement. Reciting the disturbed condition of society and defining the boundaries of army occupation, it contained the following important decrees. Circumstances, in my judgment, of sufficient urgency render it necessary that the commanding general of this department should assume the administrative powers of the state. In order, therefore, to suppress disorder, to maintain as far as now practicable the public peace, and to give security and protection to the persons and property of loyal citizens, I do hereby extend and declare established martial law throughout the state of Missouri. All persons who shall be taken with arms in their hands within these lines shall be tried by court-martial, and if found guilty will be shot. The property, real and personal, of all persons in the state of Missouri who shall take up arms against the United States, or who shall be directly proven to have taken an active part with their enemies in the field, is declared to be confiscated to the public use, and their slaves, if any they have, are hereby declared free men. The object of this declaration is to place in the hands of the military authorities the power to give instantaneous effect to existing laws and to supply such deficiencies as the conditions of war demand. But this is not intended to suspend the ordinary tribunals of the country, where the law will be administered by the civil officers in the usual manner and with their customary authority, while the same can be peaceably exercised. Despite its verbiage and confusion of subjects, it was apparent that this extraordinary document was not a measure of military protection, but a political maneuver. Since the first movement of the armies, the slavery question had become a subject of new and vital contention, and the anti-slavery drift of public opinion throughout the North was unmistakably manifest. There was no room for doubt that General Fremont, apprehensive about his loss of prestige through the disaster to Lyon and the public clamors growing out of his mistakes in administration, had made this appeal to the latent feeling in the public mind as a means of regaining his waning popularity. Full confirmation was afforded by his immediately convening under his proclamation a military commission to hear evidence and beginning to issue personal deeds of manumission to slaves. The proceeding strongly illustrates his want of practical sense. The delay and uncertainty of enforcement under this clumsy method would have rendered the theoretical boon of freedom held out to slaves rare and precarious, if not absolutely impracticable. As soon as an authentic text of the proclamation reached President Lincoln, he wrote and dispatched the following letter by special messenger to the general at St. Louis. Washington, D.C., September 2, 1861. Major General Fremont. My dear sir, 2 points in your proclamation of August 30 give me some anxiety. First, should you shoot a man according to the proclamation, the Confederates would very certainly shoot our best men in their hands in retaliation, and so man for man indefinitely. It is therefore my order that you allow no man to be shot under the proclamation without first having my approbation or consent. Second, I think there is great danger that the closing paragraph in relation to the confiscation of property and the liberating slaves of traitorous owners will alarm our Southern Union friends and turn them against us, perhaps ruin our rather fair prospect for Kentucky. Allow me, therefore, to ask that you will, as of your own motion, modify that paragraph so as to conform to the first and fourth sections of the Act of Congress entitled An Act to Confiscate Property Used for Insurrectionary Purposes, approved August 6, 1861, and a copy of which act I herewith send you. This letter is written in a spirit of caution and not of censure. I send it by special messenger in order that it may certainly and speedily reach you. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. It was the reply to the above which the General sent to Washington by the hand of Mrs. Fremont, and which contained a very lame apology for the dictatorial and precipitate step he had taken. He wrote, "Trusting to have your confidence, I have been leaving it to events themselves to show you whether or not I was shaping affairs here according to your ideas. The shortest communication between Washington and St. Louis generally involves 2 days, and the employment of 2 days in time of war goes largely towards success or disaster. I therefore went along according to my own judgment, leaving the result of my movements to justify me with you. And so in regard to my proclamation of the 30th, between the rebel armies, the provisional government, and home traitors, I felt the position bad and saw danger. In the night I decided upon the proclamation and the form of it. I wrote it the next morning and printed it the same day. I did it without consultation or advice with anyone, acting solely with my best judgment to serve the country and yourself, and perfectly willing to receive the amount of censure which should be thought due if I had made a false movement. This is as much a movement in the war as a battle, and in going into these I shall have to act according to my judgment of the ground before me, as I did on this occasion. If upon reflection your better judgment still decides that I am wrong in the article respecting the liberation of slaves, I have to ask that you will openly direct me to make the correction. The implied censure will be received as a soldier always should the reprimand of his chief. If I were to retract of my own accord, it would imply that I myself thought it wrong, and that I had acted without the reflection which the gravity of the point demanded. But I did not. I acted with full deliberation, and upon the certain conviction that it was a measure right and necessary, and I think so still. In regard to the other point of the proclamation to which you refer, I desire to say that I do not think the enemy can either misconstrue or urge anything against it, or undertake to make unusual retaliation. The shooting of men who shall rise in arms against an army in the military occupation of a country is merely a necessary measure of defense, and entirely according to the usages of civilized warfare. The article does not at all refer to prisoners of war, and certainly our enemies have no ground for requiring that we should waive in their benefit any of the ordinary advantages which the usages of war allow to us. Fremont thus chose deliberately to assume a position of political hostility to the President. Nevertheless, Mr. Lincoln, acting still in his unfailing spirit of dispassionate fairness and courtesy, answered as follows: Sir, yours of the 8th, in answer to mine of the 2nd instant, is just received. Assuming that you, upon the ground, could better judge of the necessities of your position than I could at this distance, on seeing your proclamation of August 30, I perceived no general objection to it. The particular clause, however, in relation to the confiscation of property and the liberation of slaves appeared to me to be objectionable in its nonconformity to the act of Congress passed the 6th of last August upon the same subjects, and hence I wrote you expressing my wish that that clause should be modified accordingly. Your answer just received expresses the preference on your part that I should make an open order for the modification, which I very cheerfully do. It is therefore ordered that the said clause of said proclamation be so modified, held, and construed as to conform to and not to transcend the provisions on the same subject contained in the Act of Congress entitled An Act to Confiscate Property Used for Insurrectionary Purposes, approved August 6, 1861, and that said act be published at length with this order. As might have been expected, Fremont's proclamation of military emancipation and Lincoln's order revoking it produced an acrimonious discussion of the slavery question. The incident made the name of Fremont a rallying cry for men holding extreme anti-slavery opinions, and to a certain extent raised him to the position of a new party leader. The vital relation of slavery to the rebellion was making itself felt to a degree which the great body of the people, so long trained to a legal tolerance of the evil, could not yet bring themselves to acknowledge. Men hitherto conservative and prudent were swept along by the relentless logic of the nation's calamity to a point where they were ready at once to accept and defend measures of even the last necessity for the nation's preservation. With admirable prudence, Lincoln himself added nothing to the public discussion, but a confidential letter written to a conservative friend who approved and defended Fremont's action will be found of enduring interest. Private and confidential. Executive Mansion, Washington, September 22, 1861. Honorable O. H. Browning. My dear Sir, yours of the 17th is just received, and coming from you, I confess it astonishes me that you should object to my adhering to a law which you had assisted in making and presenting to me less than a month before is odd enough. But this is a very small part. General Fremont's proclamation as to confiscation of property and the liberation of slaves is purely political, and is not within the range of military law or necessity. If a commanding general finds a necessity to seize the farm of a private owner for a pasture, an encampment, or a fortification, he has the right to do so, and to so hold it as long as the necessity lasts. And this is within military law, because within military necessity. But to say the farm shall no longer belong to the owner, or his heirs forever, and this as well when the farm is not needed for military purposes as when it is purely political, without the savor of military law about it. And the same is true of slaves. If the general needs them, he can seize them and use them. But when the need is past, it is not for him to fix their permanent future condition. That must be settled according to laws made by lawmakers, and not by military proclamations. The proclamation in the point in question is simply dictatorship. It assumes that the general may do anything he pleases, confiscate the lands and free the slaves of loyal people as well as of disloyal ones, and going the whole figure, I have no doubt, would be more popular with some thoughtless people than that which has been done, but I cannot assume this reckless position, nor allow others to assume it on my responsibility. You speak of it as being the only means of saving the government. On the contrary, it is itself the surrender of the government. Can it be pretended that it is any longer the government of the United States, any government of constitution and laws, wherein a general or a president may make permanent rules of property by proclamation? I do not say Congress might not, with propriety, pass a law on the point, just such as General Fremont proclaimed. I do not say I might not, as a member of Congress, vote for it. What I object to is that I, as President, shall expressly or impliedly seize and exercise the permanent legislative functions of the government. So much as to principle. Now as to policy. No doubt the thing was popular in some quarters, and would have been more so if it had been a general declaration of emancipation. The Kentucky legislature would not budge till that proclamation was modified. And General Anderson telegraphed me that on the news of General Fremont having actually issued deeds of manumission, a whole company of our volunteers threw down their arms and disbanded. I was so assured as to think it probable that the very arms we had furnished Kentucky would be turned against us. I think to lose Kentucky is nearly the same as to lose the whole game. Kentucky gone, we cannot hold Missouri, nor, as I think, Maryland. These all against us, and the job on our hands is too large for us. We would as well consent to separation at once, including the surrender of this capital. On the contrary, if you will give up your restlessness for new positions and back me manfully on the grounds upon which you and other kind friends gave me the election and have approved in my public documents, we shall go through triumphantly. You must not understand I took my course on the proclamation because of Kentucky. I took the same ground in a private letter to General Fremont before I heard from Kentucky. You think I am inconsistent because I did not also forbid General Fremont to shoot men under the proclamation? I understand that part to be within military law. But I also think, and so privately wrote General Fremont, that it is impolitic in this, that our adversaries have the power, and will certainly exercise it, to shoot as many of our men as we shoot of theirs. I did not say this in the public letter because it is a subject I prefer not to discuss in the hearing of our enemies. There has been no thought of removing General Fremont on any ground connected with his proclamation, and if there has been any wish for his removal on any ground, our mutual friend, Sam Glover, can probably tell you what it was. I hope no real necessity for it exists on any ground. Your friend as ever, A. Lincoln. The reader will not fail to note that the argument of this letter seems diametrically opposed to the action of the President when exactly 1 year later he issued his preliminary proclamation of emancipation, as well as to that of the final one on the first day of January 1863. Did Mr. Lincoln change his mind in the interim? The answer is twofold. He did not change his mind as to the principle. He did change his mind as to the policy of the case. Rightly to interpret Mr. Lincoln's language, we must imagine ourselves in his position and examine the question as it presented itself to his mind. Congress, by the act of August 6, 1861, had authorized him to cause property used or employed in aid of insurrection to be seized, confiscated, and condemned, providing, however, that such condemnation should be by judicial proceeding. He saw that Fremont, by mere proclamation, assumed to confiscate all property, both real and personal, of rebels in arms, whether such property had been put to insurrectionary use or not, and going a step further, had annexed a rule of property by decreeing that their slaves should become free. This assumption of authority Lincoln rightly defined as simply dictatorship and as being, if permitted, the end of constitutional government. The case is still stronger when we remember that Fremont's proclamation began by broadly assuming the administrative powers of the state, that its declared object was mere individual punishment, and the measure a local police regulation to suppress disorder and maintain the peace. Also that it was to operate throughout Missouri, as well within as without the portions of the state under his immediate military control. Military necessity, therefore, could not be urged in justification. The act was purely administrative and political. The difference between these extra military decrees of Fremont's proclamation and Lincoln's acts of emancipation is broad and essential. Fremont's act was one of civil administration. Lincoln's a step in an active military campaign. Fremont's was local and individual, Lincoln's national and general. Fremont's partly within military lines, Lincoln's altogether beyond military lines. Fremont's an act of punishment, Lincoln's a means of war. Fremont's acting upon property, Lincoln's acting upon persons. National law, civil and military, knew nothing of slavery and did not protect it as an institution. It only tolerated state laws to that effect and only dealt with fugitive slaves as persons held to service. Lincoln did not, as dictator, decree the abrogation of these state laws, but in order to call persons from the military aid of the rebellion to the military aid of the Union, he, as commander-in-chief, armed by military necessity, proclaimed that persons held as slaves within rebel lines should on a certain day become free unless rebellion ceased. Thus no real distinction of principle exists between his criticism of Fremont's proclamation and the issuing of his own. On the other hand, there is a marked and acknowledged change of policy between the date of the Browning letter and the date of his preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. In September 1861, he stood upon the position laid down in the Chicago platform. Upon that, expressed in the constitutional amendment and endorsed in his inaugural, upon that declared by Congress in July in the Crittenden resolution, namely, that the general government would not interfere directly or indirectly with the institution of slavery in the several states. This policy Lincoln undertook in good faith to carry out, and he adhered to it so long as it was consistent with the safety of the government. His Browning letter is but a reaffirmation of that purpose. At the time he wrote it, military necessity was clearly against military emancipation, either local or general. The revocation of Fremont's decree saved Kentucky to the Union and placed 40,000 Kentucky soldiers in the Federal Army. But 1 year after the date of the Browning letter, the situation was entirely reversed. The Richmond campaign had utterly failed. Washington was menaced. The country was despondent, and military necessity now justified the policy of general military emancipation. Whatever temporary popularity Fremont gained with anti-slavery people by his proclamation was quickly neutralized by the occurrence of a new military disaster at Lexington. The Battle of Wilson's Creek and the retreat of the Union Army to Rolla left the Confederate forces master of southwest Missouri. The junction of rebel leaders, however, which had served to gain that advantage, was of short duration. Their loosely organized and badly supplied army was not only too much crippled to follow the Union retreat, but in no condition to remain together. Price, as Major General of Missouri State forces, had only temporarily waived his rank and consented to serve under McCulloch, holding but a brigadier general's commission from Jefferson Davis. The disagreement of the leaders and the necessities of the troops almost immediately compelled the separation of the rebel army. General Pierce, with his Arkansas State forces, returned home, and General McCulloch, with his 3 Confederate regiments, also marched back into Arkansas, taking up again his primary task of watching the Indian Territory. General Price held his numerous but heterogeneous Missouri followers together, and busying himself for a time in gathering supplies, started back in a leisurely march northward from Springfield towards the Missouri River. The strong secession feeling of southwestern Missouri rapidly increased his force, liberally furnished him supplies, and kept him fully informed of the numbers and location of the various Union detachments. There were none in his line of march till he neared the town of Lexington on the Missouri River. Ex-Governor Jackson had recently convened the rebel members of his legislature here, but a small detachment of Union troops sent from Jefferson City occupied the place, dispersing them and capturing their records and the Great Seal of the state, brought by the governor in his flight from the capital. About the 1st of September, the Union commander at Jefferson City, heard of the advance of Price and sent forward the Chicago Irish Brigade under Colonel James A. Mulligan to reinforce Lexington with directions to fortify and hold it. Mulligan reached Lexington by forced marches, where he was soon joined by the Union detachment from Warrensburg retreating before Price. The united Federal force now numbered 2,800 men with 8 guns. Price pushed forward his cavalry and made a slight attack on the 12th, but was easily repulsed and retired to await the arrival of his main body, swelled by continual accessions to some 20,000 men with 13 guns, and on the 18th he again approached and formally laid siege to Lexington. Mulligan made good use of this interim, gathering provisions and forage, casting shot, making ammunition for his guns, and enclosing the college building and the hill on which it stood, an area of some 15 acres with a strong line of breastworks. Price began his attack on the 18th, but for 2 days made little headway. Slowly, however, he gained favorable positions. His sharpshooters, skilled riflemen of the frontier, drove the Federals into their principal redan, cut off their water supply by gaining and occupying the river shore, and finally adopted the novel and effective expedient of using movable breastworks by gradually rolling forward bales of wet hemp. On September 20, after 52 hours of gallant defense, Mulligan's position became untenable. The reinforcements he had a right to expect did not come. His water cisterns were exhausted. The stench from dead animals burdened the air about his fort. Someone at length, without authority, displayed a white flag, and Price sent a note which asked, "Colonel, what has caused the cessation of the fight?" Mulligan's Irish wit was equal to the occasion, and he wrote on the back of the note, "General, I hardly know, unless you have surrendered." The pleasantry led to a formal parley, and Mulligan, with the advice of his officers, surrendered. The uncertainty which for several days hung over the fate of Lexington and the dramatic incidents of the fight excited the liveliest interest throughout the West. Newspaper discussion soon made it evident that this new Union loss might have been avoided by reasonable prudence and energy on the part of Fremont, as there were plenty of disposable troops at various points, which during the slow approach and long-deferred attack of Price could have been hurried to Mulligan's support. There were universal outcry and demand that at least the disaster should be retrieved by a prompt movement to intercept and capture Price on his retreat. Fremont himself seems to have felt the sting of the disgrace, for, reporting the surrender, he added, "I am taking the field myself and hope to destroy the enemy either before or after the junction of forces under McCulloch. Please notify the President immediately." "Your dispatch of this day is received," responded General Scott. "The President is glad you are hastening to the scene of action. His words are, he expects you to repair the disaster at Lexington without loss of time." This hope was not destined to reach a fulfillment. Price almost immediately retreated southward from Lexington with his captured booty, among which the Great Seal of the State figures as a conspicuous item in his report. On September 24, Fremont published his order, organizing his army of 5 divisions under Brigadier General John Pope at Boonville, Major J. McKinstry at Syracuse, Major General David Hunter at Versailles, Brigadier General Franz Sigel at Georgetown, Brigadier General Alexander Ashboth at Tipton. On paper, it formed a respectable show of force, figuring as an aggregate of nearly 39,000. In reality, it was at the moment well nigh powerless, being scattered and totally unprepared for the field. Fremont's chronic inattention to details and his entire lack of methodical administration now fully reveal themselves. Even under the imperative orders of the general, nearly a month elapsed before the various divisions could be concentrated at Springfield, and they were generally in miserable plight as to transportation, supplies, and ammunition. Amidst a succession of sanguine newspaper reports setting forth the incidents and great expectations of Fremont's campaign, the convincing evidence could not be disguised that the whole movement would finally prove worthless and barren. Meanwhile, acting on his growing solicitude, President Lincoln directed special inquiry, and about the 13th of October, the Secretary of War, accompanied by the Adjutant General of the Army, reached Fremont's camp at Tipton. His immediate report to the President confirmed his apprehension. Secretary Cameron wrote, "I returned to this place last night from the headquarters of General Fremont at Tipton. I found there and in the immediate neighborhood some 40,000 troops, with one brigade, General McKinstry's, in good condition for the field and well provided. Others not exhibiting good care and but poorly supplied with munitions, arms, and clothing. I had an interview with General Fremont, and in conversation with him showed him an order for his removal. He was very much mortified, pained, and I thought humiliated. He made an earnest appeal to me, saying that he had come to Missouri at the request of the government to assume a very responsible command, and that when he reached this state he found himself without troops and without any preparation for an army, that he had exerted himself, as he believed, with great energy, and had now around him a fine army with everything to make success certain, that he was in pursuit of the enemy, who he believed were within his reach, and that to recall him at this moment would not only destroy him, but render his whole expenditure useless. In reply to this appeal, I told him that I would withhold the order until my return to Washington, giving him the interim to prove the reality of his hopes as to reaching and capturing the enemy, giving him to understand that, should he fail, he must give place to some other officer. He assured me that, should he fail, he would resign at once. It is proper that I should state that after this conversation I met General Hunter, who in very distinct terms told me that his division of the army, although then under orders to march, and a part of his command actually on the road, could not be put in proper condition for marching for a number of days. To a question I put to him whether he believed General Fremont fit for the command, he replied that he did not think that he was, and informed me that though second in command, he knew nothing whatever of the purposes or plans of his chief. The opinion of another division commander, General Pope, was freely expressed in a letter which Hunter exhibited to the Secretary. I received at 1 o'clock last night the extraordinary order of General Fremont for a forward movement of his whole force. The wonderful manner in which the actual facts and conditions of things here are ignored stupefies me. One would suppose from this order that divisions and brigades are organized and are under immediate command of their officers, that transportation is in possession of all, that every arrangement of supply trains to follow the army has been made, in fact, that we are in a perfect state of preparation for a move. You know as well as I do that the exact reverse is the fact, that neither brigades nor divisions have been brought together, and that if they were, there is not transportation enough to move this army 100 yards, that in truth not one solitary preparation of any kind has been made to enable this advance movement to be executed. I have never seen my division, nor do I suppose you have seen yours. I have no cavalry, even for a personal escort, and yet this order requires me to send forward companies of pioneers protected by cavalry. Is it intended that this order be obeyed, or rather that we try to obey it, or is the order only designed for Washington and the papers? I went to Jefferson City the last time I saw you for the express purpose of getting transportation for my division, and explained to General Fremont precisely what I have said above. How, in the face of the fact that he knew no transportation was furnished, and that Kelton has none, he should coolly order such a movement and expect it to be made, I cannot understand on any reasonable or common sense hypothesis. Another letter to the President from a more cautious and conservative officer, Brigadier General Samuel R. Curtis, exercising a local command in St. Louis, gave an equally discouraging view of the situation. Your Excellency's letter of the 7th inst., desiring me to express my views in regard to General Fremont frankly and confidentially to the Secretary of War, was presented by him yesterday, and I have complied with your Excellency's request. Matters have gone from bad to worse, and I am greatly obliged by your Excellency's letter, which breaks the restraint of military law and enables me to relieve myself of a painful silence. In my judgment, General Fremont lacks the intelligence, the experience, and the sagacity necessary to his command. I have reluctantly and gradually been forced to this conclusion. His reserve evinces vanity or embarrassment, which I never could so far overcome as to fully penetrate his capacity. He would talk of plans which, being explained, only related to some move of a general or some dash at a shadow, and I am now convinced he has no general plan. Forces are scattered and generally isolated without being in supporting distance or relation to each other, and when I have expressed apprehension as to some, I have seen no particular exertion to repel or relieve till it was too late. I know the demand made on him for force everywhere is oppressive, but remote posts have improperly stood out, and some still stand inviting assault without power to retreat, fortify, or reinforce. Our forces should be concentrated with the rivers as a base of operation, and these rivers and railroads afford means for sudden and salutary assaults on the enemy. The question you propound ought General Fremont to be relieved from or retained in his present command seems easily answered. It is only a question of manner and time. Public opinion is an element of war which must not be neglected. Thus the opinions of 3 trained and experienced Army officers who had every means of judging from actual personal observation coincided with the general drift of evidence which had come to the President from civilian officials and citizens. Fremont had frittered away his opportunity for usefulness and fame, such an opportunity, indeed, as rarely comes. He had taken his command 3 months before with the universal goodwill of almost every individual, every subordinate, every official, every community in his immense department. In his brief incumbency, he not only lost the general public confidence, but incurred the special displeasure or direct enmity of those most prominent in influence or command next to him, and without whose friendship and cooperation success was practically impossible. Waiting and hoping till the last moment, President Lincoln at length felt himself forced to intervene. On the 24th of October, just 3 months after Fremont had assumed command, he directed an order to be made that Fremont should be relieved and General Hunter be called temporarily to take his command. This order he dispatched by the hand of a personal friend to General Curtis at St. Louis with the following letter. Dear Sir, on receipt of this, with the accompanying enclosures, you will take safe, certain, and suitable measures to have the enclosure addressed to Major General Fremont, delivered to him with all reasonable dispatch, subject to these conditions only, that if, when General Fremont shall be reached by the messenger, yourself or anyone sent by you, he shall then have, in personal command, fought and won a battle, or shall then be actually in a battle, or shall then be in the immediate presence of the enemy in expectation of a battle, it is not to be delivered, but held for further orders. After, and not till after, the delivery to General Fremont, let the enclosure addressed to General Hunter be delivered to him. It will be seen that the conditions attending the delivery of this order were somewhat peculiar. If General Fremont had just won a battle, or were on the eve of fighting one, then both justice to him and more especially the risk or gain to the Union cause rendered it inexpedient to make a sudden change in command. But the question also had another and possibly serious aspect. Amid all his loss of prestige and public confidence, Fremont had retained the clamorous adhesion and noisy demonstrative support of 3 distinct elements. First, a large number of officers to whom he had given irregular commissions issued by himself, subject to the approval of the President. These commissions for the moment gave their holders rank, pay, and power, and to some of them he had assigned extraordinary duties and trusts under special instructions, regardless of proper military usage and method. The second class was the large and respectable German population of St. Louis and other portions of Missouri, forming the nucleus of the radical faction whose cause he had especially espoused. The third class comprised the men of strong anti-slavery convictions throughout the Union, who hailed his act of military emancipation with unbounded approval. The first class composed about his person a clique of active partisans, wielding power and dispensing patronage in his name. The other two supplied a convenient public echo. Out of such surroundings and conditions there began to come a cry of persecution and a vague hum of insubordination coupled with adulations of the general. Some of his favorites talked imprudently of defiance and resistance to authority. Occasional acts of Fremont himself gave a color of plausibility to these mutterings. He had neglected to discontinue the expensive fortifications and barracks when directed to do so by the Secretary of War. Even since the President ordered him to modify his proclamation, he had on one occasion personally directed the original document to be printed and distributed. Several of his special appointees were stationed about the city of St. Louis, so they should control every fort, arsenal, and communication without regard to commanding officers or quartermasters. Suspicions naturally arose and were publicly expressed that he would not freely yield up his command, or if he did not actually resist superior authority, that he might at least, upon some pretext, temporarily prolong his power. There was, of course, no danger that he could successfully defy the orders of the President. The bulk of his army, officers, and soldiers would have spurned such a proposition, but the example of delay or doubt, any shadow of insubordination, would have had an extremely pernicious effect upon public opinion. General Curtis, therefore, sent a trusted bearer of dispatches who, by an easy stratagem, entered Fremont's camp, gained a personal audience, and delivered the official order of removal. Duplicates of the President's letters were at the same time and with equal care dispatched to the camp of General Hunter at a considerable distance, and he traveled all night to assume his new duties. When he reached Fremont's camp on the following day, he learned that ostensible preparations had been made and orders issued for a battle, on the assumption that the enemy was at Wilson's Creek advancing to an attack. Taking command, Hunter sent a reconnaissance to Wilson's Creek and obtained reliable evidence that no enemy whatever was there or expected there. Fremont had been duped by his own scouts, for it is hardly possible to conceive that he deliberately arranged this final bit of theatrical effect. The actual fact was that while Price, retreating southward by slow and easy marches, kept well beyond any successful pursuit, his army of 20,000, which had captured Lexington, dwindled away as rapidly as it had grown. His movement partook more of the nature of a frontier foray than an organized campaign. The squirrel hunters of western Missouri, whose accurate sharpshooting drove Mulligan into his entrenchments to starvation or surrender, returned to their farms or their forest haunts to await the occasion of some new and exciting expedition. The whole present effort of General Price, now at the head of only 10,000 or 12,000 men, was only to reach an easy junction with McCulloch on the Arkansas border, so that their united force might make a successful stand, or at least ensure a safe retreat from the Union army. President Lincoln, however, did not intend that the campaign to the southwest should be continued. Other plans were being matured. With the order to supersede Fremont, he also sent the following letters explaining his well-considered views and conveying his express directions. Washington, October 24, 1861. Brigadier General S.R. Curtis, my dear sir, herewith is a document, half letter, half order, which wishing you to see, but not to make public, I send unsealed. Please read it and then enclose it to the officer who may be in command of the Department of the West at the time it reaches him. I cannot now know whether Fremont or Hunter will then be in command. Yours truly, A. Lincoln. Washington, October 24, 1861, to the Commander of the Department of the West. Sir, the command of the Department of the West having devolved upon you, I propose to offer you a few suggestions. Knowing how hazardous it is to bind down a distant commander in the field to specific lines and operations, as so much always depends on a knowledge of localities and passing events, it is intended, therefore, to leave a considerable margin for the exercise of your judgment and discretion. The main rebel army, Price's, west of the Mississippi, is believed to have passed Dade County in full retreat upon northwestern Arkansas, leaving Missouri almost freed from the enemy, excepting in the southeast of the state. Assuming this basis of fact, it seems desirable, as you are not likely to overtake Price and are in danger of making too long a line from your own base of supplies and reinforcements, that you should give up the pursuit, halt your main army, divide it into two corps of observation, one occupying Sedalia and the other Rolla, the present termini of railroads, then recruit the condition of both corps by reestablishing and improving their discipline and instructions, perfecting their clothing and equipments, and providing less uncomfortable quarters. Of course, both railroads must be guarded and kept open, judiciously employing just so much force as is necessary for this. From these 2 points, Sedalia and Rolla, and especially in judicious cooperation with Lane on the Kansas border, it would be so easy to concentrate and repel any army of the enemy returning on Missouri from the southwest that it is not probable any such attempt to return will be made before or during the approaching cold weather. Before spring, the people of Missouri will probably be in no favorable mood to renew for next year the troubles which have so much afflicted and impoverished them during this. If you adopt this line of policy, and if, as I anticipate, you will see no enemy in great force approaching, you will have a surplus of force which you can withdraw from these points and direct to others as may be needed, the railroads furnishing ready means of reinforcing those main points if occasion requires. Doubtless local uprisings will for a time continue to occur, but these can be met by detachments and local forces of our own, and will ere long tire out of themselves. While, as stated in the beginning of the letter, a large discretion must be and is left with yourself, I feel sure that an indefinite pursuit of Price or an attempt by this long and circuitous route to reach Memphis will be exhaustive beyond endurance and will end in the loss of the whole force engaged in it. Your obedient servant, A. Lincoln. The change of command occasioned neither trouble nor danger. Fremont himself acted with perfect propriety. He took leave of his army in a brief and temperate address and returned to St. Louis, where he was welcomed by his admirers with a public meeting and eulogistic speeches. The demonstration was harmless and unimportant, though care had been taken to send authority to General Curtis to repress disorder, and specially to look to the safety of the city and the arsenal. In accordance with the policy outlined by the President, General Hunter soon drew back the Federal army from Springfield to Rolla, and the greater part of it was transferred to another field of operations. Hearing of this retrograde movement, McCulloch rapidly advanced and for a season occupied Springfield. One of the distressing effects of these successive movements of contending forces is described in a sentence of his report. The Union men have nearly all fled with the Federal troops, leaving this place almost deserted. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 25. The Army of the Potomac. On the day after the Battle of Bull Run, General McClellan was ordered to Washington. He arrived there on the 26th of July, and the next day assumed command of the division of the Potomac, comprising the troops in and around Washington on both sides of the river. In his general report, dated August 4, 1863, he says: "When I assumed command in Washington on the 27th of July, 1861, the number of troops in and around the city was about 50,000 infantry, less than 1,000 cavalry, and 650 artillerymen, with 9 imperfect field batteries of 30 pieces. There was nothing to prevent the enemy shelling the city from heights within easy range, which could be occupied by a hostile column almost without resistance. Many soldiers had deserted, and the streets of Washington were crowded with straggling officers and men, absent from their stations without authority, whose behavior indicated the general want of discipline and organization." This picture is naturally drawn in the darkest colors, but the outlines are substantially accurate. There was great need of everything which goes to the efficiency of an army. There was need of soldiers, of organization, of drill, of a young and vigorous commander to give impulse and direction to the course of affairs. All these wants were speedily supplied. The energy of the government and the patriotism of the North poured into the capital a constant stream of recruits. These were taken in hand by an energetic and intelligent staff, assigned to brigades and divisions, equipped and drilled with the greatest order and celerity. The infantry levies, on their first arrival, were sent to the various camps in the suburbs, and being there formed into provisional brigades, were thoroughly exercised and instructed before being transferred to the forces on the other side of the river. These provisional brigades were successively commanded by Generals Fitz-John Porter, Ambrose E. Burnside, and Silas Casey. The cavalry and artillery, as they arrived, reported respectively to Generals George Stoneman and William F. Berry, chiefs of those arms. Colonel Andrew Porter was made Provost Marshal of Washington, and soon reduced the place to perfect order, which was not again disturbed during the war. Deserters were arrested, stragglers sent back to their regiments, and the streets rendered more quiet and secure than those of most cities in profound peace. A great army was speedily formed. The 50,000 that General McClellan found in Washington were reinforced by the stalwart men of the North as fast as steam could bring them by water and land. Nothing like it had ever before been seen on this continent. The grand total of officers and men of the regular army before the war consisted of 17,000 souls. On the 27th of October, exactly 3 months after General McClellan assumed command, he reported an aggregate of strength for the army under him of 168,318, of which there were, he said, present for duty 147,695, and he reported several other bodies of troops en route to him. The Adjutant General's report 3 days later shows present for duty with the Army of the Potomac, inclusive of troops in the lower Shenandoah and at Washington, 162,737, with an aggregate present and absent of 198,238. This vast army was of the best material the country could afford. The 3-month regiments, which were as a rule imperfectly organized and badly officered, their officers being to great extent the product of politics and personal influence, had been succeeded by the volunteer army of 3 years' men, which contained all the best elements of the militia, with very desirable additions. Only the most able of the militia generals, those whom the President had recognized as worthy of permanent employment, returned to the field after the expiration of their 3 months' service. The militia organization of brigades and divisions had of course disappeared. The governors of the states organized the regiments, and appointed regimental and company officers only. The higher organization rested with the President, who also had the appointing of general and staff officers. A most valuable element of the new army was the old regular organization, largely increased and improved by the addition of 11 regiments, constituting 2 divisions of 2 brigades each. This created a great many additional vacancies, which were filled partly from the old army and partly from civil life, giving to the service a large number of valuable officers. 2 classes of cadets were that year graduated from the military academy at West Point, many of whom became useful and distinguished in the regular and the volunteer service. In brief, for 3 months the government placed at the disposal of the young general more than a regiment a day of excellent troops. The best equipments, the best arms, the best artillery, the most distinguished of the old officers, the most promising of the young, were given him. The armies in every other part of the country were stinted to supply this most important of all the departments, and at first it was with universal popular assent that this bountiful provision was made for him. He had gained for the Union the only victory it had yet to its credit. He enjoyed a high character for military learning and science, founded upon the report of his friends. He was capable of great and long-continued industry in executive affairs. He was surrounded by an able and brilliant staff, all heartily devoted to him, and inclined to give him the greater share of the credit for their own work. His alert and gallant bearing as he rode from camp to camp about Washington, surrounded by a company of aides in uniforms as yet untarnished by campaign life, impressed the imagination of tourists and newspaper correspondents, who at once gave him, on this insufficient evidence, the sobriquet of the young Napoleon. In addition to these advantages, he was a man of extraordinary personal attractiveness. Strangers instinctively liked him, and those who were thrown much in his company grew very fond of him. In every one, from the President of the United States to the humblest orderly who waited at his door, he inspired a remarkable affection and regard, a part of which sprang, it is true, from the intense desire prevalent at the time for success to our arms, which naturally included an impulse of goodwill to our foremost military leaders. But this impulse, in the case of General McClellan, was given a peculiar warmth by his unusually winning personal characteristics. In consequence, he was courted and caressed as few men in our history have been. His charm of manner, enhanced by his rising fame, made him the idol of the Washington drawing rooms, and his high official position, his certainty of speedy promotion to supreme command, and the probability of great political influence to follow, made him the target of all the interests and ambitions that center in a capital in time of war. He can hardly be blamed if this sudden and dazzling elevation produced some effect upon his character and temper. Suddenly, as by a spell of enchantment, he had been put in command of one of the greatest armies of modern times. He had become one of the most conspicuous figures of the world. His portrait had grown as familiar as those of our great historic worthies. Every word and act of his were taken up and spread broadcast by the thousand tongues of publicity. He saw himself treated with the utmost deference, his prejudices flattered, and his favor courted by statesmen and soldiers twice his age. We repeat that he can hardly be blamed if his temper and character suffered in the ordeal. He has left in his memoirs and letters unquestionable evidence of a sudden and fatal degeneration of mind during the months he passed in Washington in the latter half of 1861. At first everything was novel and delightful. On the 27th of July he wrote, "I find myself in a new and strange position here. President, Cabinet, General Scott, and all deferring to me. By some strange operation of magic, I seem to have become the power of the land." 3 days later he wrote, "They give me my way in everything, full swing and unbounded confidence. Who would have thought, when we were married, that I should so soon be called upon to save my country?" A few days afterwards, "I shall carry this thing on en grand, and crush the rebels in one campaign." By the 9th of August, his estimate of his own importance had taken such a morbid development that he was able to say, "I would cheerfully take the dictatorship and agree to lay down my life when the country is saved." Yet he added in the same letter, "I am not spoiled by my unexpected new position." This pleasing delirium lasted only a few weeks, and was succeeded by a strange and permanent hallucination upon 2 points. One was that the enemy, whose numbers were about 1/3 his own, vastly exceeded his army in strength, and the other that the government, which was doing everything in its power to support him, was hostile to him and desired his destruction. On the 16th of August he wrote, "I am here in a terrible place. The enemy have from 3 to 4 times my force. The President, the old general, cannot or will not see the true state of affairs." He was in terror for fear he should be attacked, in doubt whether his army would stand. "If my men will only fight, I think I can thrash him, notwithstanding the disparity of numbers. I am weary of all this." Later on the same day he wrote with exultation, "Providence is aiding me by heavy rains which are swelling the Potomac, which may be impassable for a week. If so, we are saved." All through the month he expected battle in a week. By the end of August his panic passed away. He said he was ready for Beauregard, and a week later began to talk of attacking him. By this time he had become, to use his own language, disgusted with this administration, perfectly sick of it. His intimate friends and associates were among the political opponents of the men at the head of affairs, and their daily flatteries had easily convinced him that in him was the only hope of saving the country, in spite of its incapable rulers. He says in one place, with singular naivete, that Mr. Stanton gained his confidence by professing friendship for him while loading the President with abuse and ridicule. He professed a special contempt for the President, partly because Mr. Lincoln showed him too much deference. In October he wrote, "There are some of the greatest geese in the cabinet I have ever seen, enough to tax the patience of Job." In November his disgust at the government had become almost intolerable. "It is sickening in the extreme and makes me feel heavy at heart when I see the weakness and unfitness of the poor beings who control the destinies of this great country." The affair of Mason and Slidell, with which he had no concern and upon which his advice was not asked, agitated him at this time. He felt that his wisdom alone must save the country in this crisis. He wrote that he must spend the day in trying to get the government to do its duty. He did not quite know what its duty was, but must first go to Stanton's to ascertain what the law of nations had to say on the matter, Stanton being at this time his friend, and, as he thought, Lincoln's opponent. He had begun already to rank the President as among his enemies. He was in the habit of hiding at Stanton's when he had serious work to do, to dodge, as he said, all enemies in the shape of browsing presidents, etc. "I am thwarted and deceived by these incapables at every turn." He soon began to call and to consider the Army of the Potomac as his own. He assumed the habit, which he never relinquished, of asking that all desirable troops and stores be sent to him. Indeed, it may be observed that even before he came to Washington this tendency was discernible. While he remained in the West, he was continually asking for men and money. But when he came to the Potomac, he recognized no such need on the part of his successor, and telegraphed to Governor Denison to pay no attention to Rosecrans's demand for reinforcements. In the plan of campaign which he laid before the President on the 4th of August, 1861, which was, in general objects and intentions, very much the same plan already adopted by General Scott and the government, he assigned the scantiest detachments to the great work of conquering the Mississippi Valley. 20,000, he thought, would be enough, with what could be raised in Kentucky and Tennessee, to secure the latter region and its railroads, as well as ultimately to occupy Nashville, while he demanded for himself the enormous aggregate of 273,000 men. He wanted especially all the regular troops. The success of operations elsewhere, he said, was relatively unimportant compared with those in Virginia. These views of his were naturally adopted by his immediate associates, who carried them to an extreme probably not contemplated by the general. They seemed to regard him as a kind of tribune, armed by the people with powers independent of and superior to the civil authorities. On the 20th of August, his father-in-law, Colonel R.B. Marcy, being in New York, and not being satisfied with what he saw in the way of recruitment, sent General McClellan a telegram urging him to make a positive and unconditional demand for an immediate draft of the additional troops you require. "The people," he says, "will applaud such a course, rely upon it." The general, seeing nothing out of the way in this explosive communication of his staff officer, sent it to the Secretary of War with this endorsement: "Colonel Marcy knows what he says, and is of the coolest judgment," and recommended that his suggestion be carried into effect. All this time every avenue of transportation was filled with soldiers on their way to Washington. In connection with his delusion as to the number of the enemy in front of him, it grew a fixed idea in his mind that all the best troops and all the officers of ability in the army should be placed under his orders. On the 8th of September he wrote a remarkable letter to the Secretary of War embodying these demands. He began, in the manner which at an early day became habitual with him and continued to the end of his military career, by enormously exaggerating the strength of the enemy opposed to him. He reports his own force in the immediate vicinity of Washington at 85,000, and that of the enemy at 130,000, which he says is a low estimate, and draws the inevitable conclusion that this army should be reinforced at once by all the disposable troops that the East and West and North can furnish. "I would also urgently recommend," he says, "that the whole of the regular army, old and new, be at once ordered to report here, with some trifling exceptions." He also demanded that the choicest officers be assigned to him, especially that none of those recommended by him should be sent anywhere else. Most of these requests were granted, and General McClellan seems to have assumed a sort of proprietary right over every regiment that had once come under his command. When General Thomas W. Sherman's expedition was about sailing for Port Royal, he made an earnest request to the government for the 79th New York Highlanders. The matter being referred to General McClellan, he wrote in the most peremptory tone to the War Department, forbidding the detachment of those troops. "I will not consent," he says roundly, "to one other man being detached from this army for that expedition. I need far more than I now have to save this country. It is the task of the Army of the Potomac to decide the question at issue." The President accepted this rebuke and telegraphed to General Sherman that he had promised General McClellan not to break his army here without consent. But the regiment was afterwards sent to Sherman. Such an attitude towards the military and civil authorities has rarely been assumed by a general so young and so inexperienced, and to sustain it requires a degree of popular strength and confidence which is only gained by rapid and brilliant successes. In the case of General McClellan, the faith of his friends and of the government had no nourishment for a long time except his own promises, and several incidents during the late summer and autumn made heavy drafts upon the general confidence which was accorded him. From the beginning of hostilities, the blockade of the Potomac River below Washington was recognized on both sides as a great advantage to be sought by the Confederates, and a great danger to be guarded against by the national government. For a while the Navy had been able to keep the waters of the river clear by the employment of a few powerful light draft steamers, but it soon became evident that this would not permanently be a sufficient protection, and even before the Battle of Bull Run the Navy Department suggested a combined occupation by the Army and the Navy of Matthias Point, a bold and commanding promontory on the Virginia side, where the Potomac, after a horseshoe bend to the east, flows southward again, with its width greatly increased. On the 20th of August, the Navy Department renewed its importunities to the War Department to cooperate in the seizure of this most important point, which was absolutely essential to the unobstructed navigation of the Potomac. 11 days later these suggestions were still more pressingly presented without effect. In October, however, when rebel batteries were already appearing at different points on the river, and when it was in contemplation to send to Port Royal the steamers which had been policing the Potomac, an arrangement was entered into between the Army and the Navy to occupy Matthias Point. Orders were sent to Captain Thomas T. Craven to collect at that place the necessary boats for landing a force of 4,000 men. He waited all night, and no troops appeared. Captain Gustavus V. Fox, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, who had taken a great deal of interest in the expedition, went in deep chagrin to the President, who at once accompanied him to General McClellan's quarters to ask some explanation of this failure. The general informed him that he had become convinced it would not be practicable to land the troops, and that he had therefore not sent them. Captain Fox assured him that the Navy would be responsible for that, and after some discussion it was concluded that the troops should go the next night. Captain Craven was again ordered to be in readiness. The troops did not go. Craven came to Washington in great agitation, threw up his command, and applied for sea service on the ground that his reputation as an officer would be ruined by the closing of the river while he was in command of the flotilla. The vessels went out one by one, the rebels put up their batteries at their leisure, and the blockade of the river was complete. When General McClellan was examined as to this occurrence by the Committee of the Conduct of the War, he did not remember the specific incidents as recited by Captain Fox, and as reported above, but he said he never regarded the obstruction of the Potomac as of vital importance. Its importance was more moral than physical. General McClellan was perhaps inclined to underrate moral effects. The affair at Ball's Bluff, which occurred on the 21st of October, produced an impression on the public mind and affected his relations with the leading spirits in Congress to an extent entirely out of proportion to its intrinsic importance. He had hitherto enjoyed unbounded popularity. The country saw the army rapidly growing in numbers and improving in equipment and discipline, and was content to allow the authorities their own time for accomplishing their purposes. The general looked forward to no such delays as afterwards seemed to him necessary. He even assumed that the differences between himself and General Scott arose from Scott's preference for inaction and the defensive. On the 10th of October he said to the President, "I think we shall have our arrangements made for a strong reconnaissance about Monday to feel the strength of the enemy. I intend to be careful and do as well as possible. Don't let them hurry me is all I ask." The President, pleased with the prospect of action, replied, "You shall have your own way in the matter, I assure you." On the 12th he sent a dispatch to Mr. Lincoln from the front, saying that the enemy was before him in force and would probably attack in the morning. "If they attack," he added, "I shall beat them." Nothing came of this. On the 16th the President was, as usual, at headquarters for a moment's conversation with General McClellan, who informed him that the enemy was massing at Manassas, and said that he was not such a fool as to buck against that place in the spot designated by the rebels. But he seemed continually to be waiting merely for some slight additional increment of his force, and never intending any long postponement of the offensive, while he was apparently always ready and even desirous for the enemy to leave their works and attack him, being confident of defeating them. In this condition of affairs, with all his force well in hand, he ordered, on the 19th of October, that General George A. McCall should march from his camp at Langley to Drainesville to cover a somewhat extensive series of reconnaissances for the purpose of learning the position of the enemy, and of protecting the operations of the topographical engineers in making maps of that region. The next day he received a dispatch from General Banks's adjutant general indicating that the enemy had moved away from Leesburg. This information turned out to be erroneous, but upon receiving it, General McClellan sent a telegram to General Charles P. Stone at Poolesville, informing him that General McCall had occupied Drainesville the day before and was still there, that heavy reconnaissances would be sent out the same day in all directions from that point, and directing General Stone to keep a good lookout upon Leesburg, to see if that movement had the effect to drive them away. "Perhaps," he adds, "a slight demonstration on your part would have the effect to move them." General McClellan afterwards insisted that this order contemplated nothing more than that General Stone should make some display of an intention to cross, and should watch the enemy more closely than usual. But General Stone gave it a wider range, and at once reported to General McClellan that he had made a feint of crossing at Poolesville, and had at the same time started a reconnoitering party towards Leesburg from Harrison's Island, and that the enemy's pickets had retired to their entrenchments. Although General McClellan afterwards virtually held that this was in effect a disobedience of his orders, he did not direct General Stone to retire his troops. On the contrary, he congratulated him upon the movement, but thinking that McCall would not be needed to cooperate with Stone, he ordered the former to fall back from Drainesville to his camp near Prospect Hill, which order, though contradicted by later instructions which did not reach him until his return to Langley, was executed during the morning of the 21st. But while McCall, having completed his reconnaissance, was marching at his leisure back to his camp, the little detachment which General Stone had sent across the river had stumbled upon a battle. A careful reading of the official accounts relating to this affair affords the best possible illustration of the lack of discipline and intelligent organization prevailing at that time in both armies. The reports of the two different commanders seem hardly to refer to the same engagement. Each side enormously exaggerates the strength of the enemy, and the descriptions of the carnage at critical moments of the fight read absurdly enough when compared with the meager official lists of killed and wounded. We will briefly state what really took place. On the evening of October 20th, General Willis A. Gorman made a demonstration of crossing at Edwards Ferry, and a scouting party of the 15th Massachusetts crossed from Harrison's Island and went to within about a mile of Leesburg, returning with the report that they had found a small camp of the enemy in the woods. General Stone then ordered Colonel Charles Devens, commanding the 15th Massachusetts, to take 5 companies of his regiment over in the night to destroy this camp at daybreak. Colonel Devens, proceeding to execute this order, found that the statement of the scouting party was erroneous, and reporting this fact, waited in the woods for further orders. General Stone sent over the rest of the regiment, and later the 20th Massachusetts, Colonel William Raymond Lee, and Colonel Milton Cogswell's Tammany Regiment, the whole being under the command of Colonel E. D. Baker of the California Regiment, 71st Pennsylvania, a senator from Oregon, an officer of the highest personal and political distinction, and, as we have already related, not without experience in the Mexican War. General Stone had now evidently resolved upon a reconnaissance in force, and in case an engagement should result, he confidently expected Colonel Baker to drive the enemy from his front, at which juncture General Stone expected to come in upon their right with Gorman's troops, which he was pushing over at Edwards Ferry, and capture or rout the entire command. He gave Colonel Baker discretionary authority to advance or to retire after crossing the river, as circumstances might seem to dictate. Colonel Baker entered upon the work assigned to him with the greatest enthusiasm and intrepidity. The means of transportation were lamentably inadequate, but working energetically, though without system, the greater part of the troops assigned for the service were at last got over the river, and Baker took command on the field about 2 o'clock. The battle was already lost, though the brave and high-spirited orator did not suspect it, any more than did General Stone, who, at Edward's Ferry, was waiting for the moment to arrive when he should attack the enemy's right, and convert his defeat into rout. General Devens, who had been skirmishing briskly with continually increasing numbers of the Confederates all the morning, had by this time fallen back in line with Baker's, William R. Lee's, and Milton Cogswell's regiments, and a new disposition was made of all the troops on the ground to resist the advancing enemy. The disposition was as bad as could have been made. Both flanks were exposed, and the reserves were placed in an unprotected position immediately in rear of the center, where they were shot down without resistance, and were only dangerous to their comrades in front of them. Colonel Baker, whose bravery marked him for destruction, was killed about 4 o'clock, being struck at the same moment by several bullets while striving to encourage his men, and after a brief and ineffectual effort by Colonel Cogswell to move to the left, the National troops retreated to the river bank. They were closely followed by the Confederates. The wretched boats into which many of them rushed were swamped. A few strong swimmers reached the Maryland shore, some were shot in the water, a large number threw their arms into the stream, and, dispersing in the bushes, escaped in the twilight, but a great part of the entire command was captured. The losses on the Union side were 49 killed, 158 wounded, and 714 missing. The Confederate loss in killed and wounded was almost as great, 33 killed and 115 wounded and missing. As soon as the news of the disaster reached General Stone, he hurried to the right, where the fugitives from the right were arriving, did what he could to reestablish order there, and sent instructions to Gorman to entrench himself at Edward's Ferry and act on the defensive. General Banks came up with reinforcements at 3 o'clock in the morning of the 22nd and assumed command. The Confederates made an attack upon Gorman the same day and were easily repulsed. But General McClellan, thinking that the enemy were strengthening themselves at Leesburg and that our means of crossing and recrossing were very insufficient, withdrew all the troops to the Maryland side. It seems from the Confederate reports that he was mistaken in concluding that the enemy were strengthening themselves. They were also getting out of harm's way as rapidly as possible. General Nathan G. Evans, their commander, says, "Finding my brigade very much exhausted, I left Colonel Barksdale with his regiment, with 2 pieces of artillery and a cavalry force, as a grand guard, and I ordered the other 3 regiments to fall back towards Carter's Mill, to rest and to be collected in order." The utter inadequacy of means for crossing was of course a sufficient reason to justify the cessation of active operations at that time and place. Insignificant as was this engagement in itself, it was of very considerable importance in immediate effect and ultimate results. It was the occasion of enormous encouragement to the South. The reports of the Confederate officers exaggerated their own prowess and the numbers and losses of the National troops tenfold. General Beauregard, in his congratulatory order of October 23rd, claimed that the result of this action proved that no disparity of numbers could avail anything as against Southern valor, assisted by the manifest aid of the God of battles. But there, as at Bull Run, the number engaged and the aggregate killed and wounded were about equal on both sides, a fact clearly shown by the respective official records. At the North, the gloom and affliction occasioned by the defeat were equally out of proportion to the event. Among the killed and wounded were several young men of brilliant promise and distinguished social connections in New England, and the useless sacrifice of their lives made a deep impression upon wide circles of friends and kindred. The death of Colonel Baker greatly affected the public mind. He had been little known in the East when he came as senator from Oregon, but from the moment that he began to appear in public, his fluent and impassioned oratory, his graceful and dignified bearing, a certain youthful energy and fire which contrasted pleasantly with his silver hair, had made him extremely popular with all classes. He was one of Mr. Lincoln's dearest friends. He was especially liked in the Senate. He was one of the most desirable and effective speakers at great mass meetings. A cry of passionate anger went up from every part of the country over this precious blood wasted, this dishonor inflicted upon the national flag. The first and most available scapegoat was, naturally enough, General Stone. He cannot be acquitted of all responsibility, even in the calmest review of the facts. There was a lack of preparation for the fight, a lack of thorough supervision after it had begun. But these were the least of the charges made against him. The suspicion which civil war always breeds, and the calumnies resulting from them, were let loose upon him. They grew to such proportions by constant repetition during the autumn and winter following that many people actually thought he was one of a band of conspirators in the Union army working in the interest of rebellion. This impression seized upon the minds of some of the most active and energetic men in Congress, friends and associates of Colonel Baker. They succeeded in convincing the Secretary of War that General Stone was dangerous to the public welfare, and on the 28th of January an order was issued from the War Department to General McClellan directing him to arrest General Stone. He kept it for several days without executing it, but at last, being apparently impressed by the evidence of a refugee from Leesburg that there was some foundation for the charges made by the Committee of Congress, he ordered the arrest of General Stone, saying at the same time to the Secretary of War that the case was too indefinite to warrant the framing of charges. The arrest was made without consulting the President. When Mr. Stanton announced it to him, the President said, "I suppose you have good reasons for it, and having good reasons, I am glad I knew nothing of it until it was done." General Stone was taken to Fort Lafayette, where he remained in confinement 6 months. He was then released and afterwards restored to duty, but never received any satisfaction in answer to his repeated demands for reparation or trial. For the moment at least, there seemed no disposition to censure General McClellan for this misfortune. Indeed, it was only a few days after the Battle of Ball's Bluff that he gained his final promotion to the chief command of the armies of the United States. A brief review of his relations to his predecessor, General Scott, may be necessary to a proper understanding of the circumstances under which he succeeded to the supreme command. Their intercourse, at first marked by great friendship, had soon become clouded by misunderstandings. The veteran had always had a high regard for his junior, had sent him hearty congratulations upon his appointment to command the Ohio Volunteers, and although he had felt compelled on one occasion to rebuke him for interference with matters beyond his jurisdiction, their relations remained perfectly friendly, and the old general warmly welcomed the young one to Washington. But once there, General McClellan began to treat the general-in-chief with a neglect which, though probably unintentioned, was none the less galling. On the 8th of August, General McClellan sent to General Scott a letter to the effect that he believed the capital not only insecure but in imminent danger. As General McClellan never personally communicated these views to his chief, but had, as Scott says, propagated them in high quarters so that they had come indirectly to the old general's ears, his temper, which was never one of the meekest, quite gave way, and declining to answer General McClellan's letter, he addressed an angry note to the Secretary of War, scouting the idea of Washington being in danger, calling attention to the stream of new regiments that is pouring in upon us, complaining bitterly of the reticence and neglect with which his junior treated him, and begging the President, as soon as possible, to retire him from the active command of the army for which his age, his wounds, and his infirmities had unfitted him. Mr. Lincoln was greatly distressed by this altercation between the two officers. He prevailed upon General McClellan to write him a conciliatory note, withdrawing the letter of the 8th, and armed with this, he endeavored to soothe the irritation of Scott, and to induce him to withdraw his angry rejoinder of the 9th. But youth, sure of itself and the future, forgives more easily than age, and Scott refused, respectfully but firmly, to comply with the President's request. He waited 2 days and wrote again to the Secretary of War, giving his reasons for his refusal. He believed General McClellan had deliberately, and with the advice of certain members of the Cabinet, offended him by the letter in question, and that for the last week, though many regiments had arrived and several more or less important movements of troops had taken place, General McClellan had reported nothing to him, but had been frequently in conversation with various high officers of the government. That freedom of access and consultation, he continued, have very naturally deluded the junior general into a feeling of indifference towards his senior. He argued that it would be against the dignity of his years to be filing daily complaints against an ambitious junior, and closed by reiterating his own unfitness for command. The two generals never became reconciled. The bickerings between them continued for 2 months, marked with a painful and growing bitterness on the part of Scott, and on the part of McClellan by a neglect akin to contempt. The elder officer, galled by his subordinate's persistent disrespect, published a general order on the 16th of September, which he said was intended to suppress an irregularity more conspicuous in Major General McClellan than in any other officer, forbidding junior officers on duty from corresponding with their superiors except through intermediate commanders, the same rule applying to correspondence with the President and the Secretary of War, unless by the President's request. General McClellan showed how little he cared for such an order by writing 2 important letters to the Secretary of War within 3 days after it was issued. On the same day a special order was given General McClellan to report to Army Headquarters the number and position of troops under his command, to which order he paid no attention whatever. General Scott felt himself helpless in the face of this mute and persistent disobedience, but he was not able to bear it in silence. On the 4th of October he addressed another passionate remonstrance to the Secretary of War, setting forth these facts, asking whether there were no remedy for such offenses, adverting once more to his physical infirmities, and at last divulging the true reason why he had borne so long the contumely of his junior, that he was only awaiting the arrival of General Halleck, whose presence would give him increased confidence in the preservation of the Union, and thus permit him to retire. On the 31st of October he took his final resolution, and addressed the following letter to the Secretary of War. For more than 3 years I have been unable, from a hurt, to mount a horse or to walk more than a few paces at a time, and that with much pain. Other and new infirmities, dropsy and vertigo, admonish me that repose of mind and body, with the appliances of surgery and medicine, are necessary to add a little more to a life already protracted much beyond the usual span of man. It is under such circumstances, made doubly painful by the unnatural and unjust rebellion now raging in the Southern States of our so late prosperous and happy Union, that I am compelled to request that my name be placed on the list of Army officers retired from active service. As this request is founded on an absolute right granted by a recent act of Congress, I am entirely at liberty to say it is with deep regret that I withdraw myself, in these momentous times, from the order of a President who has treated me with distinguished kindness and courtesy, whom I know among much personal intercourse to be patriotic without sectional partialities or prejudices, to be highly conscientious in the performance of every duty, and of unrivaled activity and perseverance. And to you, Mr. Secretary, whom I now officially address for the last time, I beg to acknowledge my many obligations for the uniform high consideration I have received in your hands. His request was granted, with the usual compliments and ceremonies, the President and Cabinet waiting upon him in person at his residence. General McClellan succeeded him in command of the armies of the United States, and in his order of the 1st of November he praised in swelling periods the war-worn veteran whose latest days of service he had so annoyed and embittered. When we consider the relative positions of the two officers, the years, the infirmities, the well-earned glory of Scott, his former friendship and kindness towards his junior, and, on the other hand, the youth, the strength, the marvelous good fortune of McClellan, his great promotion, his certainty of almost immediate succession to supreme command, it cannot be said that his demeanor towards his chief was magnanimous. Although General Scott's unfitness for command had become obvious, although his disposition, which in his youth had been arrogant and haughty, had been modified but not improved by age into irascibility, it would certainly not have been out of place for his heir presumptive to dissemble an impatience which was not unnatural, and preserve some appearance at least of a respect he did not feel. Standing in the full sunshine, there was something due from him to an old and illustrious soldier stepping reluctantly into hopeless shadow. The change was well received in all parts of the country. At Washington there was an immediate feeling of relief. The President called at General McClellan's headquarters on the night of the 1st of November and gave him warm congratulations. I should feel perfectly satisfied, he said, if I thought that this vast increase of responsibility would not embarrass you. It is a great relief, sir, McClellan answered. I feel as if several tons were taken from my shoulders today. I am now in contact with you and the Secretary. I am not embarrassed by intervention. Very well, said the President. Draw on me for all the sense and information I have. In addition to your present command, the supreme command of the Army will entail an enormous labor upon you. I can do it all, McClellan quickly answered. 10 days later, Blenkner's brigade organized a torchlight procession in honor of the event. The President, after the show was over, went as usual to General McClellan's, and referring to the Port Royal expedition, thought this a good time to feel the enemy. "I have not been unmindful of that," McClellan answered. "We shall feel them tomorrow." Up to this time there was no importunity on the part of the President for an advance of the army, although for several weeks some of the leading men in Congress had been urging it. As early as the 26th of October, Senators Trumbull, Chandler, and Wade called upon the President and earnestly represented to him the importance of immediate action. 2 days later they had another conference with the President and Mr. Seward at the house of the latter. They spoke with some vehemence of the absolute necessity for energetic measures to drive the enemy from in front of Washington. The President and the Secretary of State both defended McClellan in his deliberate purpose not to move until he was ready. The zealous senators did not confine their visits to the civil authorities. They called upon General McClellan also, and in the course of an animated conversation Mr. Wade said an unsuccessful battle was preferable to delay. Defeat would be easily repaired by the swarming recruits, a thrust which McClellan neatly parried by saying he would rather have a few recruits before a victory than a good many after a defeat. There was as yet no apparent hostility to McClellan, even among "these wretched politicians," as he calls them. On the contrary, this conference of the 26th was not inharmonious. McClellan represented General Scott as the obstacle to immediate action, and skillfully diverted the zeal of the senators against the General-in-Chief. He wrote that night, "For the last 3 hours I have been at Montgomery Blair's talking with Senators Wade, Trumbull, and Chandler about war matters. They will make a desperate effort tomorrow to have General Scott retired at once. Until that is accomplished I can effect but little good. He is ever in my way, and I am sure does not desire effective action." The President, while defending the general from the strictures of the senators, did not conceal from McClellan the fact of their urgency. He told him it was a reality not to be left out of the account. At the same time, he was not to fight till he was ready. "I have everything at stake," the general replied. "If I fail, I will never see you again." At this period there was no question of more than a few days' delay. The friendly visits of the President to Army headquarters were continued almost every night until the 13th of November, when an incident occurred which virtually put an end to them. On that evening Mr. Lincoln walked across the street as usual, accompanied by one of his household, to the residence of the Secretary of State, and after a short visit there, both of them went to General McClellan's house on H Street. They were there told that the general had gone to the wedding of an officer and would soon return. They waited nearly an hour in the drawing room, when McClellan returned, and without paying any especial attention to the orderly who told him the President was waiting to see him, went upstairs. The President, thinking his name had not been announced, again sent a servant to his room and received the answer that he had gone to bed. Mr. Lincoln attached no special importance to this incident, and so far as we know, never asked for an explanation nor received one. But it was not unnatural for him to infer that his frequent visits had become irksome to the general. There was no cessation of their friendly relations, though after this most of their conferences were held at the Executive Mansion. On the 20th of November a grand review of the Army of the Potomac took place at Munson's Hill. There were about 50,000 men in line, drawn up on a wide, undulating plain, which displayed them to the best advantage, and a finer army had rarely been seen. The President, accompanied by Generals McClellan and McDowell, and followed by a brilliant cavalcade of 100 general and staff officers, rode up and down the entire extent of the embattled host. Mr. Lincoln was a good horseman, and was received with hearty cheers by the troops, thousands of whom saw him that day for the first and last time. The reviewing officers then took their stand upon a gentle acclivity in the center of the plain, and the troops filed past in review through the autumnal afternoon until twilight. It had certainly all the appearance of a great army ready for battle, and there was little doubt that they would speedily be led into action. But after the review, drilling was resumed. Recruits continued to pour in, to be assigned and equipped and instructed. The general continued his organizing work. Many hours of every day he passed in the saddle, riding from camp to camp with tireless industry, until at last he fell seriously ill, and for several weeks the army rested almost with folded hands, awaiting his recovery. End of section 25. End of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California.